Chapter 207. It was a bloody place with thousands of corpses lying on the ground. The number of cultivators who died along the way was less than the number who died here in a short period of time. The ground was littered with corpses and blood formed a small river. Forbidden weapons appeared frequently like cabbages and launched terrifying attacks, killing large numbers of cultivators. Everything was for the sake of the inheritance golden light. Swoosh. The golden light floated forward. During this period, many cultivators touched the golden light, but none of them could absorb it. When the golden light arrived in front of Zichen, it entered the space between his eyebrows and disappeared. Zichen, why is it him again? Why are all the good things happening to him? Not only did he snatch the ancient weapon, but he even wants to snatch the inheritance now. Everyone's expressions were extremely ugly. The people from the major powers looked as if they had eaten a fly. They felt very uncomfortable. Jealousy grew in their hearts and they wished they could cut Zichen into 8 pieces, eat his flesh and drink his blood. However, at this moment, no one made a move. Zichen held the ancient weapon and had strong combat power, but that was not the most important thing. The move that instantly turned a genius assassin into nothingness was the one that shocked everyone. Even if they were unwilling, they did not dare to make a move at this moment. It's indeed extreme yin, but where is the inheritance? The golden light disappeared from his glabella, which only represented extreme yin. Zichen frowned slightly, feeling very puzzled. He was very sure that extreme yin and extreme yang were not the inheritances that he needed. Wu Xiong shrugged. He did not get anything this time, and even the forbidden weapon was gone. It could be said that he had accomplished nothing. Many of his subordinates had died, and he would definitely be punished when he returned. The others were also extremely depressed. In the previous fierce battle, the forbidden weapons were consumed continuously, but they ended up benefiting someone else. Sigh. A sigh was heard. Sigh. Then, sighs were heard one after another. Those who were lucky enough to survive all sighed and looked at Zichen with eyes full of envy and jealousy. However, right at that moment, the 7th floor's restriction suddenly shattered. Following that, a perfectly straight path appeared. The path led directly into the depths of the 7th floor, with no end in sight. And in the center of the path stood an old man. He was calmly looking at the group of people. Who are you? When everyone saw the great Tao and the elder, they were all incomparably shocked. Someone mustered up the courage to ask. The old man swept his gaze across the crowd. His gaze was calm as he said, I am the guardian of the inheritance. Inheritance protector. Everyone stared blankly, looking at each other. They all shook their heads, expressing that they didn't understand. Can you be more specific? Wang Shan asked. At this moment, he felt that his brain wasn't working properly. Legacy protector, with the legacy gone, what the hell are you still guarding? This was what Wang Shan was thinking, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Be more specific. The old man's calm gaze wavered. He thought to himself, isn't this enough? The guardian of the legacy is the guardian of the legacy. The old man was very serious this time. The guardian of the legacy. Everyone was still puzzled and did not quite understand. As for Wang Shan and the others, they wanted nothing more than to go up and slap this old man to death. We asked you to be more specific, but you added a word. You still don't understand? Oh my God, there's something wrong with your IQ. The old man was speechless. Fortunately, he had a good temper. He explained again, the inheritance here is under my control. After passing the test, you can obtain the inheritance here. What? You're saying that there's an inheritance here? Wang Shan's eyes lit up as he stared at the straight path. Initially, he was already in despair. But now, things seemed to be taking a turn for the better. You're saying that there's an inheritance behind this path? Wu Xiong was extremely excited as well, his face filled with disbelief. Everyone's eyes lit up once more as they looked at the old man. It was as though they had seen hope. That's right. The inheritance is behind, but you have to pass the test first. Why? Didn't you guys come here to obtain the inheritance? The old man asked curiously. What about the previous statue? Wasn't it an inheritance? Someone asked. That was just a technique within the seal. How could it be an inheritance? Why? Did you guys take it as an inheritance? The old man looked at everyone strangely. What? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. That golden light wasn't an inheritance at all. The true inheritance was at the back of the path. A feeling of relief and annoyance filled the entire place. God, are you toying with me? It's not an inheritance, but you made me use up a forbidden artifact. Wu Xiong looked up at the sky, wanting to cry but no tears came out. I can't accept this. What is this place? Wang Shan was in so much pain that he wanted to die. But fortunately, the forbidden artifact could be used once more, so it was better than Wu Xiong's. Compared to the annoyance of the big forces, these independent cultivators were extremely excited. Because the old man said that all of them could participate in the test. This was a chance to obtain a supreme inheritance. The group of independent cultivators rubbed their hands excitedly. Oh right, this trial is very extraordinary. Although all of you can participate, there's a certain degree of danger. If you guys aren't careful, you might die. The old man reminded them kindly. Die? Are we still afraid of dying? When we came, we had 10,000 people. How many people are left now? It's just 1,000 people. Are we still afraid of dying? Someone was very agitated and said unhappily. Too many people had died in this trial. There were less than 1,000 people left in the group of 10,000. Moreover, there were large amounts of corpses on the ground. All right, I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. This is the trial ground of the Wuji sect's genius disciples. In the past, only a few people passed. I didn't expect so many people to pass this time. However, if you insist on taking the test, I have nothing to say. The Wuji sect's trial ground for geniuses. After knowing the name of the big sect from 10,000 years ago, everyone also knew what this place was. They were all even more excited. If they obtained the inheritance here, they could establish another Wuji sect. Everyone was full of expectations. All right, you can pass this path and reach the end. You can pass the test and obtain the inheritance. The old man flashed to the side. What? So easy. Doesn't that mean that everyone can obtain the inheritance? How many inheritances are there? Someone asked, feeling that it was very simple. There are many inheritances here, enough for all of you to obtain. A strange look flashed through the old man's eyes. Wow, that's great. Everyone can obtain an inheritance. Haha, I'm going to establish another Tsangli city. A cultivator said excitedly. Of course, this was only a few idiots. Hula. Everyone rushed towards the path like a swarm of bees, fighting to be the first. Charge. Kill. Inheritance. I'm coming. In an instant, everyone rushed towards the path at an extremely fast speed. Zi Chen pulled Su Mengyaro and followed them in, but he suddenly turned his head and asked, "Why aren't you guys going?" The old man just smiled, while the burly man curled his lips helplessly. If they enter, there's only one way. At this moment, the old man beside the path spoke. What way? Zi Chen turned his head. A dead end. The old man was very indifferent. If they can reach here, something must have happened to the Wuji sect. Otherwise, such people would have been wiped out immediately after entering, the old man explained. Zi Chen nodded. He had already guessed that these two were extraordinary, but he didn't expect them to be really extraordinary. Zi Chen, you go. I have faith in you. The burly man clenched his fist at Zi Chen. Okay. Nodding and smiling at the two, Zi Chen pulled Su Mengyaro, Miao Kong, and Liu Bo and walked towards the depths. On the path ahead, nearly 1,000 people rushed in at a very fast speed. But in an instant, rays of light lit up around the path. Then, a saber light like a waterfall appeared and rushed towards the crowd. Poof! Blood burst out. Under the huge saber light, dozens of people were cut down. Swoosh! A sword blade appeared in front of them at an extremely fast speed. 7 or 8 people's hearts were pierced through. Damn it, there's danger on this path. This old guy is so careless. He didn't even inform us in advance. Everyone's expression changed, but they had already stepped on the path and couldn't retreat. Welcome everyone to the trial ground of the Wuji sect's core disciples. Now, the trial begins. The path of body refinement is open. The old man's voice echoed throughout the entire path. Then, his figure disappeared. Buzz. The entire path emitted halos. The halos were like moonlight falling from the sky, sprinkling on everyone's body. What's going on? Why did my Zhenqi disappear? My Zhenqi is gone. My Zhenqi is dissipating. When the halos fell on their bodies, everyone's expression changed drastically. They felt that their Zhenqi was dissipating. In a short moment, everyone's Zhenqi dissipated. Abdomen was empty. Zichen. Su Mengyaro was shocked. Her hand, which was holding Zichen, was also cold. Her genuine qi had also disappeared. I'm fine, Zichen said calmly. In his body, the golden Zhenqi was also dissipating, but it wasn't serious. It seemed that the perfect body had blocked the halos. Miao Kong and Liu Bo both moved closer to Zichen. When their Zhenqi disappeared, the two of them were like toothless tigers. Buzz. As the Zhenqi dissipated, the void began to tremble. Then, sharp blades appeared out of thin air, emitting brilliant light and rushing forward. Poof! 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 Like cutting melons and grass, heads flew off one after another. Miserable screams sounded. It was like hell on earth. No, I'm not participating in the trial. I want to quit. Everyone's Zhenqi was suppressed, and they could only rely on their physical strength. However, no one could resist the sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people died. Humph, the Wuji sect is a big sect. Everyone who participates in the trial is a genius. I don't know how you came here, but since you're participating in the trial, there are only two paths. One is to live, and the other is to die. The old man's cold voice sounded on the empty road. No, you didn't make it clear before. You lied to us. You said there was an inheritance, but now you're trying to kill us. You're up to no good. A cultivator yelled. There is indeed an inheritance at the end of the road, but it depends on whether you have the ability to go there. This is a trial ground for geniuses. Everyone who comes out of it is the strongest of their level. They are all true geniuses, the old man said coldly. What? This is a trial ground for geniuses. This is a trial ground for geniuses. Chapter 208. From the old man's words, everyone knew that this was a trial ground for monsters. Those who walked out were all monsters. Everyone's expression changed, and there was fear in their eyes. At the same time, everyone turned their heads and looked at Zichen. The only one who dared to be called a monster here was Zichen. Bang! Zichen's body flickered with golden light. He threw a punch easily, and a sharp blade was easily shattered. Dong! Golden light appeared in the sky like sharp blades, shooting forward. In an instant, a large number of blades disappeared. Zichen was protecting the three of them by himself, and it was very easy for him to deal with the incoming swords. Peng, 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 peng. It was easy and natural. Oh my God, he's indeed a monster. Could it be that the prohibition spell here was also prepared for Zichen? Why is his luck so good? Some people were dissatisfied, and their eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. Buzz. The void trembled, and another round of sharp blades appeared, emitting a cold light and flashing by. Puff. Puff. Large swathes of people died. Under the sharp blades, very few people were able to dodge the attack. Clang. The sharp blade hit a long saber, and the long saber broke with a crack. At the same time, another sharp blade slashed across the opponent's neck. A head rolled down, and blood spurted out from the neck. This was a tragic scene. Nearly 90% of the cultivators were unable to resist at all and were killed by the sharp blades. This was a massacre. Large numbers of cultivators died, and the rate of death was even faster than the outside world. Help! Zichen, save us! Zichen, save me! I will thank you greatly. Some people exclaimed with despair. Some cultivators rushed towards Zichen. They were very smart and knew to hide behind Zichen. Puff! Puff! The cultivators fell on the way, and the miserable screams came to an abrupt end. If you don't want to die here, keep rushing forward. Only by reaching the front can you save your life. The old man's voice sounded again. In a short while, more than 200 people had died. It was very tragic. You should have said so earlier. For the sake of this slim chance of survival, everyone went crazy and rushed forward. At the same time, there were also cultivators hiding behind Zichen, seeking protection. Scram, I came first. Get out of my way. There were a lot of people here, and the safe zone around Zichen was also very limited. Some people had already started quarreling and fighting. Pu. 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 At that moment, a wave of sharp blades surged out from behind Zichen, instantly piercing through the bodies of these cultivators, causing them to fall to the ground. Be careful. Zichen's expression changed, and the ancient weapon appeared in his hand. It emitted a resplendent silver light, and swept out in all directions, cutting down all the sharp blades. Let's speed up. Zichen led the three of them and sped up. At this moment, sharp blades appeared from all directions. It was very dangerous. Extreme yin. Zichen formed hand seals, and a ray of extremely yin light shot out. Everywhere it passed, the sharp blades were destroyed, and a safe passage appeared. Let's go. Zichen held Su Mengyao's hand and stepped forward first. Green peak slash. At the same time, Zichen also used the green peak slash. A thick sharp blade rushed forward with an indomitable momentum. Zichen didn't know many battle skills, but each one of them was extremely powerful and could be considered the strongest battle skill. At this moment, it was very easy to display its power in the midst of these sharp blades. How can he use a battle skill? Is his true chi not sealed? Why is it like this? Everyone was shocked and kept shouting. However, Zichen was under a lot of pressure to protect the three of them, so he naturally didn't have the strength to protect everyone. They walked forward all the way to the end of the road. Suddenly, Zichen glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a familiar face. It was a figure protected by a resplendent light shield. Wu Xiong. Zichen's pupils shrank. Wu Xiong was one of the martial ancestor's people, and was also a direct descendant of the martial ancestor. He had a very strong background. Miao Kong, what's going on between you and Wu Xiong? Zichen asked, his eyes full of killing intent. It's something that happened a few years ago. Miao Kong also saw Wu Xiong and understood what he meant. We belong to two different forces, the martial sect and the martial sect. We don't get along well with each other, and we fight both openly and covertly. A few years ago, when I was returning from a trip with my guards, I saw Wu Xiong doing those improper things to one of my junior sisters. I was so angry that I attacked him. At that time, Wu Xiong wasn't as strong as me. After a fight, I almost destroyed Wu Xiong's family jewels and made him lie in bed for several months. You're doing justice. Why were you sent to the Nimbus martial ancestor? Su Mengyao asked doubtfully. There's a huge force behind Wu Xiong. After they knew about this, they went to find my junior sister and had a heart-to-heart talk. Afterwards, they made her explain that the two of them were already engaged, so this kind of thing was perfectly justified. Sparks flickered in Miao Kong's eyes. A few years ago, when Miao Kong was in his teens, he was in the budding period of love. He seemed to have an unclear relationship with his junior sister. With the powerful force behind him, Wu Xiong inverted right and wrong, saying that I ruined their good thing. He also said that I had other motives and had long been thinking about his wife. In the end, I was sent to the Nimbus martial ancestor. Miao Kong's tone was heavy, his emotions unstable. And my junior sister suddenly died 3 months later. Since then, Wu Xiong has been holding a grudge against me. After so many years, I still haven't found trouble with him, but he came to kill me first. Miao Kong clenched his fists. He can't swallow this anger, but I can't either. This Wu Xiong looks dignified, but is actually a scum. Liu Bo said angrily. This made Zichen roll his eyes. This kind of person really deserves to die. Su Mengyao's face was ugly. Since he deserves to die, then let him die. This kind of person will only harm others if he lives in this world. Zichen destroyed a large number of sharp blades, then led the three of them towards Wu Xiong. "Young master, be careful. Zichen is here." There were still some guards behind Wu Xiong who were still alive. When they saw Zichen arrive, they were all shocked. Sharp blades blotted out the sky, and you guys were still bitterly resisting. "It's been hard on you. Now, I'll free you." Zichen's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The long spear in his hand emitted a bright silver light, and he suddenly pointed forward. Puff! A guard's heart was pierced, and the weapon in his hand fell. Then, the sharp blades flew over and instantly disintegrated his corpse. Swish! A spear light shot out, and the guard's head flew up, falling into a pool of blood. "Zichen, what's the meaning of this?" Wu Xiong turned his head. In front of his chest, a jade pendant was emitting a bright light, forming a light shield. He faced the sharp blades, resisting the light shield, and moved forward with difficulty. "I'll send you on your way." Zichen's voice was cold. "Miao Kong, it must be you, right? Damn it, you were heartless to me a few years ago. I didn't expect you to be so unjust now." Wu Xiong glanced at Miao Kong, his face full of resentment. "I will avenge my junior sister." Miao Kong gritted his teeth, and sparks flickered in his eyes. "Junior sister? TCH, that bitch." Wu Xiong's expression was extremely sinister. "That bitch, I told her to say that you molested her, but she didn't say anything. Ever since she married me, she cried every day." "So you killed her," roared Miao Kong. "I didn't kill her. She was the one who wanted to commit suicide." Wu Xiong laughed sinisterly. Bang! One blade after another flew over, but they were easily destroyed by Zichen. Just at this moment, a cold saber light appeared behind Zichen, causing people to feel a chill. Swish! His spear trembled, and it transformed into a ray of silver light that stabbed behind him. Phut! One of the martial ancestors' guards widened his eyes. Looking at the spear that had stabbed into his chest, he raised his saber high, but he didn't have the chance to slash down. When the spear was pulled out, blood splashed out, and the guard collapsed. Die! All the guards charged at Zichen. At this moment, they no longer cared about defense. They all attacked fiercely. However, without their true chi, their attacks with their physical bodies were nothing more than pleasing to the eye. With a sweep of his spear, numerous weapons shattered. At the same time, spear light shot out, piercing the guards' bodies and causing them to collapse. "You." Seeing Zichen so decisive, Wu Xiong's expression completely changed. In this place, Zichen was unstoppable. Even with the protection of the jade pendant, he didn't dare say he would be safe. "I'll send you on your way." Zichen's gaze was cold and emotionless. His spear flickered with light as he stabbed it at Wu Xiong. Bang! Wu Xiong wanted to dodge, but without his true chi, his speed was simply too slow. The spear struck his chest, and with a loud bang, the light barrier shook. Wu Xiong was forcefully blown back. What a hard tortoise shell. It's somewhat similar to King Mountain's. Zichen sneered and stepped forward again. This time, in addition to the silver light on the spear, there was also a trace of golden light. It was injected with his true chi. Boom! The powerful attack made the light barrier shake even more violently, but it still didn't shatter. The power of the spear was completely neutralized. Kaka. On the jade pendant, cracks spread out. It consumed a lot of energy. Wu Xiong was scared out of his wits. He shouted, "Zichen, do you know who I am? I am Wu Xiong from the martial ancestor. My background is 100 times stronger than Miao Kong's. If you kill me, you will be going against the martial ancestor. The martial ancestor's people won't let you go." Zichen sneered, "Since a year ago, the people from the martial organization had no intention of letting me go. They chased after me for nearly a year, and I had a slim chance of surviving. Today, let's consider it as payback." Boom! The long spear in his hand pierced out again, causing an explosion in the air. When the tip of the spear pierced the light barrier, a huge sound rang out. The jade pendant in front of Wu Xiong's chest let out a Ka sound. After consuming all of its energy, it exploded. At the same time, the protective light barrier also disappeared. No! Wu Xiong let out a terrified scream. His voice was mournful, causing everyone who heard it to tremble. Puff! The long spear directly pierced through his chest, causing blood to gush out. Wu Xiong's horrified eyes met with Zi Chen's cold and emotionless eyes. From today onwards, I will embark on the path of revenge. Zi Chen's eyes were cold as he spoke word by word. Wu Xiong's life force dissipated, and he fell backwards. Zi Chen bent down and took Wu Xiong's spatial ring. He then searched his body and led the three deeper into the forest. But before they could take a few steps, Zi Chen saw Wang Shan, who was speeding up to escape. Wang Shan. Chapter 209. Wu Xiong's death greatly angered Wang Shan. At this moment, he was desperately trying to escape with his light shield. Sharp blades fell on Wang Shan's body, but they were blocked by the light shield, making clanking sounds. Wang Shan. At this moment, a shout was heard. It was Zi Chen. Wang Shan shuddered and almost fell down. Then, he saw Zi Chen leading Su Mengyaro and the others toward him. Amidst the sea of blades, Zi Chen seemed to be unstoppable. The long spear in his hand kept flashing, shattering the blades one after another as he walked toward Wang Shan in a straight line. "No, don't come here!" Wang Shan screamed in horror. "Get lost! Get lost! Zi Chen, get lost!" Wang Shan could not be blamed for his attitude. In this strange place, everyone's Zhenqi was sealed. There was no way out, and there were countless blades around. Their lives could be threatened at any time. However, Zi Chen was able to pass through this place without any hindrance. The genius of the martial ancestor, Wu Xiong, and the leader of the martial ancestor, was killed just like that. "Zi Chen, get lost. I have a forbidden weapon in my hand. Let's die together." Wang Shan took out his mirror and threatened. However, his voice was trembling, indicating that he was not confident enough. "What did you say?" Zi Chen stepped forward with Su Mengyaro and casually sent 2 knights flying. Then, he walked toward Wang Shan. Don't come here." Wang Shan hurriedly retreated. "I asked you what you just said." Zi Chen reached out his hand and slapped toward Wang Shan's head. Bang! Under the great force, Wang Shan staggered and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he was protected by the light shield, so his life was not in danger. "What did you say? Say it again." Zi Chen stepped forward and stomped on Wang Shan's head. A loud bang was heard, and the light shield trembled continuously to dissolve the great force. "No. Zi Chen, spare me." Wang Shan was terrified. At this moment, he did not dare to act arrogantly. This was Wang Shan, a pure villain. Back in the silent jungle, he had been like this. Now that he saw Wu Xiong being killed, he was filled with terror. He knew Zi Chen quite well. He knew that although Zi Chen was kind-hearted, he wouldn't hold back when it was time to kill. "Zi Chen, I was wrong. I won't ask you to leave. I'll leave by myself." Wang Shan's voice trembled. Boom! Zi Chen stomped his foot again, and the entire ground trembled. Although Wang Shan was protected by a light barrier and wouldn't die, this stomp on his head was still enough to make him dizzy. "What did you call me? Say it again." Wang Shan, who had just gotten up, was once again slapped to the ground by Zi Chen. Brother, you're my real brother," Wang Shan said repeatedly, but when he saw Zi Chen staring at him, he quickly changed his words and said, "No, brother-in-law, you are my brother-in-law. You're really a villain." Zi Chen continued to stomp on the ground with his big feet, and the ground trembled. Wang Shan felt dizzy, and his body swayed when he stood up. If it wasn't for Zi Chen, Wang Shan would have been in danger with his light barrier. "Brother-in-law, please spare my life." Wang Shan begged, "Please do it for my sister's sake. She talks about you every day. The last time you hit me, after you came back, not only did my sister not blame you, she even punished me. She even asked about the details of your incident." Wang Shan's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of all the things that could soften Zi Chen's heart. His sister, Wang Xian was obviously one of them. "Brother-in-law, ever since we parted last time, my sister has been constantly thinking about you. She often looks for me to chat and ask me to tell her about you. She always says that you're extraordinarily handsome, elegant, and charming. Everyone loves you, Flowers bloom when they see you, and you're popular among thousands of girls. In the distance, Li Hue and Kang his mouths twitched when they heard Wang Shan's words. They had a new conclusion about Wang Shan's shamelessness. When this fellow had first come, he had acted as if he had killed Zi Chen. But now, he was completely terrified. Brother-in-law, we'll be a family in the future. Since you married my sister, I'll be your brother-in-law. How can you kill your future brother-in-law? Li Hue and Kang he staggered and almost fell. They were both thinking that this fellow was too good at bullshitting. He didn't have the temper of a young master of a large family. He was simply a petty person in the marketplace. Zi Chen's expression was very ugly because Su Mengyaro, who was beside him, had a very unnatural expression. She knew very well who Wang Shan's sister was. That was Wang Xian, the monstrous genius of Yunxia City with outstanding talent. Thinking about Wang Xian, thinking about herself, and then looking at Zi Chen's current achievements, Su Mengyaro felt inferior. Other than her appearance, Su Mengyaro felt that she didn't have anything else she could take out. In this cruel world of the martial heaven continent, having only looks and no strength was destined to be a tragedy. Brother-in-law, look at my sister. Look at how you're both my brother-in-law and my brother. Please spare me. I'm your future brother-in-law, said Wang Shan. The barrier around him grew dimmer and dimmer. More and more cracks appeared on his jade pendant. If he didn't curry favor with Zi Chen, he really would be finished. Damn petty person. Zi Chen once more attacked, knocking Wang Shan to the ground and then violently stomping on him. Go die. Killing intent suddenly appeared in Zi Chen's eyes. His silver spear began to shine with dazzling light. Brother-in-law, you really want to kill me? Have you forgotten my sister? She's still waiting for you, cried Wang Shan. Let him live. At this moment, Su Mengyaro spoke. Although her voice was soft, it was filled with contradictions. Wang Xian was outstanding and also a demon. She was a good match for Zi Chen. Su Mengyaro didn't want Zi Chen to be in an awkward situation with the Wang family. Although she was conflicted, she didn't want Zi Chen to offend the Wang family. That was because he already had enough enemies. A martial ancestor was like a towering mountain. All right, I'll spare your life today. Zi Chen kept his spear and the killing intent in his eyes dissipated. Ah, thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, sister. No, thank you, sister-in-law. Wang Shan was grateful and kept thanking them. Scram. Zi Chen kicked out, and Wang Shan was like a cannonball, flying into the depths of the forest. Everywhere he passed, the swords that appeared were all broken. Bang! With a loud sound, Wang Shan flew into the depths. Let's go. Zi Chen held Su Mengyao's hand and walked into the depths. Zi Chen, our Li family has no grudge against you. We'll mind our own business. Seeing Zi Chen's arrival, Li Hue said nervously. Damn it, if you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten. The faces of you and your brother that day were really unpleasant. Zi Chen stepped forward and slapped Li Hue's head, causing a large amount of golden light to scatter. Bang! Li Hue was knocked down. Zi Chen stepped forward and stomped on Li Hue, causing the ground to tremble and rumble. Li Hue was trampled to the point of dizziness. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive were completely dumbfounded. They all thought that Zi Chen was too fierce. He killed the assassins of the Heavenly Killer's Pavilion, killed Wu Xiong of the martial ancestor, beat Wang Shan of Yunxia City to the point of begging for mercy, and now stepped on Li Hue like a piece of dog shit. Bang! 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 The ground trembled as Zi Chen stepped on Li Hue mercilessly. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Suddenly, one of them was distracted and was pierced by a sharp blade. Damn it, go back and tell your brother not to be arrogant. I'll beat him up one day. In the end, Zi Chen let Li Hue go and didn't kill him. Okay. Li Hue got up and kept nodding while suppressing the shame in his heart. But just as he got up, he felt dizzy and fell to the ground again. Zi Chen, what are you doing? My Kang family has no grudge against you. Kang he was startled when he saw Zi Chen walking towards him. Damn it, you hypocrite. I don't like you. Zi Chen stepped forward, and without hesitation, he slapped him a few times. Even through the light barrier, The sound of slapping rang out. Then, he knocked Kang He down and stomped on him in an arrogant and domineering manner. We don't have any grudges. I even saved Su Mengyaro. Kang He felt wronged. I don't like a hypocrite like you. I just want to step on you today. Zichen said, stomping on the ground. Kang He felt wronged, but he didn't dare to complain. At this moment, he finally understood how Li Hua felt. This guy was simply a madman. Moreover, he was the most powerful here. No one dared to refute him. Zichen didn't kill Kang He. He was only stepping on him because of Su Mengyaro. He didn't like Kang He. Then, he walked towards the depths with Su Mengyaro. Behind them, Miao Kong and Liu Bo followed closely with worship. If the two of them had to give an evaluation, it would be fierce to the extreme. When the sharp blades disappeared, Zichen and the rest finally reached the depths. However, some people had already gathered here. They weren't the fastest. This was a spacious area. Everyone stood there as if they were frozen in place. Their faces were filled with fear. What's going on? Zichen was puzzled. He quickly stepped forward. Buzz. In an instant, Zichen felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him, causing his body to sway. Beside him, Su Mengyaro was so frightened by the sudden pressure that she let out a scream. This is a gravity field. Miao Kong's face changed slightly, but he didn't act rashly. It feels like there's a mountain on our back. Our true qi is sealed. Is this a test of our endurance and strength? Liu Bo also cried out. Yes, this is the path of body refinement. After passing this, you can get the inheritance you want. At this moment, an old voice sounded. An old man appeared out of nowhere at the end of the path. This gravity field was only 12 meters wide. However, all the cultivators who stepped into this place couldn't move an inch. Occasionally, there would be a few who could only take a few steps. Come. As long as you can walk in front of me, you can get the inheritance. The old man tempted. Unfortunately, no one could walk over. Zichen, you go. At this moment, Su Mengyaro let go of Zichen's hand. Zichen, I think you're the only one who can pass. This is the path of body refinement. It's a test of your physique. You won't have any problems. Miao Kong said. In the end, Zichen nodded and walked forward step by step. Why is it him again? The group of cultivators who had narrowly escaped death and made it here with great difficulty were very unwilling to accept this. Zichen stepped forward. His body emitted a golden light. When his foot landed, the entire path shook. It was as if Zichen was carrying a mountain. Chapter 210. Zichen strode forward, causing the world to tremble. It was as though he was carrying a mountain on his back. What a lot of pressure. After taking a few steps, Zichen sighed in his heart. The pressure here was so great that even his physical body felt a little tense at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. After taking 3 consecutive steps, the ground trembled and rumbled. Hee, brother-in-law, you're so powerful. All the best. Just as Zichen passed by Wang Shan, the latter grinned foolishly as a greeting. Thump. He took another step forward, and the world trembled. Step by step, Zichen walked past the King Mountain. The smile on the latter's face instantly disappeared. Instead, he looked like he was vomiting, as though he was disgusted by his own expression. Zichen, just you wait. Wang Shan made up his mind. In this gravity domain, cultivators could only take at most 7 steps before they could no longer move. As for Zichen, he had already taken 13 steps. He felt the pressure on his body increase, suffocating him. The old man was standing in front of Zichen and calmly looked at him. He didn't say anything. When he saw that Zichen had stopped after 12 steps, a look of disappointment appeared in the old man's eyes. He said, "Young man, how can you stop so quickly? I thought you would reach the end." His words were filled with disappointment and disdain. "Old man, you don't have to provoke me. There's no problem at all from here to the end," Zichen said calmly. "Oh, you actually have such ability. Forgive my poor eyesight," the elder teased. "Heh, you're really blind this time. Just wait for the many legacies to be placed in front of me one by one and let me slowly choose. Zichen laughed as golden light suddenly surged around him. He was full of confidence. His perfect body was displayed as golden lifeblood soared into the sky, almost drowning the entire space. After that, Zichen strode forward under everyone's shocked gazes. Boom! The world trembled as though it was about to collapse. Thump! The ground trembled as the others nearly fell. Zichen took one step at a time, slow and steady, as if he couldn't feel the pressure here. It was as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard, relaxed and carefree. The old man's eyes flickered. The disdainful look on his face was replaced with a stern look. Dong! Dong! The earth trembled. Every step Zichen took caused the earth to tremble. In just a few dozen meters, Zichen arrived in front of the old man. "Old man, where's my inheritance?" Zichen said with a smile, his face full of kindness. You. The old man's expression changed. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice that the other party had arrived. Retreating quickly, a door appeared behind the old man. He said, "Once you pass the path of body refinement, you will reach the path of heart refinement. Only after passing it will you receive the inheritance." "You lied to me." Zichen's expression changed. "Of course not. I can give you the inheritance now, but it's only an ordinary one. If I give it to you, you won't be able to participate in the path of heart refinement and obtain a more powerful inheritance." The old man smiled. "All right, isn't it just the path of heart refinement? My heart is as firm as a rock. Why should I be afraid of the path of heart refinement?" Zichen nodded and strode into the door with a heroic air. "Zichen, all the best." Su Mengyao's encouraging voice sounded. Zichen walked into the path of heart refinement. The path of body refinement tested one's body. Zichen had a perfect body, so the first stage was very easy to pass. As for the second stage, the path of heart refinement, it tempered one's mind. Zichen had already died once, so his mind was naturally extremely strong. Furthermore, his heart was very special. It had lightning essence in it. The moment he entered the path of heart refinement, it was a straight path that stretched as far as the eye could see. Furthermore, it was filled with all kinds of fog. Zichen felt his vision blur as though all kinds of figures had appeared in front of him. There were many familiar faces among them, but everything was fleeting like a dream. Zichen only felt his vision blur. Before he could sense it carefully, something strange happened. Dong! His heart suddenly palpitated as the power of lightning surged out and spread throughout Zichen's body. Then, all the illusions in front of Zichen vanished. Zichen stood in a space comparable to a stone room. It wasn't large, only about 10 square meters. It was empty. Where are the people? How do I temper my heart? Zichen frowned in puzzlement. Outside the path of heart refinement, the old man stood calmly, hoping to encounter one or two existences with special constitutions. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Those who came here for the trial were no longer the Wuji sect, but ordinary Xiantian realm cultivators. There were hundreds of thousands of such people in the Wuji sect back then, and their status was extremely low. Not to mention the trial in the core area, whether they could even enter the inner sect of the Wuji sect was still a problem. Sigh. The old man shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment. "Old man, Zichen has already gone in for the trial. Why don't you go in?" Su Mengyaro was concerned about Zichen's safety. "He went in for the trial. Why should I go in?" The old man said indifferently. "What if he passes and you're not there?" Su Mengyaro said seriously. "Little girl, are you kidding? This is the path of heart refinement. How can he pass in such a short time? How childish." The old man smiled and said, "Let me tell you, there were a lot of people with strong constitutions in the Wuji sect. However, there were only a few who could pass the path of heart refinement and have a strong mind. I think it'll be very, very difficult for him to pass." The old man shook his head. Obviously, he had no confidence in Zichen. "I believe that Zichen can pass. Old man, you should go and have a look." Su Mengyaro said worriedly. "Little girl, I think you've lost your mind. This is the path of heart refinement of the Wuji sect. Who can pass in such a short time? Let me tell you, the little guy who broke the record took a quarter of an hour. He was the fastest and the most talented person in the Wuji sect. Seeing that Su Mengyaro was still unwilling to give up, the old man said, "Fine, fine. Since you care so much about him, I'll go and have a look. But it's not realistic. If he really breaks the record, I'll make the decision and give you an inheritance." After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the light door. Suddenly, he looked at the young man in front of the light door as if he had seen a ghost. Why are you here?" The old man opened his eyes wide. "There's no one inside. Are you in charge of the heart refinement? Then follow me in," Zichen said. "Heart refinement? What heart refinement?" The old man was stunned. "Isn't this the path of heart refinement? Why is there no one here? I went in and only saw a small room. There was nothing inside," Zichen said honestly. "Ah." The old man was dumbfounded. This time, his eyes were as wide as eggs. "You said you saw a small room. What did it look like?" The old man was very excited and almost jumped up. "It's just a small room. It's only a dozen square meters. There's nothing inside," Zichen said with a shrug. "Impossible. You must be lying. You cheated. Now go in again," the old man said with a look of disbelief. "Okay then." Zichen had no choice but to go in again. The old man carefully sensed the path of heart refinement. It was indeed activated and not broken. After Zichen went in, the illusion mirror was already activated. However, the old man looked as if nothing had happened. He stood in the stone room and looked around. After a few breaths, seeing that the old man still hadn't come out, Zichen walked out again. His target was the light door. It was very clear that there was no luck involved. Oh my God, he walked out of the path of heart refinement in one breath. How strong is his mind? Is there no flaw? The old man was still shocked. It was as if he had seen a demon. "Old man, do you think I passed or not? Say something." Zichen was very anxious. "You passed," the old man said helplessly. "Haha, that's great. Give me the inheritance." Zichen was very happy. Inheritance. Suddenly, the old man's heart moved. He said, "This is only the second stage. If you want the strongest inheritance, you must pass the last stage." The last stage. Zichen was a little dissatisfied. "This is the strongest inheritance of the Wuji sect. It's also the only one I can't control. Don't you want to get it?" the old man said. However, Zichen was a little hesitant. No matter how he looked at it, this old man seemed to be up to no good. "I just promised this little girl that if you can pass this stage, I will give her an inheritance that is very suitable for her. It can be said that it is tailor-made for her. I can fulfill my promise now. If you don't want to pass the last stage, then..." The old man became hesitant. "Are you sure it is tailor-made?" Zichen stared at the old man. "Of course." "Good. Let her get the inheritance immediately. I will pass the third stage now," Zichen said. "Very good." The old man nodded with excitement in his eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, a light enveloped Su Mengyaro and she disappeared. The third stage is extraordinary. It tests one's will, or in other words, one's consciousness. Whether one can pass it or not will depend entirely on one's luck. This stage is somewhat dangerous. If you are not careful, you might die and become an idiot. The old man said solemnly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zichen said angrily. "I was afraid that you wouldn't agree." "Then I'll go back on my word now." "That's easy. If you go back on your word now, I will definitely be angry. If you are not careful, that little girl may become an idiot." "You old bastard." Zichen was furious, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Kid, don't look like you want to eat me alive. Let me tell you, if you can pass the third stage, you'll get great benefits. You'll get the strongest inheritance here. Coincidentally, I have a few inheritances that are very suitable for you, my friend." The old man shamelessly pointed at Miao Kong, then pointed at Liu Bo and Wang Shan. Of course, There are also 2 that are suitable for them. Zi Chen. Liu Bo was very excited. He looked at Zi Chen as if he had seen hope. Help me. My Liu family will definitely thank you. Brother-in-law. Wang Shan looked at Zi Chen, his eyes incomparably bright. You have won my good opinion. I will definitely persuade my sister to marry you. His life and death has nothing to do with me. Zi Chen glanced at Wang Shan. That's good. Anyway, it's an inheritance. If you don't want to, then don't give it to him. As long as you pass, everything will be up to you. Wang Shan looked at Zi Chen pitifully. His eyes were full of resentment, like a resentful wife who had been wronged. Whatever. Zi Chen waved his hand and said, Now, bring me to the next stage. Haha, very good. The old man laughed heartily as he grabbed Zi Chen. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from his original spot. P.S. About the update. When the book was released, it was a little rushed. Plus, there were many trivial matters during the release of the new book. The update was not good enough, causing some awesome recommendations to pass by me. I have been living a life without any chapters. Now that it is on the shelves, if I don't finish it, it will be over. So I am working on it. I have no intention of complaining. Other than the God-level writers, the rest of the writers are all the same. I have been working hard to write. I can't guarantee that I will be able to update 5 chapters every day. I can only say that I will try my best to update as much as possible. Chapter 211. The old man left with Zi Chen to the next level, which was also the last level. A group of geniuses was left behind. Inheritance, inheritance. Liu Bo was extremely excited. He had no choice but to give the ancient weapon to Zi Chen. In his heart, those big forces were too much, so it was better to give it to the powerful Zi Chen. Moreover, the latter might be able to protect him. Although Liu Bo's name had the word Bo, he did not like gambling. Today was probably the first time he gambled in his life. He made a judgment at lightning speed, and the bet was his life. Then, he miraculously won an inheritance for himself. An ancient weapon in exchange for an inheritance. Liu Bo felt that it was a good deal. Inheritance. Liu Bo was very excited. Wang Shan was also excited. Inheritance, inheritance. He called him brother-in-law in exchange for an inheritance. In the end, Zi Chen said it was up to him and did not reject it. In Wang Shan's opinion, there was hope. Brother-in-law, good job. Wang Shan was very excited. Even if he hated Zi Chen to the core, he could not help but feel a little grateful that the other party was willing to give him an inheritance. But then, Wang Shan's face was also filled with resentment. This Zi Chen looks like an honest man, but I didn't expect him to be such a pervert. He already has 2 close female friends, but he still dares to have designs on my sister. My sister must be out of her mind. She can't forget about him. Wang Shan was a little dissatisfied. What's there to be happy about? Look at that old man. He's definitely up to no good. The 3rd stage will definitely be filled with danger. There's a 100% chance that Zi Chen will die there. Li Hua curled his lips, his face filled with jealousy. That's right. It's said that the older the wiser, the wiser. That old man is so good to you all. Naturally, it's not for nothing. I think he doesn't want to give Zi Chen the inheritance at all. He wants to kill him. It's a pity that you ignorant people are still so complacent and happy. Kang He also said, but no matter how one looked at it, there was an element of jealousy. Ha. Wang Shan burst out laughing as the unhappiness in his heart was swept away. He said, Li Hua, Kang He, look at you too. You're drooling, your eyes are red, and your breathing is ragged. You're so jealous, yet you can still say such untrue words. How admirable. Bah, that Zi Chen is dead for sure. Why would we be jealous of him? Li Hua was stubborn. Kang He was not much better. You'll find out later. Haha, I'm looking forward to seeing your expressions later. Wang Shan laughed wildly, as if he was a villain who had achieved success. Of the 3, only Miao Kong was relatively calm. That was because he believed that Zi Chen would definitely be able to pass the test. His calm heart was filled with anticipation towards the trial that was suitable for him. The old man brought Zichen to an unfamiliar space. "What are you doing here?" Zichen asked. "This is the last stage. Whether or not you can obtain the inheritance will depend on your luck. Let me tell you, this is the strongest inheritance of the Wuji sect." The old man's expression became very serious. "It's really the last stage." Zichen looked at the old man, his eyes filled with suspicion. Since he had started cultivating until now, he had met 3 old men. Apart from the Grand Elder, the other 2 seemed unreliable. "Have you comprehended the complete extreme yin?" asked the old man, his eyes filled with excitement. "Yes," Zichen nodded and answered honestly. "Very good, very good. This is the last stage. If you're lucky, you'll obtain the inheritance and leave. If you're unlucky..." The old man hesitated. "What will happen if I'm unlucky?" asked Zichen. "If you're unlucky, you'll leave. Then it's over. There's no loss. You'll leave this world." "Zichen, you," said the old man. "All right, don't hurt me anymore. I want to ask if this inheritance is the strongest," asked Zichen. "Of course. I have a lot of enemies outside. If I obtain this inheritance, will it make me stronger?" "Absolutely." The old man patted his chest and said, "Our Wuji sect's cultivation technique may not be the strongest in the world, but it's still one of the best. All right, let's go all out." Zichen nodded. He could only go all out. Here, he seemed to be incomparably strong, but that was only limited to this space. Once he went out, he would have to face the pursuit of many people and run away like a coward. Whether it was the black armor on his body or the inheritance this time, Zichen was destined to not have a peaceful life. Attacking Li Hua and Kang he was completely because Zichen wanted to collect some interest in advance. He could imagine that once he went out, these 2 forces would not let him go. "Come on," Zichen said, full of pride. "Go forward. There's the extreme yin inheritance there. It depends on whether you can obtain it." The old man took 2 steps back. Zichen walked forward step by step. This was a huge empty space, but the old man said that there was an inheritance. "I hope you can succeed. After all these years, you're the only one who's been recognized by extreme yin. Although your talent isn't high, you have a perfect body. The success rate is very high." The old man was full of expectations. Buzz. Zichen took more than 10 steps forward. The space began to tremble, and a huge yin-yang image appeared above his head. When the yin-yang image appeared, one side represented extreme yin, and the other side represented extreme yang. It was like a circular millstone that slowly rotated. "This is the yin-yang image." Seeing the yin-yang image, the old man was dumbfounded. "Isn't it extreme yin? Why is there extreme yang?" Suddenly, the old man's eyes had a trace of shock. He also obtained extreme yang. Oh my God, he obtained extreme yin and extreme yang. What is he trying to do? Fusing yin and yang to become Wuji? Is extreme yin crazy? The old man's face changed drastically. When the yin-yang image appeared, it emitted a vast aura. This aura directly blocked the old man. Even if he wanted to make a move, he was powerless. Crazy, crazy. Obtaining the perfect inheritance of extreme yin and extreme yang is the same. Naturally, one's future is limitless. But to inherit both extreme yin and extreme yang at the same time, this is a sign of destruction. The old man's emotions were completely out of control. The seal on the 7th floor disappeared. He knew that someone had obtained the perfect extreme yin, and he guessed that it was Zichen. But he did not expect him to obtain extreme yang as well. Buzz. The yin-yang image rotated in the air, emitting a vast aura. It was like a millstone that was rotating. The 2 extreme energies intertwined and rotated continuously, reaching a certain balance. On the yin-yang image, 2 rays of light appeared and shot towards Zichen. One extreme yin, one extreme yang, entering the body at the same time. This is a sign that the body is about to explode. The old man covered his head with a pained expression. It was not easy to find a genius, but he did not expect that there would be a problem here. Fusing yin and yang to become Wuji. This was just an empty sentence. Back then, the old master was so strong, but he did not achieve the true fusion of yin and yang. He only achieved the fusion of yin and yang, allowing the two energies to reach a balance. With extreme yin and extreme yang, this inheritance will definitely succeed. This was the old master's wish. But in this world, who has the old master's talent? This little guy is finished. The old man sighed, his eyes full of disappointment. Boundless yin and yang energy fell on Zichen, making him feel warm. At the same time, two rays of golden light appeared from the yin-yang image and rushed towards Zichen's forehead, rushing towards his brain. Ah! Zichen screamed. The two rays of golden light rushed into his sea of consciousness, causing him to feel extreme pain. He could not help but fall down. The golden light continued to fall, rushing into Zichen's sea of consciousness. The pain was unbearable. Zichen fell to the ground and kept rolling. At the same time, the yin and yang energy in the yin-yang image also continuously entered his body, converging into his meridians. Ah! Zichen screamed in horror. At this moment, he felt as if many inexplicable things had entered his head, as if it was about to explode. It was extremely uncomfortable. The extreme yang and extreme yin energy that had entered his body also came into contact at this moment, erupting a terrifying aura. This aura gushed out from his body, making Zichen feel as if his body was about to explode. His meridians, flesh, and blood were the first to be unable to bear it. They cracked inch by inch, as if they were about to burst open, constantly emitting explosive sounds. Hum! With a slight tremble, a pure thunder aura surged out from Zichen's heart. This aura carried a strong aura of life, entering his body through his blood and into his meridians. The meridians that had just been torn were rapidly recovering under this life energy. Suddenly, a feeling of lightness appeared. But more of the yin and yang energy converged. Tear, repair. At this moment, Zichen was enduring unimaginable pain. At first, his heart was torn and his lungs were torn, and he wanted to commit suicide. The next second, he was incomparably comfortable, and his face was full of enjoyment. This was a way of pain and pleasure, but Zichen couldn't enjoy it because his mind was in more pain. This pain directly affected his soul, making it impossible for Zichen to faint. The yin-yang diagram was rotating, and the extreme yin and extreme yang energy continued to surge out, as well as rays of golden light. Zichen kept screaming and rolling on the ground. Ah! A shrill scream resounded throughout the entire space. At this time, Zichen had become extremely ferocious. His body was covered in blood, and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices and pores all over his body. Zichen had become a bloody man. He was undergoing inhumane torture. He's not dead yet. After waiting for a long time, the old man didn't hear the sound of his body exploding. He raised his head, and his vexed eyes emitted rays of light. Forget it, a dead horse is still alive. The old man made up his mind and shouted at Zichen, "Little guy, hold your yuani, calm your mind, and comprehend the extreme yin and extreme yang." "I can't comprehend it." Zichen screamed in pain, and wanted to commit suicide. "Try your best to comprehend it, or you will die miserably. The way extreme yin and extreme yang operate is different. Even if they operate at the same time, they can completely avoid each other. You have to learn how to operate the two types of energy first. Use your brain and recall the two types of energy." The old man shouted in the outside world. The piercing pain made it impossible for Zichen to calm down, but he could still barely comprehend the extreme yin and extreme yang inheritance in his mind. Zichen calmed himself down in the endless pain. Then, he sensed the existence of extreme yin and extreme yang. Just as the old man had said, extreme yin and extreme yang belonged to two different types of energy. The circulation of the cultivation method was completely different. What Zichen had to do now was to use his powerful mind power to separate these two types of energy. Multitasking, controlling the two types of energy. "Open!" Zichen shouted. Everything was driven by his mind, but mind was illusory, and Zichen couldn't grasp it. Buzz. Chapter 212. Zichen was in the midst of receiving the inheritance, but his face was contorted in pain. His body was covered in blood, and his expression was hideous. Embrace and guard the primordial one, feel the extreme yin and extreme yang. Concentrate and calm your qi. Use the perfect body to open up 2 meridians. The old man was trying everything he could and kept giving him pointers. Zichen was in great pain. When the 2 types of energy entered his body at the same time, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. If this kind of inheritance had existed in the everlasting sect 10,000 years ago, it would have attracted a lot of attention. All of the higher-ups would have appeared and done everything they could to lessen the pain this time. However, the Wuji sect had already disappeared. There was only one old man left, and he didn't know that Zichen had comprehended the perfect extreme yin and extreme yang. Extreme yin and extreme yang entering the body was a sign of implosion. Fortunately, with the help of the mysterious Thunder Yuan, Zichen was able to hold on. The pain in his body, mind, and soul had pushed Zichen to the brink of collapse. If he didn't have the lightning element, his body would have exploded long ago. However, with the lightning element, Zichen could only endure the pain. Extreme yin and extreme yang, the 2 extreme energies collided with each other, erupting with a destructive aura like bombs. Buzz. Suddenly, a fluctuation appeared in Zichen's spiritual sea. It was the 2 golden lights from before. They were like seeds, and under the stimulation of the endless golden light, they began to mutate. The golden light shone brightly, illuminating the endless sea of consciousness. These 2 golden lights were the perfect seeds of extreme yin and extreme yang. At this moment, after the mutation, the 2 golden lights were entangled with each other, like a rotating yin and yang diagram. However, as they rotated, the 2 golden lights slowly merged. This was a true fusion, as the 2 golden lights became one. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. Yin-yang tactics. Suddenly, 3 large golden words appeared in Zichen's knowledge sea. The golden light was resplendent and carried a supreme majesty. It was very extraordinary. Following that, after the yin-yang art, a set of complex cultivation techniques appeared. Yin-yang technique, yin and yin, yin and yang, yin and yang, yin and yang, yin and yang, yin and yang in harmony, the image of Taiji, yin and yang in harmony, the image of Wuji. After the cultivation technique, there was a set of mnemonics. This was the mnemonics for the compatibility of yin and yang. This is the yin-yang art. It allows yin and yang to fuse. It was as if Zichen had seen his savior. Enduring the pain, he sat down cross-legged and muttered an incantation. Under this incantation, the yin and yang energies that had entered his body began to slowly change. The yin and yang energies began to separate, and Zichen's pain began to weaken. At the same time, under the circulation of the cultivation method, the light that fell from the yin-yang diagram in the sky also split into 2. The one on the left was golden extreme yang, while the one on the right was golden extreme yin. The 2 extreme energies separated and occupied Zichen's left and right respectively. The yin and yang really separated. No, they didn't separate one after the other. They separated at the same time. This is the yin-yang art. Heavens, how can he know the yin-yang art? Seeing Zichen seemingly split in 2, the old man was shocked again. The yin-yang technique was the most powerful technique of the Wuji sect, but it was also an incomplete technique. Once it was cultivated, it would be very dangerous. However, it was also the most life-saving cultivation method in front of him. That's right. This little guy has obtained the approval of the extreme yin and the extreme yang. It must be the old master's arrangement that allowed him to obtain the yin-yang art. The combination of the perfect extreme yin and the perfect extreme yang will form yin and yang. It seems that the old master didn't leave behind the extreme yin art and the extreme yang art. Instead, he let the later generation directly cultivate the yin-yang art. The old man muttered to himself. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, had a solemn look on his face. Golden light shone from his body as the yin and yang separated and slowly entered his body. However, the space between his eyebrows and the corners of his eyes were constantly trembling, as if he was in great pain. Above his head, the yin-yang diagram bloomed, and the yin and yang separated. Zichen looked solemn and dignified. The golden light shone brightly as if he had entered a meditative state and was constantly absorbing the 2 energies. At the same time, the thunder yuan in Zichen's heart also released streams of life energy to repair his injured body. Time passed, and everything repeated. Zichen's frown gradually disappeared. The yin-yang diagram above his head also became extremely dim and slowly dissipated. Zichen was still sitting cross-legged and motionless, as if he was in a trance, forgetting himself. After inheriting the yin-yang art, there is only one path in this life, the path of death. He will spend his entire life on the path of death, searching for the only way to survive. The balance of yin and yang would bring about powerful combat strength. However, once yin and yang were out of balance, it would bring about destruction. I wonder how far this kid can go. The old man's eyes were filled with anticipation. The one who cultivated the yin-yang art the furthest was the old master. He became an existence that everyone looked up to, but he still didn't reach the peerless realm. As for the others, more than 99% of them had reached the end of the path of death. This kid can be considered to have inherited the yin-yang art. It's time for me to fulfill my promise. The old man sorted out his emotions and stood up, disappearing. He hasn't appeared yet. After waiting for a long time, Wang Shan scratched his head anxiously. That's impossible. Brother-in-law is a monster with unparalleled combat strength. He passed the previous 2 stages easily. Why is he taking so long? Wang Shan was very worried. Of course, he was worried about his own yin-yang art. Liu Bo's eyes were also filled with worry. Only Miao Kong looked calm. Among all the people present, he was probably the only one who believed that Zichen was still alive. It's been so long. He definitely can't come out. I've already said that the old man doesn't have good intentions. You guys better stop dreaming. Li Hua sneered, gloating. That's right. Zichen is probably dead. Su Mengyaro is probably dead too. That old man has bad intentions. Why are you guys still waiting here like idiots? Kang he mocked. Kid, it's immoral to speak ill of others behind their backs. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. The old man appeared out of thin air. Old man. Wang Shan was very excited. He blurted out, almost saying something disrespectful. Old man, how's Zichen? Has he passed the test? Miao Kong, who had been calm, stood up. That's right, old man. Is Zichen okay? Liu Bo asked. Don't worry. He has obtained the inheritance. However, he's still meditating. I'm here to fulfill my promise. Saying that, the old man glanced at Li Hua and Kang He. Haha, he passed. He actually passed. Brother-in-law, you're too damn talented. Wang Shan was very happy. He jumped up and accidentally cursed. He quickly shut his mouth and smiled at the old man. That's great. Liu Bo was also very excited. It was the first time in his life that he had gambled with his life. He did not expect to win a big gamble. He won an inheritance and gained a big harvest. Good. It's great that he passed. Miao Kong nodded. Go and obtain your inheritance. The old man smiled and waved his hand. The 3 of them disappeared into thin air. Then, the old man also disappeared. However, before he left, the old man glanced at Li Hua and Kang He with a sneer. You. Miao Kong and the others went to obtain the inheritance. Li Hua, Kang He, and some others who were lucky enough to make it here were envious. Damn it. They really got lucky. Li Hua was extremely unwilling to accept this, and he fiercely punched the ground. Chmph. So what if they obtained the inheritance? It depends on whether they can take it away alive. Kang He sneered. The fire of jealousy in his heart was burning. He no longer had a gentle and elegant appearance. Since the inheritance was lost, he was too lazy to pretend. What do you mean? Li Hua looked at Kang He. Stop pretending. Is there any meaning to it? Kang He glanced at Li Hua and said, in the past, when a training ground was discovered in the ruins, which one of them didn't hide it, fearing that others would find out about it. This time, the martial arts organization was willing to share it. Naturally, there is something strange. They know something and want to use us as a tool. We are not fools. I'm sure that the spirit origin realm experts of the major forces have already surrounded the trial ground. Even a fly can't fly out. It's fine if we obtain the inheritance. However, if it's some nameless person with no background, it's simply a dream to take it away. Kang, he sneered. His eyes were full of resentment. Li Hui did not say anything. In this trial, the major powers were supposed to be the main characters. They had obtained the forbidden artifact and brought along experts. However, Zi Chen had appeared out of nowhere and forcefully changed the course of events, changing the main characters, and singing a one-man show. Even so, the outcome could not be changed. Under the yin-yang diagram, yin and yang merged. In the end, the yin-yang diagram dissipated. Zi Chen's body was shining with golden light. Under the constant repair of the lightning yuan, the shattered meridians were all restored. At the same time, a new yin-yang meridian diagram was opened up by the yin-yang art. Many of the meridians were opened first. In the world, without the help of any elixirs, perhaps only Zi Chen could succeed. This time, there were dozens of new meridians opened. The yin and yang energy entered his body, but it did not enter abdomen. Instead, it hibernated in these meridians, constantly expanding and consolidating them. Today, Zi Chen narrowly escaped death. His strength did not break through, and his genuine qi did not turn into genuine yuan. Without the yin and yang energy, he could not control the yin-yang art. When the yin and yang energy completely disappeared, Zi Chen opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. I'm still alive. Zi Chen exhaled and completely relaxed. This time, his body nearly exploded. Although his strength did not increase, his perfect body was much stronger. When the yin and yang energy entered his body, it did not increase his cultivation level. Instead, it increased his physique. His perfect body became more perfect and powerful. With every move, Zi Chen could clearly feel the increase in his strength. "Hey, this is..." Suddenly, Zi Chen exclaimed. He felt his mind become abnormally agile. Furthermore, it moved with his mind. He felt something that resembled a tentacle appear in his sea of consciousness. Zi Chen was puzzled. He did not know what was going on, but he knew that this was not a bad thing. This was because his perception had become stronger and sharper. Heavens, this is consciousness. You actually have consciousness. The elder who had been waiting in the distance exclaimed. Consciousness was also one's will. When one broke through to the true element realm, the sea of consciousness would undergo a special change. This was also one of the reasons why the true element realm was an extremely special realm, possessing one's will. However, Zi Chen had actually developed consciousness at the carnate realm. This was unbelievable and unscientific. At that moment, the elder was somewhat confused. Chapter 213. Willpower. I actually have willpower. Zi Chen was in disbelief. Even with his eyes closed, he could still see everything around him. It was as if he was seeing it with his own eyes. This was much more sensitive than before. Elder, what's going on? Why do I have willpower? Zi Chen turned around and asked the elder. Willpower was exclusive to the true energy realm. Zi Chen naturally knew that. However, he was only at the Xiantian realm. How could he have willpower? This was unexplainable and illogical. Don't call me elder, just call me Amo. You have received the inheritance. According to the rules, you are my master. The elder spoke. As expected of an old man, his expression had returned to normal. Master, I am your master. Zi Chen was startled. That's right. Back then, the old master told me that anyone who received the complete extreme yin or extreme yang would be my master. The elder said, you not only received the extreme yin and extreme yang, but also the yin-yang art. From now on, Mo is your servant. From now on, I will call you Elder Mo. Mo is very awkward. Also, it is disrespectful to call an elder that way. Zi Chen saw that the elder did not seem to be joking. After a moment of hesitation, he said this. That won't do. The old master instructed me. All right, Elder Mo, you better tell me quickly. What's going on with my situation? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Zi Chen changed the topic. Mo did not insist. He looked at Zi Chen again and said, It is very unbelievable. I have never heard of someone who has willpower at the Xiantian realm. But don't worry, this is definitely a good thing. If I'm not wrong, the extreme yin and extreme yang seeds must have mutated. Then, by chance, they gave you willpower. To have willpower at the Xiantian realm, TSK, this is unprecedented. Mo praised. Elder Mo, what is the use of willpower? Zichen asked. Mental power is something that only true energy realm martial artists can possess. It is equivalent to perception and can predict danger in advance. However, because it has not materialized, mental power does not have real combat power. One of the more common uses of mental power is to transmit messages. Telepathy. That's right. Say what you want to say to the other party with your mind, just like this. Zichen didn't see the old man's mouth move, but he heard what he said. Wow, that's amazing. Zichen was very surprised. When one is in the true energy realm, one's mind is not stable and cannot attack. However, one can control some special objects, such as forbidden weapons and some spirit origin realm spirit weapons. They can all be controlled with one's mind and trigger the power of the weapon itself. It can kill the enemy and be invisible. Controlling a spirit weapon with my mind means that as long as I move my mind, the weapon will fly out and attack automatically. Zichen's eyes lit up. That's right. In theory, that's the case. However, it must be a spirit weapon and a forbidden artifact. The old man nodded. Will this ancient weapon work? Zichen asked curiously. With a flip of his hand, an ancient aura appeared as a silver spear appeared in his hand. In his sea of consciousness, his will appeared. It was like a tentacle reaching out to the ancient weapon, but it was unable to do anything to it. This ancient weapon won't work. This is a killing weapon. Although it cannot be controlled with one's mind, its quality is not inferior to a spirit weapon. It is a weapon used by ancient warriors in the past. Ancient warriors didn't use treasures or spiritual sense to control weapons. Every time they fought, they would use ancient weapons to fight in close combat. Zichen had read about it in ancient books. Then let's try the forbidden artifact. Zichen's eyes lit up. He put away the ancient weapon and took out the blood-colored spear. Wang. This time, with a move of his mind, the blood-colored spear trembled and slowly floated out. An even more terrifying aura emerged from the blood-colored spear, and a crazy killing intent swept through the area like a storm. This is the real forbidden artifact. It contains a terrifying power. Only by using one's mind can the energy within be completely activated. Zichen withdrew his mind, and the forbidden artifact slowly descended. He was very glad that Wu Xiong hadn't cultivated his will. Otherwise, with a single attack from the forbidden artifact, he wouldn't even have a corpse left. Moreover, after feeling the terrifying power of the forbidden artifact, Zichen realized how precious it was. Moreover, controlling the forbidden artifact with one's mind was very powerful. Zichen suspected that if he could unleash all the power of a forbidden artifact at once, he would be able to kill a Zephyr powerhouse. Zichen was still looking forward to it. You have obtained the yin-yang art. This is the strongest technique of the Wuji sect. It is very powerful. I dare not say that it is the strongest in the world, but it is one of the top techniques. However, there are pros and cons. The yin-yang art emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. Once there is an imbalance, your life will be in danger. Therefore, your future path will be more difficult. Zichen's expression changed. He was knocked back to reality from his longing. He had already felt that when extreme yin and extreme yang were together, they would not merge at all. Instead, there would only be an explosion and a destructive aura. You are only in the higher heaven realm now. You will know when you reach the true energy realm. Other than the difficulty of cultivating the yin-yang art, you will face the threat of death everywhere. This is also one of the difficulties of cultivating this technique. You have to be prepared. Zichen nodded. Was there a second path? Fortunately, he wasn't a depressed person. He was still optimistic. Currently, he was only in the higher heaven realm and couldn't use the yin-yang art. Zichen couldn't clearly feel the pros and cons of it. He could only take one step at a time. Moreover, when he was considering the imbalance of yin and yang, he also had to consider whether he could leave this place alive. I have already obtained the inheritance. Old Mo, how are my friends? Zichen asked. They are all receiving the inheritance. They should be done soon. Oh right, Old Mo, you are in charge of the inheritance here. Have you seen this person? She is very cute. She wears a green robe and when she smiles, she has 2 dimples. She is quite young. Zichen gestured Xuelin's appearance to Mo. Oh, you mean that little girl? She has an outstanding temperament like a green lotus. Her luck is ridiculously good. It is so good that it is against the heavens to obtain the inheritance of Qing Nu. Mo nodded and sighed. Qing Nu. Zichen frowned. He had never heard of this person before. That's right. She was the old master's close female friend. She was extremely powerful and left behind countless legends. When she was building this training ground, she suddenly became interested and left behind this inheritance. It's just that after so many years, no one has been so lucky. Mo smiled. Then there is no danger, right? Of course not. Qing Nu is very nice and kind. If you want to obtain her inheritance, it all depends on luck. There is no need to go through trials. That's good. Zichen was relieved. Don't worry. If she obtains Qing Nu's inheritance, her achievements will naturally be extraordinary in the future. Mo's words made Zichen completely relieved. After a long time, Mo said, Okay, your friends have all obtained the inheritance they deserve. Now we can leave. Leave us. Elder Mo, how are you leaving? Zichen asked. I have my ways. Elder Mo smiled mysteriously. Outside the training ground, the ground cracked and a huge crack that was hundreds of meters long appeared. The ancient trees exploded and it was a mess. In the deep pit, streams of energy emerged. A few months had passed, but the traces of the battle had not been erased. Instead, it had become even more intense. It was as if a great battle had just taken place. The forest was very quiet. There were no sounds of birds or beasts. There was also no trace of humans. There was only a Taikai passage that led to the training ground. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled and the trees swayed. A rumbling sound was heard as if doomsday had arrived. It caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Boom! It was as if tens of thousands of horses were galloping. Smoke and dust flew everywhere and the ground shook even more violently. Following that, beasts appeared one after another and rushed from the depths of the forest. Beast horde. Another beast horde. Countless beasts whizzed past and rushed towards the outside. They did not attack the Taikai passage. It was as if they did not see it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The beast horde passed and the world returned to silence. Boom! But soon, a violent aura emerged from the depths of the forest. The sky trembled as if a giant was stepping on the air. You despicable humans! A loud spiritual will reverberated in the surroundings, causing the sky to tremble. Ripples appeared as a colossal figure flew through the air. It was a tiger with black and white spots all over its body. It was more than 10 meters long and had 2 huge sharp teeth that were exposed like sharp blades. The tiger's tail was like a steel whip. When it waved in the air, it caused the space to tremble. Despicable humans, come out. He scanned the sky with his spiritual sense. The huge creature was approaching. It was the flying tiger. On its back, there were 2 huge wings that kept flapping. It was like adding wings to a tiger. The flying tiger roared and exuded an aura that was infinitely close to that of a big demon. However, no one responded. The place was still empty and there was no one. Still not coming out. With a roar, the flying tiger took a step forward, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The entire space began to distort, and a visible spatial ripple spread out in all directions with the flying tiger at the center. Swoosh! Swoosh! The ripple carried the flying tiger's aura and spread out. It affected the space. Everywhere it passed, figures that were hidden in the air appeared. Damn it, you're here again. You're never done. You've been here a few times in the past half a year. Damned brat, are you courting death? Figures appeared one after another. They stood in the air and were flustered. When they saw the flying tiger, Their eyes were filled with anger. Those who stood in the air were Zephyr realm experts. Every one of them was a prominent figure. But today, there were a few of them here. Cut the crap. Come and fight, you despicable humans who are hiding in the dark. The flying tiger roared and charged towards the group of Zephyr realm experts. Kill, we must kill this guy. Damn it. The group of Zephyr realm experts stepped forward and unleashed their terrifying combat techniques. The flying tiger's strength was terrifying. In the past half a year, it appeared frequently to harass them. One or two Zephyr realm experts were no match for it. They could only attack together. Chapter 214. Kill. Kill it. I'm going to chop it up and eat its meat. There were 7 or 8 of them in the air. They did not care about the face of the strong cultivators at all as they charged forward and unleashed devastating attacks. Boom. With a loud rumble, the sky suddenly darkened. A palm print emitting black light appeared. It was dozens of meters in size and fell like a mountain, covering the sky. This was the martial ancestors' destruction palm, an extremely powerful attack. At this moment, it was unleashed by the air. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than Wu Xiong and the others. Swoosh! A huge sharp blade appeared, close to 100 meters in size. It flowed with terrifying black light as if it came from the sky and slashed at the flying tiger. Go to hell! One of them shouted in the air, and a heavy hammer appeared in his hand. Light surrounded it, and the small hammer suddenly enlarged in the air. It was the size of 2 millstones, and it emitted a terrifying aura. Under the control of his spiritual sense, it whistled toward the flying tiger. At the same time, a series of terrifying attacks were launched at the flying tiger. The flying tiger often appeared and harassed them. The air warriors did not get tired of it and attacked together. Roar! The flying tiger roared and its voice rumbled like thunder. It flapped its wings and rushed at the palm print in the sky. Its body flashed with light as it collided with the palm print. Bang! The sky and earth trembled. The flying tiger's collision caused the palm print to collapse. However, it was unscathed. It was very fierce. Fart! The flying tiger flew in the air and extended a tiger claw. Then, a huge claw appeared and blocked the sharp blade. The next moment, the blade dissipated and the sky was filled with black light. At this moment, the heavy hammer whistled down. A look of disdain flashed in the flying tiger's eyes. It swung its claw again as if it was swatting a fly and hit the heavy hammer. Bang! The heavy hammer was knocked away and made cracking sounds. Cracks appeared and it was beaten back to its original shape and fell into the hands of the air warriors. Fart! 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 At the same time, the other attacks were easily neutralized by the flying tiger. I say, you despicable humans. Can't you show some of your true strength? The flying tiger was very displeased. It wanted to use its powerful battle prowess to break through and become a great demon in one fell swoop. However, the opponent it chose seemed to be very weak. The group of Zephyrs did not have the slightest bit of temper. Their strength was naturally incomparable to the flying tiger, who was a lesser demon. It was already good enough that they were able to keep their lives. Furthermore, half a year had already passed. Everyone already knew what the flying tiger was planning to do, so they would not foolishly agree to it. Little thing, since you want to become more powerful, this old man will fulfill your wish. At that moment, a cold voice sounded out as the sky darkened as a massive palm print that was hundreds of meters wide appeared. It gave off a boundless aura of destruction as it descended towards the flying tiger. How despicable. It's always like this. The flying tiger was very dissatisfied. It flapped its wings 9 times, and in the next moment, it turned into a ray of silver light and flew to the horizon, dodging the powerful attack. Swoosh! This palm print did not fall, but instead dissipated into thin air. It could be seen how powerful the owner of this palm print was. You have been hiding in the dark for several months. I think they should have come out by now. Be careful. An old but majestic voice sounded in the minds of the Zephyrs. Yes. The Zephyrs nodded. Their figures flashed, and with the help of a special treasure, they went into hiding again. The appearance of the flying tiger was just an interlude. When it had nothing to do, it would come and pester them endlessly. The main purpose of everyone was the trial ground, the innate geniuses, and the inheritances there. 1 day, 2 days. Time passed. Everyone was a powerhouse, and the one thing they did not lack the least was patience. The appearance of the beast tide was accompanied by the appearance of the flying tiger. It pestered them endlessly, not wanting to let go of these zephyrs. Whenever it had time, it would come to spar with them. In the end, it would escape in a sorry state. As for that powerhouse, he seemed to be unable to do anything to the flying tiger and allowed it to leave. Rumble. Until half a month later, the Taikai passage that had been quiet for a while suddenly trembled. Then, the Taikai diagram rotated again, emitting rays of light as if a suction force had appeared out of thin air. Be careful and be on guard, the old voice warned again. The group of zephyrs who were hiding in the void were very careful, and all of them were filled with anticipation. The passage opened, and light flashed. Swoosh. A confused figure appeared and was directly sucked out by the Taikai diagram. Clearly, he did not understand what had happened. What's going on? Why am I here? The cultivator was shocked. He should have been at the periphery of the trial ground, looking for spiritual herbs. Could it be that the trial ground is closed? He turned around and saw the Taikai diagram behind him. His expression changed suddenly. At this moment, another figure appeared beside him. These people were also confused. The trial ground was closed very suddenly. They did not react at all, and were not prepared at all. Some people were unwilling to accept it and walked forward. However, they found that the Taikai diagram now only allowed people to leave and not enter. Everyone could only leave. I wonder who got the inheritance. Those big factions are too scary. They all brought forbidden weapons and wanted to clear out all the independent cultivators. I wonder how many people will survive this time. These people were all people at the periphery and did not enter the depths. They only heard one-sided words from the cultivators who were lucky enough to escape the encirclement. They left with regret and were very unwilling to accept it, cursing and swearing. However, they did not expect that it was because of this expression and the conversation that saved their lives. Zephyr, who was hiding in the dark, was still on guard and did not make a move. Figures appeared from the Taikai passage one after another. They were obviously very disappointed and left while cursing. What the F***ck is this? It's clearly a trial ground. Everyone will get the inheritance based on their own ability, but you guys want to clear out the place. Xiantian cultivators formed groups and left one after another. They're all independent cultivators. It's normal that they can't get the inheritance. Zephyr sneered. These people's reactions were expected. Moreover, those big factions did not appear until now. They were very calm. When they entered, there were thousands of people, but at this moment, the number of people who came out was much smaller. Only a few hundred people walked out. Swoosh. The Taikai diagram flashed and another person walked out. This was a young man with small eyes. His appearance were very ordinary. At this moment, he looked around as soon as he appeared. It's Miao Kong. He's out, but why is he still alive? In the air, two people had a strange look in their eyes. It's Miao Kong. What is he looking at? Is he looking for something? Another Zephyr secretly transmitted his voice. He should be looking for subordinates. When the big factions saw an acquaintance, they were more or less moved. However, at this moment, the void began to tremble. Some cultivators were approaching. Damn it, it's the people of the other big families. What are they doing? Are they going to attack Miao Kong? How dare they? Zephyr was very dissatisfied. Everyone was on guard. At this moment, another young man appeared. This guy was not bad looking, but no one knew him. The other party appeared, nodded to Miao Kong, and then left. There was nothing special about him. The group of Zephyr hesitated, not knowing whether to stop the other party. Such a lone ranger should be an independent cultivator. He can't get the inheritance at all. Let's wait for Wu Xiong to appear first. One of them said. Several people nodded and did not make a move. At that moment, another person appeared. It was a woman. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her face was extremely beautiful. As soon as she appeared, She involuntarily attracted the gazes of the people in the air. What a beauty! She's definitely a top-grade beauty, the group of Zephyr commented. When the woman appeared, she did not look at Miao Kong. Instead, she walked to the other side. Obviously, she was going to leave. At this moment, an ordinary-looking man appeared. He glanced at Miao Kong and then left alone. What's going on? After everyone came out, they did not say anything and left directly. This gave the group of Zephyr a strange feeling. The person who came out first was still cursing with a face full of dissatisfaction. However, the people who came out one after another did not say anything. Although there was nothing suspicious about their expressions, Zephyr felt that something was wrong. The figure appeared again. An old man and a burly man walked out. The two glanced at the void and did not say anything. Instead, they walked forward. Rumble. At this moment, the Taiji diagram actually trembled as though it was about to close, letting out a rumbling sound. What's going on? Is this thing closing? There are still so many people who have not come out. Why is it closing? Zephyr did not understand and was very puzzled. Just as the Taiji diagram was about to close, two figures rushed out from it. They looked very miserable. One of them was Li Hua, and the other was Wu Xiong. Catch him. His Zi Chen. He has obtained the inheritance. Li Hua pointed at the young man who was about to pass by Su Mengyaro and shouted. His rolling voice spread for several miles. And him. He also obtained the inheritance. Kang He pointed at Liu Bo who was about to leave and shouted. More figures appeared again. Wang Shan came out, and so did the others. After that, the Taiji diagram behind them disappeared. At this moment, the trial ground closed. Nearly 10,000 people came, but less than 1,000 returned. The casualty rate was terrifying. Take care. The ordinary-looking young man was Zi Chen. After whispering to Su Mengyaro, he took to his heels and ran. At the same time, as he flew past a girl in green, he stealthily winked at her. Take care. A thought was transmitted. The woman in green looked at the young man running away, tears streaming down her face. She was Lin Shui. Zi Chen found her in the trial ground and told her to leave quietly and not expose her identity. Because no one knew that she had obtained the inheritance. Rumble. Hearing the word inheritance, the people of the martial ancestor went crazy. The Zephyrs who were hiding in the dark all rushed towards Zi Chen. Swoosh. 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 At the same time, more figures rushed over from afar. There were more than a dozen Zephyrs. These were the Zephyrs of the three major forces. At this moment, they attacked together. And Wang Shan, he also obtained the inheritance. Li Hua and Kang He were like mad dogs. They went crazy and pointed at the people who had obtained the inheritance. Su Mengyaro, she also obtained the inheritance. And Miao Kong, let's catch him. Chapter 215. Come with me. The two men appeared in the sky and rushed toward Wang Shan. Two giant hands made of energy fell toward Wang Shan. No. Wang Shan cried out in alarm. His footwork kept flashing as he tried to dodge the attack at an extremely fast speed. However, the giant hand in the air was extremely fast and powerful. Just as he was about to escape, the giant hand descended first, wanting to grab him tightly in its hand. Buzz. The jade pendant around Wang Shan emitted a last ray of light and then exploded. A protective light shield appeared around Wang Shan, blocking the attack for him. Wang Shan successfully escaped. Help! Help me! Wang Shan cried for help. He knew that the overlords of Yunxia City had also come this time. Quick, come and save me! Wang Shan shouted for help and ran even faster. Interesting. You sneered. The giant hands made of energy appeared again and grabbed toward Wang Shan who was running away. Who dares to attack my son? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, causing the sky to tremble. A tall man appeared in the sky, and his powerful aura swept the space around him. Wang Zhenwei, the overlord of Yunxia City, ranked third in terms of combat power. Wang Shan's father had come in person. Whoever dares to touch my son, I, Wang Zhenwei, will kill him. His voice was heard before he arrived, and a murderous intent filled the air. Wang Zhenwei. It's him. The two men's faces changed. Wang Zhenwei was ranked third in terms of combat power in Yunxia City. His strength was unfathomable, and it was said that he was about to reach the peak of Spirit Origin Realm. The two early-stage Spirit Origin Realm cultivators were no match for him. They looked at each other and saw a trace of coldness in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, the two attacked Wang Shan fiercely. Their original intention was very clear. Since they couldn't get the inheritance, they would destroy it. This was also a strategy that they had discussed in advance. They would protect the inheritances of several parties and destroy the inheritances of others. Wang Zhenwei's arrival made them change from capturing to killing. In the sky, the gigantic palm changed again, and its aura became terrifying and sharp. This was a powerful attack from the sky. Not to mention killing a puny Xiantian warrior, even a true energy warrior would die without a doubt if he came into contact with this attack. "Father, save me." Wang Shan's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear as he screamed for help. "All of you are courting death," Wang Zhenwei roared, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Even from far away, he unleashed a fierce attack. Swoosh! The sky trembled as a resplendent sword light appeared, dyeing the world red. It was bright red, and it was hundreds of meters long as it slashed forward. The speed of the sword light was very fast. It arrived in front of the two palm imprints. As the sword light streaked across, the two palm imprints with destructive auras dissipated. "You two, get the hell out of my way." Wang Zhenwei roared and displayed the bearing of an expert. He formed seals with his hands and the dome of heaven suddenly trembled as a several hundred-meter large imprint descended. It was like a majestic mountain, and its aura was steady and vigorous. As the seal fell, the two of them tried to block it. Boom! A loud explosion sounded out as the seal exploded in the air, releasing a boundless energy aura. The two of them were directly smashed to the ground by the seal. "You dare to touch my son? You're courting death." After attacking twice in a row, Wang Zhenwei finally arrived in front of Wang Shan. He glanced at the two of them in disdain and turned to look at Wang Shan with a loving expression. "Father, I got the inheritance. You must protect me and leave." Wang Shan was scared to death just now, but now he was showing off when he saw Wang Zhenwei. "Good, good, good." Wang Zhenwei nodded, very satisfied. On Wang Shan's side, it was just a battle. There were only two of them in the air, but there were three on Zichen's side. The Kang family, the Li family, and the martial ancestor all had one of them appear in the air and rushed towards Zichen. The sound of air braking was constantly heard. They were very fast in the air. "Come back. Little guy, are you trying to take the inheritance and leave? Leave the inheritance before you leave." The three of them stepped forward and struck out palm imprints one after another, grabbing towards Zichen. Swoosh! 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 Zichen stepped on the 9 flashes of thunder and lightning and turned into a beam of golden light. He kept dodging, but when the 3 palm imprints landed, they brought with them a terrifying pressure that sealed this area. He had no way to retreat, no way to escape. A huge pressure appeared out of thin air. Zichen felt like he was bearing a mountain as his movements slowed down. Ha! With a loud shout, golden lifeblood surged out from his body, dyeing the world. Under the perfect body, Zichen felt the pressure lessen significantly. However, with the huge difference in strength and the three of them attacking, even though Zichen could move freely, he couldn't escape this world. But as the palm imprints approached, Zichen felt the pressure increase. Even with his perfect body, he couldn't withstand the attacks of the three of them. He couldn't help but vomit blood. "Ha ha, kid, come over obediently." The three of them sneered and attacked at the same time. They belonged to 3 different factions and all of them had the idea that if they couldn't obtain it, they couldn't either. Once the palm imprints landed, Zichen would definitely be destroyed. "Master, I'm here." At that moment, an old voice sounded. Following that, a palm-sized Taiji symbol appeared. It transformed into a beam of light and charged at Zichen. This was a token to open the Taiji passageway. It was very extraordinary. At that moment, it was like lightning and wasn't afraid of the attacks from the air. Peng! The taiji symbol flew over at a very fast speed and broke through the seal of the 3 palm imprints. Zichen was overjoyed. He seized the opportunity and flew out with the taiji symbol. This was what Amo meant by leaving. He was trapped in the taiji symbol and told Zichen that the taiji symbol was very extraordinary. It was comparable to a treasure. Swoosh. Zichen was very fast. After rushing out of the seal, he rushed into the distance. Kid, it's not that easy to leave. Stop right there. Flying through the air, their speed was much faster than Zichen's, and they surrounded him once again. Then, they attacked. The palm imprints blotted out the sky and were extremely powerful. At that moment, they weren't trying to capture Zichen, but to kill him. The huge pressure made Zichen cough up blood. This time, he used all his strength and attacked fiercely. Amo couldn't do anything about it. Haha, despicable humans, I'm here again. At that moment, a powerful spiritual sense swept over. The sky trembled and a huge monster flew over from afar. It turned into a silver light and was very fast. Boom! The palm imprints that sealed the sky and earth were destroyed by the huge monster. It was very fierce. A violent aura spread out. The huge monster appeared on the spot. It was the flying tiger. Despicable humans, show me your strongest strength. The flying tiger roared. The aura around him became extremely violent. It was provoking the 3 of them. The appearance of the flying tiger surprised Zichen, especially the fact that it could communicate through spiritual sense. This made him feel very surprised. However, it was obviously not the time to be curious. He took this opportunity to turn and run. Don't let him run. He's Zichen, and he has the most important inheritance of the Wuji sect. Li Hua shouted when he saw that Zichen was about to run. His Zichen, the Zichen that the martial ancestor is looking for. He has the most important treasure and the inheritance of the Wuji sect. Kang He didn't want to be outdone. He signaled the experts of his family to come forward. What? His Zichen? The Zichen that the martial ancestor is looking for. It said that the 3 forces suffered a great loss. It's him. Didn't they say that he died in the silent jungle? How is he still alive? In the distance, a group of Xiantian experts who hadn't left yet exclaimed in disbelief. However, compared to the Wuji sect, Zichen was an unfamiliar name. Only the martial ancestor knew more about him. However, the name didn't stop them from longing for the most important treasure and inheritance, especially the most important inheritance of the Wuji sect. This was even more attractive and destructive. If they couldn't get the most important inheritance, they would have to destroy it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The void trembled, and experts appeared one after another. There were a lot of Wuji sect experts here. After the flying tiger stopped 3 experts, another 3 appeared and blocked Zichen's path. Kid, stop. Hand over the inheritance and I'll spare your life. The 3 experts blocked Zichen's path. Zichen's expression changed drastically, and he kept retreating. Zichen, his Zichen. Wang Zhenwei's eyes flashed coldly. This kid surprised him a lot. He used to admire him, but after he almost killed Wang Shan last time, Wang Zhenwei was disgusted with him. Hearing that Zichen had obtained the most powerful inheritance, Wang Zhenwei was tempted, but he couldn't do it. Dad, save Liu Bo first. Wang Shan didn't linger on Zichen. Seeing that Liu Bo was in danger, he said. Boom. Liu Bo's forbidden weapon was left with one last attack. He didn't hesitate to use it. A blinding light illuminated the world, blocking the attacks of the Wuji sect experts and buying him a chance to survive. After that, Wang Zhenwei made his move, unleashing an attack that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With the 3 Wuji sect experts in front, Zichen kept retreating and rushed towards the flying tiger. Go quickly. This flying tiger doesn't have any bad intentions. Amo hid in the taiji diagram and said telepathically. Swoosh. Zichen turned into a beam of light and flew towards the flying tiger. Haha, this is great. It's not fun to fight with just 3 people. Come at me together. The flying tiger laughed. Thousands of rays of light bloomed from its body and enveloped the 3 Wuji sect experts, dragging them into the battlefield. Thank you. The flying tiger blocked 3 more attacks for Zichen. Zichen was very grateful and sent out a message of gratitude. Telepathy. The flying tiger shook and glanced at Zichen with its bell-sized eyes. Then, it fought the 6 Wuji sect experts alone. Catch him. Don't let him escape. Don't let him take the inheritance. Li Hua and Kang He were anxious, but they didn't dare to go forward. The Wuji sect experts' attacks were terrifying. Once they were caught, they would definitely die. Boom. The void shook. The Wuji sect experts who were hiding in the dark appeared again. This time, in addition to the 3 forces, the Wuji sect experts from Yunxia City also attacked. The experts from Yunxia City came. Naturally, Wang Zhenwei wasn't the only one. This time, there were 4 Wuji sect experts rushing towards Zichen. Boom. Chapter 216. Puff. Zichen was only affected by the energy ripples, and he began coughing up large mouthfuls of blood, his internal organs shaking. Boom. A fist radiance exploded beside Zichen, and the terrifying energy wave sent Zichen flying. Boom. A gigantic palm imprint descended, filled with boundless killing intent. This time, Yuzong wasn't here to simply snatch, he was here to kill. At this moment, they had no qualms about killing. Swoosh. Zichen dodged again and again, walking on the edge of death. The huge difference in strength made Zichen feel a deep sense of helplessness. Yu Kong was an elite of the spirit origin stage. Such an existence was superior and would not even bother to attack an ordinary innate stage cultivator. Only Zichen had been chased by Yu Kong since the beginning of his cultivation journey. He was in a very sorry state. Boom. Zichen coughed out blood. He was already injured. If it was not for the continuous influx of energy from his heart, he would have died long ago. This is too scary. This Zichen actually blocked the pursuit of 4 Imperial Sky Warriors. Although he was just running away, he did not die immediately. It's already very unusual. He's indeed a monster. He even has a slim chance of survival against the Imperial Sky Warriors. But it's a pity that there are too many of them. He's definitely going to die. The inborn realm experts in the distance were shocked. They had a deeper understanding of this monster's strength. Li Hua and Kang He continued to clamor, attracting disdainful gazes. The 2 of them were from big forces. They had brought along a forbidden weapon and experts. But in the end, they did not get anything. Yet, they were still clamoring. Boom. Zichen was walking on the edge of death. He could be swallowed by the boundless energy at any time. He coughed out blood and was severely injured. There are so many of you, but you're bullying a little guy. Don't you have the dignity of an expert? Seeing that Zichen was about to die, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Then, Zichen's vision blurred. He saw a muscular and burly man standing in front of him. He was tall and strong, like a giant of the world. When he stood there, it was as if he was standing between heaven and earth. It's you. Seeing the burly man in front of him, Zichen was greatly shocked and let out a cry of surprise. He had never imagined that the burly man who had betrayed his friends at the sight of profit would be the tall and straight, stalwart figure in front of him, exuding a terrifying aura. Haha, little guy, hurry up and leave. We'll meet again if fate wills it. The big man didn't even turn his head as he laughed heartily. Then, he clenched his fists as if he was holding onto a space. The energy of heaven and earth was rioting, and a surging aura was surging. Boom. Facing several people who were flying in the air, the burly man actually took the initiative to launch an attack. He flew up against the sky and surged with energy. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as the burly man's attack was ferocious and terrifying. The energy was like a monstrous wave, crazily surging and instantly enveloping the 4 Zephyrs. Damn it, where did this Zephyr flight come from? It's so scary. What a powerful energy fluctuation. The faces of the 4 Yukongs changed. This was a powerful existence. He looked rough, but his magic power was monstrous. Moreover, his combat power was not any weaker than Wang Zhenwei's. This was an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. Thank you, Senior. Seeing that the burly man was so powerful, Zichen transmitted his voice to express his gratitude. Then, he turned around and left without hesitation. Zichen galloped all the way. His speed was very fast. Hurry up and catch him. He has a great treasure and an inheritance on him. That's the strongest inheritance of a great sect from 10,000 years ago. Once you get it, you can recreate the glory of the great sect from 10,000 years ago. Kang He and Li Hue were constantly clamoring. The two of them didn't want Zichen to escape successfully. Even if they couldn't get the inheritance, they could still kill him on the spot. The group of Zephyrs abandoned the flying tiger and chased after Zichen. Despicable human, stay here. The flying tiger's wings trembled, and its body turned into a silver light. In a breath's time, it was in front of them. Roar. The roar shook the forest. The flying tiger went completely crazy. The aura around its body became even more violent. A ruthless killing intent spread through the forest, and a terrifying pressure descended on the ground. Boom. An ancient tree couldn't withstand the aura and instantly exploded, turning into wood chips. Boundless pressure swept across the area. The flying tiger went crazy, causing the 6 Zephyrs to be extremely wary. They all felt the danger of death and had to treat it seriously. The flying tiger restrained the 6 Zephyrs. Help me break through to the Grand Demon Realm. The flying tiger went crazy. Its aura rolled and tornadoes appeared, carrying a terrifying killing intent as it rushed towards the 6 Zephyrs. Boom. The burly man stood in the air, waving his fists like heavy hammers. He attacked fiercely, causing the earth to shake. He blocked the other people for Zichen. There were many Zephyrs among the 3 forces, but they were all restrained at the moment and couldn't do anything. Oh my god, who is this Zichen? He can even get the flying tiger to help him. That flying tiger is so scary. It's fighting the 6 Zephyrs and still has the upper hand. If it attacks, the 6 Zephyrs will be slaughtered quickly. All the Carnate experts who were lucky enough to watch the battle were extremely shocked. And that burly man, isn't he in the Carnate realm? How did he suddenly become a Zephyr? This is unbelievable. Could it be that the Zephyrs can enter the trial ground? A fierce battle broke out in the forest. Terrifying energy spread in all directions. They were only in the Carnate realm, so they didn't dare to run away. They might be crushed by the energy. They could only gather together and watch from afar. Lin Shui hid in the crowd, tears streaming down her face. She was heartbroken when she saw Zichen coughing up blood, but she couldn't stop him. Miao Kong protected Su Mengyao. The martial ancestor's Zephyr was fighting with the other force's Zephyrs. Look, Zichen is running away. Someone exclaimed. Zichen ran all the way until he reached the end of the line of sight. He was about to disappear into the forest. The ancient trees in the forest were tall and there were all kinds of restrictions. It was very dangerous. Although the crowd didn't think that Zichen could escape smoothly, it was obviously more difficult to chase after him in the forest. Hurry up, don't pay attention to that burly man. Don't pay attention to that beast. It's more important to catch Zichen first. Li Hue and Kang He didn't get the inheritance, so they were upset. They didn't want Zichen to have an easy time, so they kept urging the experts of their families to attack. But unfortunately, although there were many Zephyrs here, their combat power was not strong. They couldn't be compared to Wang Zhenwei, the burly man, and the flying tiger who was about to break through to the Grand Demon Realm. At this moment, no one could stop Zichen. Swoosh. Zichen reached the edge of the forest and could escape in the next moment. Little guy, leave the inheritance and treasures before you go. At this moment, an old voice sounded. This voice was like a heavy hammer pounding on Zichen's heart, causing Zichen's injured body to be injured again. Puff. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, and his face became extremely shocked. This voice was unfamiliar to Zichen, so he naturally wasn't familiar with it. However, the vibrations in the voice, as well as the feeling, were very familiar to Zichen. It was the deafening roar that was let out when he was in Tsungli City, when the Li family lost the supreme secret codex and sealed the city gate. With one roar, more than half of the people in the city were knocked unconscious. With 2 roars, Many cultivators were knocked unconscious. With the third roar, even evil good monk vomited blood. At this moment, the old voice that Chen heard gave him the same feeling. It was an existence at the level of a sect master, who was even stronger than Zephyr. As soon as the old voice sounded, an indescribable pressure appeared, like a mountain that fell on his shoulder, making Chen unable to move. At the same time, Chen felt as if he had been immobilized. He was still maintaining his speed and would enter the forest in the blink of an eye. Everyone thought that Chen would be able to escape, but now, Chen was motionless. What's going on? Why aren't you moving? Run a few more meters and you'll enter the forest. The Carnate experts were confused, not knowing why Chen stopped running. Swoosh. At this moment, the space in front of them surged and an old man appeared. His hair was white, his face was full of wrinkles, and his teeth were almost falling out. He looked like an old man in his twilight years, but he stood in the air in front of Chen. "Kid, leave the treasure and inheritance," the old man said indifferently, but his voice almost shattered Chen's soul. This was an invincible existence. If he spoke a little louder, he would be killed. Chen was shocked and his eyes were filled with despair. It was fine if Zephyr was sent, but even such an existence was sent to deal with a small Carnate expert. This was even worse than using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It's a sect master. He's even stronger than Zephyr and is comparable to a sect master. He's definitely the hidden elder of the martial ancestor. This is terrifying. Such an existence actually made a move. The Carnate experts in the distance were also shocked. Su Mengyaro and Lin Shui were in despair. Only Miao Kong sighed. This was one of the patriarchs of the martial ancestor, and his strength was unfathomable. "Senior, don't you think you've gone too far by attacking me?" Chen knew he was going to die, so he spoke up. "Oh, not bad. You can still speak under my pressure." A hint of surprise appeared in the old man's eyes. "You're a hidden expert and your combat strength is comparable to a sect master. You're a high and mighty figure. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world for attacking a small Carnate expert like me?" Chen questioned. "Haha, little guy, don't waste your breath. If you stay, you will be able to leave behind the Wuji sect's greatest legacy and create a great sect. So what if people laugh at you?" The elder laughed, not minding at all. "That's right. Shameless existences like you martial ancestor sects, why would you be afraid of being ridiculed by the world? You have long become a laughingstock." A hearty laughter rang out. The voice resounded in all directions and entered everyone's ears. Buzz. When the sound was heard, Chen felt the pressure on his body dissipate, and he could move again. "Which bastard is hiding in the shadows? Come out now." The eyes of the white-robed old man from the martial sect flashed as he scanned his surroundings. Hiding the head and showing the tail. "Little guy, you think too highly of yourself." Chapter 217. To be able to make a hermit elder wary, he was naturally an existence of the same level. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that there would be such an expert here. In the distance, an old figure appeared. He walked in the air step by step, his daoist robe fluttering in the wind. He had a sage-like demeanor. "It's him. It's that old man." Seeing the old man, all the Carnate experts' expressions changed. They all knew this sage-like old man. He was the one who had followed the burly man before. And because of his age, he wasn't treated well in the trial ground. A few major forces had almost killed the two of them and used them as a sacrifice. In the end, they were saved by Chen. How is that possible? He's actually a hermit elder. This old man's combat power is comparable to the sect leader. But how did he enter the trial ground? Li Hua and Kang Cheung's eyes widened in disbelief. It was already terrifying that the burly man's combat power was comparable to Wang Zhenwei. They never thought that the old man would be comparable to the sect leader. He was an even more terrifying master. Chen was also shocked. The old man's appearance was clearly very impressive and unexpected. His personality had changed drastically. He was no longer as unrighteous as he was in the trial ground. "Kid, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've become even more useless. You won't even let a puny Carnate go." The old man walked over with a faint smile on his face. It was just that his words made everyone faint. Clearly, he was not referring to Zi Chen as little baby. It was the hermit elder who had called this guy who looked older than him a little baby. What did he think he was? Was he just trying to piss them off, or was he an old monster? It's you, wandering cultivator Piao Miao. Seeing wandering cultivator Piao Miao appear, the hermit elder's expression changed drastically. Wandering cultivator Piao Miao. This name made all the carnate experts confused. But to everyone in the air, this was a taboo existence. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. The Drifting Mist cultivator was a member of the Drifting Mist sect. It was an extremely mysterious sect, and not many people knew about it in the southern region. Only the 7 great cities' 3 great sects knew about it. The Floating Mist sect was not in the 7 big cities or the 3 big sects. Although it sounded like an unremarkable sect, only the people in the 7 big cities and the 3 big sects knew that this was a mysterious sect that had existed for more than 10,000 years. If the Boundless sect had any secrets, then the Floating Mist sect should know some of them. This sect was very mysterious. Very few of its disciples came out, but once they did, they would definitely stir up a storm of blood. 100 years ago, a genius disciple of the Floating Mist sect was born. For some unknown reason, he had a conflict with the genius of the martial ancestor. After a fierce battle, the genius of the Floating Mist sect killed the genius of the martial ancestor. However, the senior of the martial ancestor was enraged and killed the genius of the Floating Mist sect. Unexpectedly, this genius was so strong that even Zephyr couldn't kill him. Thus, a reclusive elder was dispatched. At that time, the reclusive elder was the one in front of them. A reclusive elder killing a genius caused a great commotion 100 years ago, and the 7 great cities' 3 great sects all paid attention to this matter. Within the 7 great cities' 3 great sects, there was an unwritten rule that the matters of the younger generation could be settled by the younger generation, and the seniors could not interfere. However, at that time, the genius of the Floating Mist sect did not reveal his identity. Wu Rushan broke the rule and forcefully attacked. He wanted to show the domineering might of the martial ancestor and kill this genius. However, because of the appearance of the Drifting Mist cultivator, the battle completely changed. It was said that when this genius was about to be killed, Wanderer Piao Miao arrived and fought with Wu Rushan. At that time, everyone knew that this monster was not a rogue cultivator who had a fortuitous encounter, but a disciple of the Piao Miao sect. The battle that day did not last very long. In the end, Wu Rushan was defeated and escaped back to the martial ancestor with heavy injuries. The Drifting Mist cultivator chased him all the way to the martial ancestor. Then, he defended the martial ancestor's mountain gate. He blocked the martial ancestor's mountain gate for a month. During this time, the Drifting Mist cultivator stared at the martial ancestor's defensive formation, as if he wanted to attack the formation. At that time, several reclusive elders of the martial ancestor had appeared, but they were all defeated by the Drifting Mist cultivator. At that time, the Drifting Mist cultivator, whose name was unknown, became famous in one battle and became a taboo existence. A month later, the Drifting Mist cultivator left. If this happens again, I'll definitely use the power of the sect to attack the mountain gate. Before leaving, the Drifting Mist cultivator left behind an arrogant and domineering statement. At that time, this was a legend. The 7 great cities' 3 great sects had stood tall for 10,000 years and were already a colossus. Who would dare to say such bold words? Only the Drifting Mist cultivator. At that time, Wu Rushan, who was seriously injured, had to recuperate for nearly 100 years before his injuries recovered. But he never expected that as soon as he left the mountain, he would meet his nemesis again. Wu Rushan, do you have any future prospects? As a reclusive elder, you've repeatedly caused trouble for the younger generation. Is this the style of the martial ancestor? You actually do such despicable things. The Drifting Mist cultivator slowly walked over, his expression indifferent. But only this kind of expert could criticize the martial ancestor. Drifting Mist cultivator, this is our martial ancestor's matter. What right do you have to interfere? Wu Rushan's expression was gloomy. 100 years ago, The drifting mist cultivator had become a taboo, and he himself had become a laughingstock. Even the martial ancestor's reputation had been greatly reduced. If the road is uneven, there will naturally be people stepping on it. You're a reclusive elder, yet you're attacking a puny Xiantian. Don't you feel ashamed? The drifting mist cultivator sneered. What shame? He took something from our martial ancestor. As long as he hands it over, I can spare his life. Wu Rushan's expression was gloomy. T. At this time, Zichen let out a roar and said angrily, "Your martial ancestor has gone too far. He destroyed the entire Nimbus martial ancestor sect. I've never been to the martial ancestor, nor have I had anything to do with you. When did I take anything from you?" With the support of the old man, Zichen vented the suppressed anger in his heart. "When I was in the true Qi realm, you sent people to kill me. You said that I took something from you. Why don't you say that you want to steal from me?" Zichen pointed at Wu Rushan and said, "You old thing, you obviously want to steal from me, but you say that you're on the right side. Are you also shameless? You." Being scolded by a puny Xiantian, Wu Rushan was furious. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Wang. A strong spiritual sense came out of his body and rushed towards Zichen. "Ha ha, good scolding, good scolding." Wandering cultivator Piao Miao laughed heartily. A strand of spiritual sense also flew out from his sea of consciousness and blocked Zichen's path. The two spiritual senses came into contact, but there was no explosion. Instead, they silently dissipated. "Misty cultivator, what do you mean by this? You heard it too. This junior insulted me. Shouldn't he be killed?" Wu Rushan stared at Misty cultivator. His eyes were cold, like a bloodthirsty wolf. "Insulting? I don't think so. He's just speaking the truth. You're a sanctimonious person. You clearly want to steal someone else's things, yet you say you're taking something that belongs to you. Such shameless boasting, inverting right and wrong, unable to differentiate between good and bad. It's not wrong to call you shameless." Wanderer Piao Miao smiled faintly. "Little Zichen, I'll protect you today." Misty cultivator smiled. "Thank you, senior." Zichen was very grateful. "Misty cultivator, you're going against our martial ancestor for an insignificant person. Do you really think that our martial ancestor is afraid of your Misty sect?" Wu Rushan asked coldly. "He saved my life in the trial grounds. He's my savior. How can he be an insignificant person? As for whether or not your martial ancestor is afraid of our Misty sect, I don't know. But I do know that if you attack today, I'll beat you into a pig's head." Misty cultivator's indifferent words made everyone's hearts tremble. Beating a reclusive elder into a pig's head was something only a true expert could say. With the appearance of two master-level existences, no one dared to speak. Even those in the air stopped fighting. They stood in the air, quietly watching this scene. No one dared to move, and no one dared to approach Zichen. "Misty cultivator, you've gone too far." Wu Rushan was furious. His hair stood on end as if he had gone crazy. A terrifying aura filled the sky. The master-level existence went crazy, stirring up clouds in all directions. Everyone in the air quickly retreated, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. "Cut the crap. Let me see if your strength has improved or regressed in the past 100 years." Misty cultivator smiled indifferently. He was very calm. Boom. The sky darkened. Wu Rushan attacked. A palm filled with a destructive aura fell towards Misty cultivator's head. Shattering palm. Shattering palm is a killing technique. Its power is unparalleled. Unfortunately, it was obtained by your martial ancestor. It's not as powerful as it used to be. As soon as he finished speaking, Misty cultivator attacked. His aura skyrocketed. The space around him began to distort violently. Like a giant, he slammed his palm towards the palm above his head. It was a light palm, but it caused the sound of wind and thunder. It grew louder and louder as thunder rumbled. Pang! The shattering palm dissipated in the air, turning into heaven and earth energy that surged in all directions. The battle between the master-level existences caused a huge commotion. The surrounding air retreated once again. The innate experts who were watching the battle also retreated. They were shocked. The battle power of the master level was too terrifying. Li Hua and Kang He's faces were pale. Everything that happened today was far beyond their expectations. One expert after another appeared, all to help Zi Chen. This was even more unexpected for the two of them. How can the master-level existences help Zi Chen? The two were unwilling, but they had to retreat. Even the aftermath of the battle between the master-level existences could crush them. Boom! The two exchanged blows several times. The entire world was shaking. A terrifying energy ripple surged in all directions. Wu Rushan seemed to have gone crazy. He had obviously used all his strength. Each attack was stronger than the one before. Misty Cultivator had a faint smile on his face as he easily neutralized each attack. Little guy, I can take you to the Misty sect and provide you with the best cultivation resources. Chapter 218. Zi Chen had monstrous battle prowess and had obtained the inheritance of the Wuji sect. Moreover, he seemed to have a great treasure on him. All of these things were enough to prove Zi Chen's value. Untethered Misty easily dealt with the attacks. At the same time, he tried to recruit Zi Chen into the Misty sect. Zi Chen didn't know what kind of place the Drifting Mist sect was, and he had never heard of it before. Drifting Mist's recruitment was very abrupt. Senior, let me think about it. Zi Chen hesitated for a moment before sending a message. Okay. Drifting Mist's eyes flashed with surprise. Telepathy. This was something only a true energy realm cultivator could do, but Zi Chen obviously hadn't reached this realm. Drifting Mist had never heard of a Xiantian realm cultivator possessing telepathy. Fine, today isn't the time to talk about this. I'll keep this guy busy. You leave first. When we meet again in the future, it won't be too late for you to answer me. Drifting Mist's eyes flashed as he sent a message. Thank you, Senior, Zi Chen replied. Boom. Drifting Mist attacked again and again to resolve Wu Rushan's attacks. This was the first time Drifting Mist took the initiative to attack. A terrifying aura filled the sky, and a blinding light made everyone unable to open their eyes. Then, Drifting Mist sent out a powerful attack. This move again. Wu Rushan let out a strange cry. 100 years ago, this was the same move that had seriously injured him. He roared loudly, and his hair stood on end. Strands of energy circled around his body like a battle armor, overflowing with colorful light. In the face of such a powerful attack, he chose to defend. At this moment, Zi Chen fled. His body was surrounded by the protective barrier that Wanderer Misty had created for him as he rushed into the forest. Senior, please save Su Mengyao. Zi Chen will remember today's kindness. If fate allows it, I'll repay you tenfold, 100-fold, Zi Chen said. I'll take her back to the Drifting Mist sect. If you've thought it through, you can find me there. Drifting Mist sent out a map with his spiritual sense. This was the location of the Drifting Mist sect. Thank you, Senior. Zi Chen thanked him and disappeared. Pu. Wu Rushan coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. 100 years ago, he had been severely injured when facing this attack. Today, he was facing it again, and it was the same. Even the layers of defense were unable to block this terrifying attack. Wu Rushan, I've already said that I'm going to beat you into a pulp today. Misty's vagrant cultivator tapped his foot and a ripple spread out. His figure floated far away, instantly arriving before Wu Rushan. Initially, he was a daoist with the demeanor of a transcendent being. However, at this moment, he had turned into a ruffian in the marketplace, slapping Wu Rushan's face. Kill Zi Chen. Don't let him escape. He killed Xiong. Just as Zi Chen's figure disappeared into the forest, an angry voice full of killing intent rang out, like rolling thunder, resounding through the entire area. Through the mouths of Li Hua and Kang He, the martial ancestor finally learned about Wu Xiong's death and let out a furious roar. Ah, you little thing, you actually dared to kill Xiong. I'm going to kill you. Wu Rushan roared as a terrifying aura gushed out from his body. Slap. But immediately after, a loud slap rang out. It was very crisp, directly knocking back Wu Rushan's surging energy. In the distance, The crowd was shocked, and their eyeballs almost fell out. What did I just see? A Grandmaster-level existence was slapped in the face. That's too scary. Even a Grandmaster-level existence can be slapped in the face. They were completely shocked. Slapping a hermit elder in front of so many people was worse than killing him. This was a naked humiliation. Roar. The flying tiger roared. Today, it would use these humans to help it break through to the Grand Demon realm. Wang Zhenwei protected Wang Shan with Liu Bo by his side. At the same time, two others appeared in the air, guarding Wang Zhenwei. The appearance of Misty's vagrant cultivator made Wang Zhenwei completely dispel the idea of dealing with Zi Chen. At this moment, the most important thing was to protect his family's inheritance. As for the burly man, he was strong enough to stop several others in the air. But there were still two who appeared from the dark and chased after the escaping Zi Chen. Misty sensed something and looked at the place where the flying tiger disappeared. He shook his head and said, "The growth of a genius is difficult. Whether he can escape this disaster will depend on his luck." Hundreds of innate experts witnessed an intense battle. The elegance of the flying tiger and the strength of the grandmasters shocked them deeply. Poof! Blood splattered in the air like a rain of blood falling from the sky. One of the flying tigers was hit in the chest by the tiger's claw, and his body was shattered. Roar! With a tiger's roar, ripples appeared. The spiritual thoughts that rushed out of the flying tiger's body were shaken and dissipated instantly. One of the flying tigers died. Roar! The flying tiger roared. This was a fierce battle. If one wanted to break through, it had to be a bloody battle. It was not like a cat playing with a mouse. Crack! The flying tiger went completely crazy. Taking this opportunity, it bit through the neck of one of the flying tigers and destroyed his spiritual thoughts at the same time. This was the Real flying tiger. It was a small demon beast with only killing in its eyes. The flying tiger died, and a spiritual weapon fell from the sky. All the innate experts were envious, but no one dared to pick it up. Spiritual weapon. It's a spiritual weapon. Although the spirit in it was severely injured, it's still a spiritual weapon. Some of the innate experts were eager to try, but when they saw the ancient tree beside the spiritual weapon turn into dust, their faces changed and they immediately retreated. Roar. The flying tiger was very strong. It killed the third flying tiger, but there were many wounds on its body. Blood flowed out, and one of its wings was almost pierced by the spiritual weapon. Die, beast! After killing 3 metahumans in a row, Wu Rushan suddenly let out a loud shout. With a swollen face, he unleashed a powerful attack. Boom! The sky darkened as the palm print fell, covering the sky and covering the earth. It landed heavily on the flying tiger's body. If it was any other time, the flying tiger would be able to dodge such an attack. But after today's battle, it was exhausted and injured, and its movements were slow. Peng! The flying tiger was smashed into the ground, and a huge palm print appeared. No one knew if it was dead or alive. Oh my God, it really turned into a pig head. It's still so fierce with a pig head. The flying tiger was too powerful. It had killed 3 flying tigers and attracted everyone's attention. When they turned their heads again, they realized that Wu Rushan's face was already swollen. It had turned into a real pig head. Our martial ancestor will settle this score with the floating mist sect. Wu Rushan stared at the floating mist cultivator with a swollen face. The latter was calm and didn't care at all. After Wu Rushan heard the discussion, he looked down coldly at the innate experts. The latter's body trembled as if they were in an ice cellar. They quickly shut their mouths and stopped talking. Bam! With a loud sound, mud flew everywhere. The flying tiger rushed up from the ground. It was covered in blood, and there were many wounds on its body. One of its wings drooped down as if it was broken, and the bones of the other wing could be seen. The flying tiger was heavily injured, but it didn't die. Oh my God, it still didn't die. It's too fierce. It took a blow from a grandmaster and didn't die. The flying tiger stood up. Its body was unsteady and swaying, but it was still alive. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Die, you bastard! In the sky, the flying tigers rushed down again with terrifying murderous intent and attacked fiercely. A boundless amount of energy surged out as a torrential amount of power surged out towards the flying tiger. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind blew away the monstrous energy and blew away the 3 flying tigers. Then, everyone's eyes blurred, and they realized that the floating mist cultivator had already arrived in front of the flying tiger. Go! As the voice faded, an even stronger gust of wind appeared. The wind howled and many ancient trees were uprooted. It was like a super terrifying sandstorm, forcing all the flying tigers to retreat. Wu Rushan, I hope that when I see you in the future, you won't be so weak. The floating mist cultivators in different words echoed in the sky. When the storm dissipated, this place was already empty. The flying tiger was gone, and so was the floating mist cultivator. At the same time, Su Mengyaro, who had been restrained before, was also gone. Damn it, where is she? Wu Rushan roared unwillingly. His pig face was so conspicuous under the sun. As for Wang Zhenwei, he had already found an excuse to escape. He took Wang Shan and Liu Bo with him, and the big man also took the opportunity to retreat. The storm of trials had come to an end. However, even though the 3 forces had prepared meticulously, especially the martial sect, who had sent out an ancestral master, they did not obtain anything. Furthermore, the geniuses that they had sent out were all killed. However, Miao Kong had received the inheritance, which was a blessing. Wu Rushan's expression softened. In the crowd, Lin Shui left with the group. She didn't completely relax until she walked out of the dark forest. No one knew that she had received the inheritance. In the future, because of Lin Shui's appearance, a Lin family would rise in Tsangli City. Phut! In the forest, Zi Chen coughed up blood. His injuries worsened. Behind him, the 2 flying tigers were approaching. Kid, continue to run. Let's see who can save you this time. Leave your life before you leave. The 2 flying tigers sneered and continued to chase. Idiot, how can I leave if I leave my life behind? Come at me if you can. Zi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and accelerated. Kid, this is not the way. If you continue to run like this, you will definitely be caught. Run deeper into the forest. Amo's anxious voice sounded in his mind. I want to, but this is a ruin left behind by the Boundless sect, and there are still some formations and restrictions inside. Changes have occurred in the past 10,000 years, so there's no chance of survival if we go in. Also, this is the only exit I know of, Zi Chen said helplessly. What? Restrictions and formations? On the Taiji diagram, a light flashed and Amo's figure appeared. It was an illusory figure without a physical body. Yeah, it's very dangerous. Even the flying tigers have to be careful. Zi Chen nodded. That's great. Let's go in quickly. Amo was surprised. You're crazy. You will definitely die if you go in. Zi Chen's expression changed. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Hurry up and go, or you will die sooner or later. Amo urged. Fine, I'll do it. Zi Chen gritted his teeth and left the safe path, charging into the forest. Kid, you're crazy. You would rather kill yourself than leave the inheritance behind. The 2 flying tigers' expressions changed. They sped up and charged at Zi Chen. Chapter 219. Oh no, chase after him. Seeing Zi Chen being swallowed by the array, the 2 Zyko's expressions changed drastically. They turned into streams of light and rushed in. Ripples appeared like a wall of light. The moment the 2 Zykos touched it, they disappeared. This was an incomplete origin formation. Zi Chen stepped in, and a murderous aura filled the air. Amo floated around Zi Chen, his eyes like lightning as he looked around. This is the 9 Palaces array from back then. It's already incomplete. 2 on the left, 1 on the right. Amo looked ahead and said in a deep voice. Swoosh. 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 Right at this moment, rays of light lit up one after another, like numerous sharp blades, whistling towards Zi Chen. Don't move. You've already triggered the array. This is just an illusion. Amo was very confident. As the sword beams approached, Zi Chen felt a dangerous aura. Without any hesitation, he activated his perfect body. Golden light covered his body, and at the same time, an ancient weapon appeared in his hand. It turned into a beam of silver light and swept in all directions. "Don't move," Amo warned. Clang, clang. Chen attacked repeatedly, his spear trembling constantly. In an instant, hundreds of blades dissipated, but there were still more than 10 blades that rushed towards Chen. Poof! Poof! More than 10 blades shattered one after another, and the golden light around Chen dissipated. At the same time, the last 2 blades slashed at Chen's body. Under his perfect body, 2 bloody marks appeared. How can this be? Amo was in disbelief when he saw the bloody marks on Chen's body. 10,000 years have passed. The array here has either been destroyed or mutated, Chen said in a deep voice as he looked around. 3 on the right, 6 on the left. Amo looked around again, his eyes flashing. After a moment, he said again. Chen stepped forward. This time, more than 10 blades appeared and were easily dispersed by him. 2 on the left, 5 on the right, Amo commanded. "Ah!" Chen exclaimed as a bloody mark appeared on his arm. This was a formation that had undergone a change, and there were many changes that even Amo could not see. Chen was like a half-blind man, and under Amo's lead, he stumbled forward. Boom! A powerful aura came from behind him, and then Chen heard the sound of an energy explosion. "Oh no, they're catching up." Chen's face changed. "It's okay, we're almost out." After repeated experiments, Amo was more and more confident. 3 steps forward, 1 step back, 1 step to the left, and then continue forward. Under Chen's feet, a light flashed as he followed Amo's instructions and moved quickly. When he took the last step, he felt his eyes light up and everything became clear again. "Ah, we're really out." Looking around at the dense forest and smelling the damp air, Chen was very excited. "Don't be so happy. Let's go. The 2 of them will be out soon," Amo said. "They can break the array too." Chen was shocked. Amo said, "This is a mutated array. Of course, they can't break it. But with 2 flight masters working together, they can definitely break it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go." Chen's feet flashed as he rushed forward. Boom! They hadn't walked far when they heard a loud explosion behind them. Horrifying energy scattered in all directions. The array was broken by a great force, and 2 people appeared in the air. "Little brat, let's see where you can run to." After breaking the formation and seeing the fleeing Chen, the 2 of them continued to pursue him. Swoosh! However, in the next moment, the Chen in their eyes disappeared. It was obvious that they had accidentally stepped on another formation. "Damn it, let's chase." The 2 had no choice but to continue. Under Amo's lead, Chen passed through many arrays. There were many ancient arrays here, and it was easy to step into one if you were not careful. If you were to run in a straight line like Chen, it would be hard not to fall into one. 2 on the left, 1 on the right. Amo commanded. Boom! A burst of flames appeared and exploded in front of Chen. Boundless heat waves instantly drowned Chen. Moments later, the flames dissipated. Chen's perfect body was covered in purple and black patches. Clearly, he had been badly burned. "Elder Mo, can I do it?" Chen asked pitifully. Quite a bit of his hair had been burned off. "Almost. This is a fire array. It's extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, a perfect body wouldn't be able to withstand it. The fact that you're still alive only proves that my guidance was correct," Amo said without any embarrassment. Just as Chen escaped the array, there was the sound of the array shattering behind him. It was once again broken by the 2 flight masters. 2 wretched figures appeared. Their clothes were almost tattered, and there were large areas of burns on their bodies. When one of them appeared, his hair was still on fire, but it was extinguished by an energy. "Chen, we'll kill you. Die, punk." The 2 of them were furious. In the array formation, they had clearly suffered quite a number of fire attacks and were in a sorry state. Unfortunately, the 2 of them didn't have the chance to fight Chen head-on. In the next moment, Chen's figure vanished. Moments later, the 2 appeared in midair. A thin layer of ice crystals appeared on their clothes. Their eyes, eyebrows, and hair were snow-white. Their lips were purple and they were quite cold. Previously, it was fire, and now, it was ice. The two of them really felt the extreme feeling of ice and fire. Zichen, we're irreconcilable with you. The two of them roared indignantly. Zichen was running. Although Amo was an expert, Zichen didn't have it easy either. Thankfully, he had a perfect body and a mysterious heart. Otherwise, Amo's half-baked means of cracking the array would have long killed Zichen. Another 2 to 5. Amo was very confident. Elder Mo, are you sure? Zichen felt apprehensive. Every time Amo was so confident, Zichen would suffer the most terrifying attack every time he was at his most confident. Don't worry. I'm very confident all the way here. Under Amo's confident expression, Zichen took a step forward. Ripples appeared and flickered, but there was no danger. How is it? Do you believe me now? I've completely grasped the mutated array formation here. Amo was very confident. Voila. But in the next moment, a flood fell from the sky. Caught off guard, Zichen was lifted up. Amo's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed that it was impossible. That's impossible. My deduction can't be wrong. Amo widened his eyes and said loudly. Phut. Zichen wiped his face and spat out the water in his mouth. He shivered and said, Elder Mo, why is it impossible? You're actually fine. It looks like this step was right. Seeing that Zichen was fine and just a little cold, Amo heaved a sigh of relief. That's still right. Zichen felt very cold and began to shiver. Even his perfect body could not withstand it. It was obvious that the water was not ordinary. This is the frigid water formation, and the water that appears in it is extremely frigid. Once activated, even a true Essence Realm warrior would die without a doubt, let alone a mere Carnate Realm warrior like you. The fact that you're still alive proves that my deduction is correct. It's just that 10,000 years have passed, and the formation has mutated. There's no way to break it, so it can only turn the frigid water into normal water, Amo explained. That was indeed the case. When the two of them arrived, the freezing water appeared in the formation. Even though the two of them were flying in the air, they almost lost half of their lives here. Zichen, I'll kill you. When the two of them appeared, they became weak and powerless. When they appeared again, the two no longer had the strength to speak. Breaking the array by force consumed a lot of energy, and the arrays they encountered were getting stronger and stronger. Even though they were flying, their lives were in danger. Amo's array-breaking technique was getting more and more skilled. After breaking 3 arrays, he was completely out of flying. Phew. Zichen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had gotten rid of the biggest threat. The arrays here were interconnected, and even demonic beasts rarely came here. Other than that, Zichen also saw stalks of spiritual herbs. If it was in the past, Zichen would not have dared to have any ideas about spiritual herbs. But now, with Amo, a half-baked array-breaking master, Zichen dared to go all out. There's a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb over there. Let's go. Zichen went forward. Amo floated beside him, guiding the way. There's a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb. Zichen pointed at a radiant spiritual herb in the distance. An hour later, Zichen's body was on fire and his hair was smoking. He broke through an array and arrived in front of the spiritual herb. This is the flame grass. It's 3,000-year-old, Amo explained. Other than his attainments in array breaking, Amo also had some understanding of medicinal herbs. Along the way, he explained it to Zichen. Every now and then, Zichen would stop and walk. During this period of time, he would refine one spirit herb after another, and his strength would slowly increase. This is too terrifying. Refining 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs every day only increases my strength by a little. Is this the rhythm of going bankrupt? Zichen wanted to cry but had no tears. Every time his strength increased, his combat strength would also increase. However, the consumption left Zichen speechless. What do you think? This is a perfect body. Even in the Infinity Sect, it's an extremely important existence. It needs the entire sect to nurture it. In the early stages, it only consumes some spiritual herbs. But in the later stages, it consumes a lot of primordial stones. Ordinary sects can't afford to nurture it, Amo said. Ah, doesn't that mean that if I don't have any resources in the future, it'll be very miserable? Zichen's face was bitter. That's right. If you don't get more resources, your cultivation speed will be the speed of a tortoise. Oh, no, it'll be the speed of a snail. So, work hard. Snatch all the resources you can. Don't let any spiritual herbs go. Amo laughed loudly as Zichen's bitter face looked at him. From then on, Zichen seemed to have become a locust. Wherever he passed, not a single blade of grass was left. He had really achieved the goal of plucking feathers from geese. From 100-year-old spiritual herbs to 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, Zichen swept through almost all of them. Finally, when he couldn't see any spiritual herbs in sight, Zichen completely gave up. However, at this time, he had already reached the periphery of the ruins. A few days later, Zichen left the ruins. Ha! Zichen breathed in comfortably. The air that entered his nose was dry and refreshing, and it was not as humid as before. I'm finally out. Zichen was so excited that he wanted to shout. It was really a narrow escape. Zichen, so your name is Zichen. I've finally waited for you. Now it's time to return my things. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind Zichen. P.S. There will be 6 updates today. The extra one is 4 madmen roaming the world. In addition to being grateful, I want to say one more thing. Under the situation where I don't have any chapters in stock, 5 updates a day is really the limit. Not counting the time to write, there's also the time to think. I swear on my previous book that I don't have any chapters in stock, so I can only add 1 more. 6 updates a day is really impossible. 5 updates is already the limit. I read very slowly. I read word by word. It's even more so when I correct the wrong words. However, I can't be sure that there are no mistakes in this book. I won't complain. I can only say that under normal circumstances, I rest at around 12 and wake up at around 6 in the morning to write. It's just 5 updates, but it's not as simple as 15,000 words. It takes a lot of energy. I have to change and write, and I have to think over and over again. If you're a friend of mine who's a mystic, you should be able to tell that I've improved. In the past, I wrote with my head down. Now, I've learned to think. I write every day, and I don't dare to have anything happen. If something happens, I'll stop. Chapter 220. Several months had passed since the trip to the ruins. The surviving Xiantian realm cultivators returned one after another. Everything about the ruins had also spread in Tsangli City. The sect from 10,000 years ago was called the Wuji sect, and that trial ground was for the core disciples. Those who could pass were all monsters. Less than 1,000 people returned from 10,000. The death rate of more than 90% shocked the world. Among them, the genius of the Chen family, Chen Feng, and the members of the Chen family were all killed. No one survived. The genius of the battle martial ancestor, Ling Yun, the future successor of the battle martial ancestor, was killed in the trial ground. The fact that the major forces all brought forbidden weapons made everyone exclaim. This was truly a big deal. All the major powers have obtained the forbidden artifacts. In that case, who obtained the inheritance? Did a fierce battle take place? In the taverns, there were cultivators asking this question. They were concerned about who got the inheritance in the end. We did see a dragon, but we didn't see a tiger. There were a few monkeys, though. A lucky cultivator who returned sighed. What do you mean? Did a true dragon appear and suppress the geniuses of the major forces? Of course. Zichen alone suppressed several great powers, his face not turning red and his breath not panting. He killed hundreds of people, barehandedly received a forbidden artifact, killed a genius of the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion, used the ancient weapon to kill Wu Xiong, intimidated many powers, and took away the strongest inheritance. The name of Zichen was destined to shine brightly. The major forces entered the trial ground with forbidden weapons, but they were not the main characters. They were all side characters. Zichen rose. He killed more than 200 people alone. Blood flowed like a river, and no one dared to make a move. Wu Xiong offered 10,000 vitality stones, but no one moved. In the tavern, a cultivator described the scene that day. All the cultivators gasped. After a fierce battle, Wu Xiong thought that Zi Chen had expended a lot of energy, so he took action himself. He thought that it would be a fierce battle, but who knew that after a few moves, Wu Xiong would be defeated. He was repeatedly humiliated by Zi Chen. Wu Xiong was forced to use the forbidden weapon. At that time, the sky changed color and the clouds moved. Who could compete with the forbidden weapon? But Zi Chen caught the forbidden weapon with his bare hands. He was so powerful and terrifying that everyone was shocked. A cultivator vividly described the battle that day. Liu Bo of Yunxia City was about to die on the spot. The major forces were eyeing him covetously and could attack at any time. But at that moment, Liu Bo made the first gamble in his life. He threw the ancient weapon to Zi Chen and won the gamble. To save his life, he got the inheritance. What do you mean? How did he get the inheritance? That's not the end. Listen to me slowly. The genius of Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was very powerful. He severely injured Liu Bo, who had the ancient weapon, with one blow. But in the hands of Zi Chen, he was beaten into ashes. On the path of body refinement, Zi Chen was unimpeded. He killed Wu Xiong on the spot and beat Wang Shan like a grandson. Li Hua and Kang He were so scared that they almost peed their pants. In the end, he got the strongest inheritance and helped his friends get the inheritance. The name Zi Chen was destined to spread throughout Zhongli City, Yunxia City, and Snowfall City. Everyone knew about it. A monster had risen. The faces of the Chen clan's people turned deathly pale, especially the Great Elder. Chen Zi was actually Zi Chen, and he had already grown to such an extent. He was a true monstrous genius. In just 2 years, he has grown to this level. What about the future? The Great Elder did not dare to think about Zi Chen's future, but he could see the future of the Chen family. He really said that. Li Hao stood by the window and looked at the beautiful scenery outside, but he was obviously absent-minded. Yes, Zi Chen was very arrogant. He even said that your attitude was very bad that day. Li Hua stood on the other side and recounted what happened in the training ground. I can kill a mere Xiantian realm expert. This kind of clown is nothing to be afraid of. Li Hao was very conceited. Damn it. Damn it. Find him. I must find him. I want to tear him apart. A roar came from the martial ancestor. As the discoverer of the training ground, the martial ancestor's loss was too great. Almost all the Xiantian realm experts were killed, a forbidden weapon was lost, Wu Xiong was killed, and the token of the training ground was lost. If Miao Kong did not bring back an inheritance, the martial ancestor would be in an even more awkward situation. Even so, the martial ancestor had become the laughingstock of the world. His disciples were not as good as him, and even the ancestral masters were beaten into a pig's face. The martial ancestor did not give up chasing Zi Chen. When the news spread, Zi Chen finally walked out of the ruins. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, someone had already recognized him. So you are Zi Chen. I have been looking for you for a long time. Now, you should return what belongs to me. A cold voice sounded from behind Zi Chen. Swoosh. Amo felt something was wrong and turned into a light and entered the Taiji diagram. Zi Chen turned around and saw a monk wearing a kasaya. He was bald and had a big belly. He was walking towards them. Evil good monk. Zi Chen's expression did not change, but he was shocked. The monk was able to escape from a group of flight fighters that day, so he was naturally strong. He thought that the monk had run far away, but he did not expect to meet him here. What is the meaning of this? Zi Chen looked at the monk and smiled. The monk took away his raging flame sword and left a page of the heavenly book. After that, Zi Chen cheated the monk of a few hundred primordial stones, so he had a deep impression of the monk. Perhaps because he did not suffer any losses, Zi Chen did not hate the monk. You are Zi Chen, right? Stop pretending, I know it is you. The monk stepped forward, a faint golden light appeared around him, and he looked solemn. Master, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Zi Chen. Zi Chen smiled faintly and saluted the monk, saying, Master, I have something to do, so I will not delay your search. Goodbye. As soon as he finished, Zichen turned and left. Stop, boy, don't think that I can't recognize you just because you changed your appearance. You must be Zichen, the one who took my firmament palm. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The monk shouted, and his body emitted golden light. He had already caught up with him. Great teacher, you're being considerate. I don't know what you're talking about. Zichen let out a strange cry and turned to leave. Golden light flickered around his body as the 9 flashes of lightning appeared. Swoosh. The monk was also very fast, and he followed closely behind. It is you, it must be you, boy. You almost killed me in Tsangli City that day. Today, I will make you pay with your life, and all your inheritance will be mine. Monk, you're a monk, yet you've actually done such underhanded things. I'm really ashamed of you. That day, you cheated and tricked me into giving you the Raging Inferno sword. Serves you right, you greedy bastard. Since things had come to this point, Zichen might as well admit it. It is really you, boy. Let's see where you can run to this time. The monk was furious, and the golden light around him shone even brighter. You greedy and stingy monk, I cheated you of a few hundred primordial stones that day. Just thinking about how you cheated me of my raging flame sword makes me angry. Zichen was not slow either. He was now at the late stage of the Xiantian realm, and his genuine qi was strong, so his speed was very fast. Boy, I can give you your broken sword, but you have to give me the supreme secret codex. The monk was angry, and his heart was very uncomfortable. Although he was in the wrong in this matter, he did not get any benefits. Instead, he suffered a big loss. Now that he was being scolded, he was so angry that he cried out. It's too late, stupid monk. I am in a bad mood today, and I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Goodbye. As soon as his voice fell, Zichen's speed increased again. 9 flashes of lightning was the fastest speed in the world, and it was not just empty words. At this moment, Zichen's speed was much faster than the monk's. In the blink of an eye, he had left the monk far behind. What kind of footwork is this? How can it be so fast? Tyrant was extremely surprised. One had to know that he had countless cultivation techniques in Buddhism. Among them, the extreme speed footwork was the most famous. No one could surpass the 8 steps overtaking cicada. However, he had never expected to see someone who was faster than him today. Boy, I don't believe that your footwork can be faster than 8 steps overtaking cicada. A golden light flashed in the monk's eyes. He took a step forward and was already hundreds of meters away. It was as if the ground had shrunk into an inch, and he chased after Zichen. How is this possible? Zichen had run far away, but before he could catch his breath, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. The monk had turned into a golden light and was chasing after him. This monk is so fast. Zichen was very surprised and sped up again. Both of them turned into golden light and chased after each other, causing the air to vibrate and produce a sharp whistling sound. The sound traveled a few miles and reached the ears of several people who were flying in the air. Whether it was the martial ancestors' people or the people from the Kang and Li families, none of them had given up on searching for Zichen. They all had people guarding the periphery of the ruins. At this moment, when they heard the sound of something breaking through the air, they flew over one after another. Oh no, there are people who are flying in the air. This damn monk. Zichen's face changed drastically when he saw the figures flying over from the horizon. Haha, Zichen, let's see how you can escape today. Zichen, you killed Wu Xiong. Today, you will be buried with him. Hand over the inheritance and I will leave you with an intact corpse. One by one, the people in the air laughed and approached with boundless killing intent. They had recognized Zichen. Behind them, the monk was not to be outdone and chased after Zichen. Ma! Suddenly, the monk opened his mouth and uttered the 6-syllable mantra. This was a kind of supreme power with a mysterious feeling. It rushed towards Zichen and shook his heart. In a trance, Zichen seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He saw endless Azura demons. At the same time, a huge abyss appeared and seemed to be sucking his soul. Buzz. At this moment, Zichen's heart trembled. A ripple of energy spread out from his heart and blocked the six-syllable mantra's power. Zichen instantly woke up. But at this moment, he heard a sharp sound of something breaking through the air. The monk was very close to him and was already behind him. "Damn monk, you have plotted against me time and time again. Today, I will kill you." Zichen was furious. With a move of his mind, a blood-red spear appeared. Chapter 221. The blood-red spear was less than the size of a palm. It was shrouded in blood-red light and emitted a terrifying aura. It was a forbidden weapon and was extremely powerful. The monk chased after him desperately. Zichen had no choice but to use the forbidden weapon. Forbidden weapon. Seeing the forbidden weapon, the monk was stunned. However, he didn't care. The forbidden weapon couldn't unleash its full power in the hands of an innate expert. Ma! However, the monk didn't let his guard down. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar. The 6 runes mantra appeared again. It was a supreme power that directly affected one's heart and produced all kinds of negative emotions. However, Zichen's heart was guarded by Lei Yuan. Ripples appeared and blocked the power of the mantra. He was still conscious and didn't lose his mind at all. How is this possible? The monk's body was shrouded in golden light. He looked solemn. Seeing that Zichen was fine, his face changed slightly. At this moment, he felt a dangerous aura approaching. Buzz. Under his will, the blood-red spear flew into the sky. A terrifying killing intent poured down like a tide. The palm-sized blood-red spear became 3 feet long. It was shrouded in a terrifying aura. It turned into a blood-red light and rushed towards the monk. With a flash of blood-red light, the spear arrived in front of the monk. It was as fast as lightning. No, how is this possible? The monk's face changed. He didn't expect Zichen to be able to unleash the power of the forbidden weapon. Such a terrifying attack was extremely terrifying. Bang! Bang! The monk's face changed. Golden light shrouded his fingers. Golden sword fingers appeared and blocked the blood-red spear. However, the spear was unstoppable. All the sword fingers were pierced through. They couldn't stop it at all. Amitabha. The monk put his palms together and looked solemn. The golden light around him shone brightly again. He chanted the name of Buddha. The next moment, a golden bell appeared on the surface of his body. All sorts of markings appeared on the golden bell, forming an indescribable pattern. The most conspicuous one was a bald monk sitting cross-legged with a dignified appearance. Clang! The blood-red spear shot over and pierced the bell. A crisp sound was heard. The sound of the bell was crisp and pleasant. It spread out for miles. Clang! Clang! Under his will, the blood-colored spear kept flashing like a bolt of blood-colored lightning. It rushed toward the golden bell and emitted a ringing sound. Ka. The blood-red spear was sharp and swift. In the blink of an eye, it flickered more than a dozen times. The golden bell let out a series of chimes. After more than a dozen attacks, cracks appeared on the bell, and the various runes on it dimmed significantly. Not good. Monk exclaimed in his heart. However, at this moment, the blood-red spear rushed over once again. Bang! A bloodlight flashed and a spear appeared. It stabbed into the bell and cracks spread like a spider web. In the end, the bell exploded and was pierced through by the forbidden weapon. At the same time, the spear turned into a bloodlight and stabbed towards the monk's heart. Pu. A red light flashed and blood splattered everywhere. The spear pierced through the monk's shoulder with extreme speed, leaving a bloody hole. At the critical moment, the monk twisted his body and avoided the sure-kill attack. Damn it! How can this be? He's only an innate. Monk held his shoulder and looked at the blood flowing out from his fingers in disbelief. The forbidden weapon in the hands of an innate was like a knife in the hands of a baby. It couldn't unleash its power at all. However, everything that happened in front of him was beyond his imagination. After one attack, cracks appeared on the blood-red spear. Finally, it used up all its energy and exploded. He didn't die. Seeing that only Tyrant's shoulder was pierced through, Zichen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was too inconceivable. He felt that the forbidden weapon he controlled could even severely injure Yu Fei. If Tyrant received this attack, even if he didn't die, he would be on the verge of death. This monk is too strong. Even the forbidden weapon can't kill him. Is he still human? Zichen ran away. This monk was too strong. That's a Buddhist divine body protection technique. Its defense is amazing. It's said that when it's cultivated to the highest level, it can defend against all attacks. You should be proud of yourself for being able to use a forbidden weapon to break it and injure him, Amo said. Buddhist divine body protection technique? That's very famous. Of course, it's very famous. It's almost the same as the 6-syllable mantra. How does it compare to the yin-yang art? The Buddhist divine body protection technique is the best defense in the world. As for the 6-syllable mantra, its power is comparable to the yin-yang art. However, you only need to comprehend it. It's not like the yin-yang art, which requires you to find a way to survive in a dead end, Amo explained. Zichen was unwilling to accept this. They were both powerful, but why did he have to risk his life while the monk only needed to comprehend it? That monk is very extraordinary. He actually has the 6-syllable mantra. This thing was lost 10,000 years ago. Also, the Vajra protective technique was incomplete at that time. I wonder if the monk used the complete version. Amo sighed. Zichen was running for his life. In the distance, Yukong was closing in. His speed was fast, and the sound of clothes breaking through the air was getting closer. Stop right there. One of them shouted in the air. Boom. The sky shook, and a huge palm print appeared out of nowhere. It was surrounded by black light and emitted a terrifying aura. It suddenly fell from the sky, aiming for Zichen's head. Yukong made his move, launching an attack from afar. Damn it! Zichen cursed. His body flashed and turned into a golden light, dodging the attack. Boom! The earth trembled, and boundless energy exploded. A huge palm print appeared on the ground, splashing up endless smoke and dust. Kid, don't run. Above his head, Yukong attacked. Below him, the monk was chasing desperately. Golden light flickered around his body, and the wound on his shoulder showed signs of healing. Here he comes again. Why doesn't this damn monk die from excessive blood loss? At this moment, Zichen hated this monk to the core. He shouted at the sky, "Why are you guys catching me? This damn monk stole the Li family's supreme secret technique. It's much more precious than the inheritance. Why don't you guys catch him instead of me?" Zichen was very dissatisfied. He shouted at the sky. That's just a trial ground. He only got a true energy realm cultivation method. Why are you guys chasing me instead of the real supreme secret technique? Is there something wrong with your brains? Zichen said, trying his best to provoke them. Then, he quickly fled. Being able to reach this realm, none of them were fools. They had a clear target, which was Zichen. Especially the martial ancestors' people, there was a great hatred between the two sides. Among the several Yukong cultivators, 2 of them were stunned and slowed down. These 2 were from the Li family. They knew how precious the supreme secret technique was. After a moment of hesitation, they looked at each other and nodded. They made up their minds and rushed toward the monk. Zichen, don't try to win a battle of words here. No one will believe you. You'd better surrender obediently. You want to slander me, the good and evil monk? Is my character something you can slander? The monk laughed, not caring at all. Bah, you damn monk. Where did your character come from? Zichen was not to be outdone. He turned into a golden light. My character is out there. I don't have any supreme secret technique that you're talking about. Before Tyrant could finish his sentence, he felt a dangerous aura coming at him. His expression changed and his footwork flashed. In an instant, he was already dozens of meters away. Peng! A loud sound exploded where the monk was just standing. A huge wave of energy rolled and a deep pit appeared. You! The monk's expression changed. He did not expect that there would be a fool who would fall for it. Cut the crap. Good and evil monk, hand over the supreme secret technique. The 2 of them flew to the left and right of the monk, flanking him. Are you guys crazy? Did your heads get squeezed by a door? How could you believe that kid's words? If I had the secret technique, I would have run long ago. The monk looked at the two of them as if he was looking at idiots. Who doesn't know that you're a greedy monk? You got the secret technique and now you want my inheritance. You're just like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Zichen shouted from afar. You're courting death. The monk was furious. But at this moment, the two of them flew up and stopped the monk. I say, have you guys been kicked in the head by a donkey? How could you believe such nonsense? HMPH, monk, cut the crap. That day in Tsangli City, I caught you personally. Moreover, you're already an important wanted target of the Li family. One of them spoke. Wanted. What do you take the Li family for? Wanted. Why don't you catch me? The monk looked at the two of them cautiously. You can catch me too. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the two of them as they rushed towards the monk. Boom. A huge wave of energy rolled. Facing the pursuit of the two of them, the monk was naturally no match for them. He kept dodging. Ma. At the same time, the 6-syllable mantra appeared. While the two of them were distracted, the monk turned and ran. Zichen, just you wait. One day, you'll come begging me. The two of them wanted to snatch Zichen's inheritance, but it was obviously unrealistic. The monk turned and left decisively. He didn't tell them that the supreme secret codex was in Zichen's hands. Firstly, no one would believe him. Secondly, and most importantly, the monk still wanted to get the supreme secret codex. He just needed a chance to meet Zichen alone. Swoosh. The monk turned into a golden light and fled in the opposite direction. The two of them flew up absent-mindedly. Are you guys stupid? They're chasing after the monk, but you guys are chasing after me. Am I really more important than the supreme secret codex? Zichen cursed as he fled. Are you guys idiots? You don't want the supreme secret codex, but you want my inheritance. It's just a true energy realm cultivation method. You guys can't use it. Don't be so naive to think that I've got a supreme secret codex. One of you, go after the monk. Just as Zichen was yelling, a few of them flew out and chased after the monk. It was better to believe it than not. The attitude of the Li family in the sky was the best evidence. Haha, let's go. Chapter 222. Orchid Town was a small town at the border. Although it was called a town, it was as big as a city, but it could not be compared to the 7 great cities. The town was surrounded by high walls. The security and property of the town were managed by a few small factions. Hey, have you guys heard? Zichen escaped from the ruins. I've heard about it, but he was caught by the Yu clan again. I don't know if he's alive or not. Latest news, Zichen was targeted by the Yu clan in Desert Town. After a fierce battle, we don't know if he's alive or not. News about Zichen was still being spread everywhere. The spiritual martial sect is just a small sect. It has always been unknown. I never thought that it would actually nurture a monster like Zichen. It's fine if it doesn't say anything, but it's amazing with a single brilliant feat. Yeah, it's said that Zichen's combat strength is terrifying. He's definitely a monster. The fact that a group of Yu clan members failed to kill him is proof enough. It was a small pub with 7 or 8 tables, but it was full of cultivators drinking and chatting. It was very lively. It had been 2 months since Zichen was hunted down. Everyone was concerned about Zichen's survival. The Kang family, the Li family, the martial ancestor, and even the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion had all sent their Yu clan members to kill Zichen without caring about the rules. It's a pity that the Nimbus martial ancestor has been destroyed. Zichen has become a person without roots. He's now a rogue cultivator, and no one will care about him. That's right. All the major powers have their own matters to deal with, and the older generation can't interfere. But in Zichen's case, the major powers are turning a blind eye to this rule. He could have relied on the martial ancestor, but Zichen offended the martial ancestor and killed Wu Xiong, stealing his inheritance. What a pity. A rogue cultivator offending several major factions. He'll never have a peaceful day. Some people shook their heads and sighed. No one was optimistic about a powerless freak. Zichen has precious treasures and inheritances on him. Even grandmasters would be tempted by these things. It's understandable that some of the major forces would attack him without any hesitation. That's right. It's said that the destruction of the Nimbus martial ancestor was due to a treasure. Furthermore, some people say that the treasure is with Zi Chen. The reason why Zi Chen is being hunted down is because of his greed for the treasure. If he hands it over to the martial ancestor, he will naturally be protected. That's right. This kid is truly greedy. It's only natural that he's being hunted down. There were also people who objected, believing that all of this was caused by Zi Chen. A young cultivator of the true energy realm was sitting by the window of the tavern. There were 2 dishes and a pot of wine. He was silently drinking and listening to the bustle. He never spoke, just listened quietly. Hee. The young cultivator let out a faint laugh and suddenly drank the wine in the cup. A spicy taste blossomed in his throat, causing him to choke. Haha, little guy, don't drink if you can't drink. Drinking at such a young age. You'd better learn something better. Someone next to him mocked. The young cultivator didn't speak. He looked out of the window. It had been 2 months since he left the ruins, and he had been hunted down for 2 months. He had narrowly escaped death several times. He had brushed shoulders with the Grim Reaper several times. He was seriously injured again and again. In these 2 months, the Grim Reaper was always by his side. If it wasn't for the mysterious heart and Elder Hiroshi's help, he would have been dead long ago. They must have followed the clues to the north. The young cultivator was naturally Zi Chen, who had changed his appearance. After leaving the clues to the north, he had been heading south. In the blink of an eye, he had run nearly 1,000 miles and arrived at this remote town. He changed his appearance, concealed his aura, and recovered from his injuries. From there, he cultivated for a period of time and prepared to break through to the true energy realm. The 2 months of being hunted was almost unbearable to look back on. Even though he had successfully gotten rid of the pursuers, Zi Chen still had lingering fears. Furthermore, his hatred toward the other factions grew even stronger, especially toward the martial ancestor sect, which was a new and old grudge. Roar! An ear-piercing sound disturbed Zi Chen's absent-mindedness. A huge monster appeared in the sky. It was a rock. Legend had it that it was the descendant of the Great Rock. It could travel thousands of miles in a day. When it spread its wings, it could cover the sky and cast a large shadow. This was only a slightly prosperous town, but the rock was also a rare creature here. It attracted a lot of attention. Look, it's a rock. That's a flying spirit beast. It's priceless. Only some big forces can have it. The residents of the town looked up at the sky and exclaimed. Roar! In the sky, there was more than one rock. Then, there was another sharp and ear-piercing cry. The sound of wings flapping sounded, rolling up gusts of wind. The sky darkened and 3 rocks appeared in the sky. They flapped their wings and swept across the sky. Rocks. 3 of them appeared at once. What a big deal. Looking at the direction, they should be going to the Zhao family. Did the Zhao family go to Tsungli City to buy 3 rocks? Many cultivators in the tavern were envious. Rocks were flying spirit beasts and were the favorite of those below the Zhenyu realm. The appearance of the Peng bird caused a sensation in this small town. Everyone was discussing and guessing where the Peng bird came from. Boom! As soon as the cry in the sky disappeared, the earth began to tremble again. Dark figures appeared on the street. These were some tall horses. They were a head taller than ordinary horses. Their bodies were covered in fine scales, and they were extraordinarily handsome. Black scale horse is also a kind of beast. There are more than a dozen of them. What's going on? First there were rocks, then there were black scale horses. More than a dozen black scale horses went straight to Little Orchid Town. The earth trembled under the horses' hooves. They are also going to the Zhao family, and they are all unfamiliar. They can't be the beasts bought by the Zhao family. Since they are not the beasts bought by the Zhao family, why are these people in Little Orchid Town? Zi Chen was also a little surprised when he heard the whispers. He also had a mount that he stole from the King Mountain. It was a black scale horse king, but unfortunately, he lost it in the trial ground. In the next 2 days, the quiet Little Orchid Town suddenly became lively. Many cultivators gathered here, including carnate and true essence cultivators. Cultivators could be seen everywhere on the street. At the same time, a piece of news about the thousand-year ice lotus also quietly spread. The thousand-year ice lotus attracted so many true essence cultivators. Zichen didn't believe the news at all. In the past few days, he went to various taverns to inquire about the thousand-year ice lotus. That place used to be a mountain range. It was a land of ice and snow, but somehow it melted and a large ice lake appeared. There are water monsters in the lake. Someone found an ice lotus at the bottom of the lake. It is said to be 5,000 years old. This was the most complete piece of news Zichen had heard in the past few days. He was shocked at the time. A 5,000-year spirit herb was an amazing thing. It was rich in heaven and earth spirit chi. Even if it was directly swallowed, it could increase a cultivator's strength. No wonder there are so many true essence cultivators here. They are obviously after the ice lotus. Zichen exclaimed. A 5,000-year ice lotus contains rich spirit chi. Once you absorb and refine it, you will definitely be able to break through to the true essence realm. With a flash of light, Amo's figure appeared. It was originally a solid figure, but now it was very blurry, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. While escaping, Amo had used all her strength and consumed a lot of her strength. Zichen used a lot of spirit herbs to save Amo's life. That true essence pill is a bullshit thing. You can't use it. True essence is an extremely important realm. In the past, all the cultivators in the everlasting sect broke through naturally after their strength reached a certain point. What kind of true elemental Dan is this? It's simply a shortcut. During the escape, Zichen's strength increased again, reaching the peak of the Xiantian realm. If he used the true essence pill, he would have broken through long ago. However, Amo insisted, so Zichen did not use it. Young Master Li, Young Master Kang, Young Master Wu, please come in. This is the tavern I was talking about. Although it is small, there are a few dishes that are very authentic. It is very famous in our little orchid town. A voice came from outside the tavern, followed by a few people walking in. The leader was a young man in purple. After glancing at the tavern full of customers, he frowned and shouted, "Scram." The tavern was not big, only 7 or 8 tables. At the moment, it was full. The person who came was very domineering. Without saying a word, he told everyone to scram. Everyone's expression changed. Someone slapped the table and stood up. "Who do you think you are?" But before he finished speaking, his mouth was covered by someone next to him. Then, he smiled apologetically at the young man and said, "Young Master Zhao, sorry, we will scram now." After that, he glanced at his friend and said unhappily, "Open your eyes. This is the young master of the Zhao family." After saying that, he hurriedly left with his friends. The Zhao family was the tyrant of Little Orchid Town. They were also the biggest tyrant. They easily chased away all the innate experts present. As for the others, they left with their tails between their legs. Zichen sat by the window. He was too lazy to care about such a spoiled brat. But when he saw the person next to the young man, he was stunned. With a loud shout, all the customers ran away. The young master of the Zhao family was very domineering, but he bowed his head and smiled apologetically at the people behind him. One of them was not old, but his eyes were on the top of his head. He did not even glance at the people around him. The other person was dressed in white. He had a faint smile on his face, looking very cultured and elegant. There were 6 or 7 people in the group. Zichen only knew these 2 people. He could not help but be stunned. Li Hua, Kang He. These 2 prodigal sons. He did not kill them back then because he did not want to fall out with the Kang and Li families. He did not expect these 2 to be so shameless. That day outside the training ground, they repeatedly spoke and caused trouble for him. While he was stunned, a piece of yuan stone shard arced through the air and smashed on the table where Zichen was sitting. The table shook, and the wine in the cup spilled out. "Go, tie up our mounts," a middle-aged man said coldly. He was very arrogant, and did not even look at Zichen. "Be careful, don't get eaten by the beasts." Someone laughed strangely, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He was only in the true Qi realm. Chapter 223. As they sat down, one of them saw that Zichen hadn't moved and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Kid, why aren't you moving? Don't tell me you think the money is too little. Kid, we just want you to tie up a beast and walk a few steps." Another young man looked at Zichen and shouted. These were the rich kids of Little Orchid Town. "Temph, I've seen a lot of trash like him. He just wants more yuan stones because we're so generous." Li Hua glanced at Zichen with disdain. He didn't even bother to deal with a puny true Qi realm cultivator. "If you think 1 yuan stone fragment is too little, then give me 1 yuan stone. There's no need to waste your breath on this kind of person." Kang He smiled faintly and didn't even look at Zichen. "That's right. There's no need to lower yourself to his level. Here's the yuan stone." A young man who looked somewhat similar to Wu Xiong suddenly made a move, and a white light shot towards Zichen's face. This light was formed by a yuan stone. It was very fast. Although it didn't have any killing intent, if it really landed on a true Qi realm cultivator's face, it would at least cut off a piece of flesh. The white light landed on Zichen's hand. It was a yuan stone. Then, Zichen stood up and walked away. The fact that Wu Xing had caught the yuan stones so easily made everyone's expression change. Even though Wu Xing did not use his yuan qi, it was still not something that a mere Zhenqi realm cultivator could block. He does have some skills. I wonder how long he's been practicing this move. Someone sneered. Other than the young master of Zhao family, there were also some rich kids from other families. They weren't strong, and their eyesight wasn't good either. "Come, young Master Li, young Master Kang, young Master Wu, let's drink." The young master of Zhao family raised his wine cup. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. The tavern shook, and the tables shook. The wine in the cups spilled out. Hiss. The beast roared like a riot, causing the tavern to shake. "Crazy, this beast is crazy. The beast is crazy." Outside the tavern, a panicked voice could be heard. "Haha, it must be that brat who went to lead the mutated beast. What an idiot. He's only in the true energy realm. Does he really think that mutated beasts are mounts? You want to take advantage of me? You deserve to die." At the wine table, some people sneered, their expressions filled with disdain. Rumble. The great earth was still trembling, as if 10,000 horses were galloping, releasing rumbling sounds. They were uniformly moving, and the distance between them was growing greater and greater. Something's wrong. Hearing the tremors, Wu Xing frowned. He had a bad feeling. This exotic beast's footwork is very orderly. It doesn't look like it's in a panic at all. Not good, he took our exotic beast away. Kang He suddenly stood up, his expression becoming very ugly. There's something wrong with that kid. Li Hua was no longer calm. "Damn it, in my Little Orchid Town, you dare to have ideas about the young masters? You're simply courting death. Even if I have to turn the entire town upside down, I will find this guy who ate the guts of a leopard." The other hedonistic young masters all stood up in fury. After that, he didn't even pay for the food and wine. He turned around and walked out. Sure enough, there was no one outside. The kid and his exotic beast had all disappeared. Screech. A short flute appeared in Wu Xing's hand. He put it in his mouth and blew it, producing a sharp sound. This was the flute's sound, calling for the rocks. It was rapid and sonorous. Screech. After a while, the rocks cried in the sky. There were 3 of them, flapping their wings and stirring up gusts of wind, causing a commotion. On the back of the rocks, there were a few true energy realm experts brought by Wu Xing Li Hua, and the others had also gathered their men during this time. After knowing the whole story, they were all filled with killing intent. When the rocks arrived, they all jumped up and flew towards the back of the rocks. "Let's go." With a loud shout, the rocks flapped their wings and flew away. Boundless killing intent swept across Little Orchid Town. These are the 3 major forces. The Kang family, the Li family, and the martial ancestor. These are the 3 major forces. What the hell happened? Other than the 3 major forces, there are also the young masters of Little Orchid Town. Who are they trying to kill? Why did they send so many experts? Weren't they in the tavern just now? Why did they leave angrily as soon as the tavern was cleared? Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction where the rocks disappeared. A young man in the true energy realm ran away with the young master's exotic beasts. They should be chasing after him now. A cultivator who had left the tavern late said, "What? There's actually someone so daring as to swindle these great powers? Hurry up and tell us what happened." After that, under the questioning of the crowd, the cultivator explained the whole story without missing a single detail. A mere true energy realm cultivator dares to scheme against the young masters. How brave. Unfortunately, the rocks are too fast. He can't escape. Bah, true energy realm cultivator? Do you really think that a true energy realm cultivator can take away all the exotic beasts? A true energy realm cultivator can make the three major forces send out so many true energy realm experts. Yeah, that person is definitely not in the true energy realm. If you know, then why are you still talking? Let's go. We won't be able to watch the show if we're late. With a whoosh, a group of cultivators rushed out of Little Orchid Town. They all gathered their chi and moved as fast as they could. Among these people, there were many true energy realm cultivators. They were all here for the Ice Lotus. They were strong and fast. They chased after the rock's footsteps and quickly approached. After a while, they saw the rocks in an open space dozens of miles away from Little Orchid Town. Rocks circled high up in the sky, and there were cultivators among them, emitting overwhelming killing intent. Below them, an ordinary-looking young man was sitting on a large rock. In front of the rock, there was a large bonfire burning fiercely, and above the bonfire were mutated beasts that had their intestines cut open and their skins skinned, and then put on the bonfire. The young man sat on the big rock calmly and flipped the barbecued meat from time to time. At a glance, there were 5 exotic beasts on the bonfire. There was another one that was lying motionless beside the rock in fear. The people who came to watch the show were completely dumbfounded. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? That guy is actually barbecuing exotic beasts. Oh my God, such exotic beasts are being barbecued. And he's not afraid of these big forces at all. This is a fierce person. He's barbecuing exotic beasts in front of the big forces. This is too fierce. The people who came one after another were shocked when they saw this scene. At this moment, the young man picked up a big brush beside him and brushed the exotic beast's body. Immediately, the exotic beast's body was covered in a layer of oil and had a golden color. The young man put down the brush and couldn't help but shake his head. What a pity. I just started barbecuing them. They're too big. It'll take a long time to cook them. He didn't deliberately suppress his voice. Many people heard it and felt dizzy. They felt that this person was very fierce. Li Hua, Wu Xing, and Kang He stood on the back of the rocks and stared at the young man below. Their eyes flashed. No one knew what they were thinking. Kid, who are you? Who gave you the guts to come to Little Orchid Town and behave atrociously? How dare you snatch our exotic beasts? Are you looking for death? Finally, someone on the back of the rocks couldn't stand it anymore. Figures flashed and flew to the ground, surrounding Zi Chen. As the host, the young master of the Zhao family felt embarrassed and stepped forward to question Lin Fan. Kid, do you know where this is? This is Little Orchid Town. You're not giving us any face by behaving atrociously here. How dare you barbecued our young master's exotic beasts? Do you not want your head anymore? The other 2 young men yelled out too. The 3 of them were from the biggest families in Little Orchid Town. They were also considered as good-for-nothings. 1, 2, 3, 3, that's enough. Zi Chen glanced at the 3 of them and nodded. He seemed to be very satisfied. Then, his body flashed and rushed towards the 3 of them. What are you doing? Seeing this guy nod his head and rush towards the 3 of them, the latter's face changed and quickly retreated. Since he dared to barbecue the exotic beasts of the Kang and Li families, he was naturally not an ordinary person. The 3 good-for-nothings didn't dare to be careless. However, the young man was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 3 of them. Then, he easily knocked them down and carried them back as if they were chickens. Kid, put down our young master. A carnate full-cycle cultivator shouted. He was a guard of the Zhao family. With a gloomy face, he rushed towards Zi Chen. Clang! A cold light flashed, and a rainbow light shot out of the sheath and rushed towards Zi Chen. Bang! Zi Chen didn't even look back. He threw a punch, and in an instant, the sword light exploded. The carnate full-cycle cultivator vomited blood and was sent flying. He injured a carnate full-cycle cultivator with one blow. Stop! Put down our young master. Stop! 2 loud shouts sounded. 2 more carnate full-cycle cultivators attacked. They were very sharp and powerful, and they threw out a terrifying blow. Bang! Bang! Zi Chen attacked again. With 2 simple punches, the 2 carnate full-cycle cultivators vomited blood and were sent flying. This is just a warning. If you dare to come forward again, I'll kill you without mercy. Zi Chen's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke. How terrifying. He injured 3 carnate full-cycle cultivators so easily. He's at least in the true energy realm. This is too terrifying. Such a person actually came to Little Orchid Town. What is he going to do? Peng! Under everyone's shocked gaze, Zi Chen carried the 3 of them to the side of a big rock and threw them on the ground. What are you doing? Come and save me. Come and save me. Don't come over. They were just good-for-nothings and weren't strong. After being defeated by Zi Chen in one blow, they were terrified and showed their ugly side. Swoosh! A sharp sword light suddenly appeared with boundless killing intent and pierced towards the back of Zi Chen's head. This was a carnate full-cycle cultivator who was tailing Zi Chen. He thought that his movement was very light and Zi Chen didn't notice, so he attacked unexpectedly. Die! Zi Chen turned around with killing intent surging in his eyes. Light flashed on his 2 fingers and he instantly grabbed the sword hilt. What? The carnate full-cycle cultivator was shocked. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull his sword out. However, at this moment, a fist light appeared in front of his eyes and bloomed instantly. Boom! With a loud sound, the carnate full-cycle cultivator was sent flying. This blow was no longer a serious injury, but a death. Killing a carnate full-cycle cultivator in one blow was clean and fast, shocking everyone. I'll give you a chance to live. After killing a carnate full-cycle cultivator, Zi Chen turned around and stared at the 3 good-for-nothings as if nothing had happened. Chapter 224. Bah, kid, don't overestimate yourself. This is Little Orchid Town, the world of our 3 families. If you dare to touch us, you will die without a complete corpse. The young master of Zhao family was very tough. He was the one who called for help before. Obviously, he was the backbone of the group. The other 2 were moving closer to him, their eyes filled with fear. Tougher. Very good. Zi Chen's eyes flashed coldly as a sneer appeared on his face. He grabbed the young master of Zhao family. Go to hell. The young master of Zhao family had been accumulating power. Now that he was grabbed by Zi Chen, he thought that he had seized the perfect opportunity to attack. Zi Chen was exposed. A cold light flashed, and a sharp blade appeared, stabbing towards Zi Chen's heart. Go to hell. The 2 were very close to each other. In less than a breath, they could launch dozens of attacks. This was a sure-kill attack. The young master of Zhao family was full of confidence. Slap. However, before the sharp blade could reach Zi Chen's heart, the young master of Zhao family felt his whole body shake. A strong force came from his face. The power that he had just accumulated was instantly scattered, and his whole body spun 3 times. Puff. A burning pain came from his cheek. The young master of Zhao family was dizzy. His mouth was full of blood foam, and 2 big white teeth were spat out along with the blood foam. I will give you a chance to live. Zi Chen glanced at young Master Zhao, who was dizzy from the slap and could not distinguish between things. You dare to kill me? The Zhao family will not let you go. Half of his face was swollen, but the young master of Zhao family was still very tough. Very good, I hope you can hold on. Zi Chen nodded. His eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed. Slap. With a backhand, he slapped young Master Zhao again. He used a lot of strength. Young Master Zhao stood on the spot and spun around 5 times. Red blood involuntarily spurted out, drawing a bloody circle. His cheeks were completely swollen. "Kid, you dare to attack my young master? You are courting death. Go to hell." The young master of Zhao family had also brought a lot of people over. Seeing that his young master was almost killed, he roared and rushed over. A streak of dazzling sword chi appeared. It tore through the air and slashed towards Zichen's face with extreme speed. Swoosh! A saber light fell from the sky like a waterfall. It was extremely powerful and carried a huge pressure. The two Xiantian full circle experts attacked with terrifying killing intent. Bang! Bang! Zichen attacked again with two simple and direct punches. Cracking sounds could be heard as the sabers and swords shattered. At the same time, the two great circle experts were sent flying by Zichen. Simple, direct, and violent. Hiss! Gasps could be heard all around. Even Kang He and the others had grave expressions on their faces. "I'll give you a chance to live." Zichen looked at young Master Zhao. "Haha, kid, don't scare me. Kill me if you can. Let's see if you can leave this place alive." The young master of the Zhao clan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. Even now, he was still unyielding, believing that Zichen wouldn't dare to kill him. Slap! Zichen raised his hand and slapped the young master of the Zhao clan again. The young master of the Zhao clan was spinning in circles. Zichen's godly skill, the invincible face slapping technique, was already quite famous and could be considered one of the best skills. Of course, he couldn't use it to its fullest at this moment. Otherwise, people would recognize it. Slap! Slap! Another two slaps were delivered without any skill. The young master of the Zhao clan spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and lost half of his teeth. He was dizzy and couldn't recognize anything. Gurgle! 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 The young master of the Zhao clan couldn't speak clearly. He wanted to say something, but all he spat out was blood. Zichen lost his patience. He glanced at the young master of the Zhao clan and said, "I'll give you one last chance to live." His cold eyes were filled with merciless light. Gurgle! The young master of the Zhao clan wanted to say something, but his mouth was full of blood and he couldn't say anything. "Fine. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Zichen raised his hand again, and the light in his palm flickered. Plop! The young master of the Zhao clan couldn't speak clearly. He knelt on the ground. His swollen face was filled with fear. At this moment, he finally understood that Lin Fan wasn't just scaring him. He really wanted to kill him. This was a real thug. He wasn't like those people who only knew how to pretend. From Lin Fan's eyes, the young master of the Zhao clan saw killing intent. Real killing intent. Gurgle! The young master of the Zhao clan was terrified. He knelt on the ground and spat out blood. Although he couldn't speak, it sounded like he was begging for mercy. "What about you guys?" Zichen glanced at the other two. His eyes were cold. "Spare me. Spare me." The two of them were just playboys. They were ignorant and weak. They liked to bully the weak. At this moment, even the young master of the Zhao clan was beaten, let alone them. The two of them also knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. They didn't care about the looks of disdain around them. "All right then, I'll spare your lives. Now go and barbecue the meat for me. If it's burnt, I'll regret it." Zichen said coldly. "Ah." The three of them were dumbfounded. "But, we don't know how to barbecue." The two who could talk had a bitter look on their faces. They had thought of all kinds of ways to survive, such as paying vitality stones. This kind of thing had happened before. The three of them had offended someone they shouldn't have offended, and their clans had to pay a lot of vitality stones. But the three of them never thought that Lin Fan would only let them barbecue. But this was even harder than paying vitality stones. The three of them were playboys who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. How could they know how to barbecue? Even if it was just barbecue, they didn't know much. "If you don't know how to barbecue, will you die?" Zichen looked at the three of them. "No, no." The three of them shook their heads like rattles. Their eyes were full of fear. They turned and crawled toward the bonfire. They hadn't barbecued for a long time. One side of the meat was almost burnt. They rushed to the bonfire. Based on their memory of how their subordinates barbecued meat, the three of them carefully rolled the meat. The cultivators who came from Little Orchid Town to see a big battle were completely dumbfounded. They were all tongue-tied and couldn't say a word. What's going on? I didn't see it wrong, did I? He killed 3 perfected stage cultivators, beat up young Master Zhao and threatened the 3 young masters to barbecue meat for him. Oh my God, is he crazy? Under everyone's gaze, the 3 young masters rolled the meat with their lousy skills. They were even more careful than when they served their grandfathers. If it burns, I'll kill you, Zi Chen said coldly, which made the 3 of them even more frightened. Young master, turn it slowly and evenly. In the distance, the 3 men's subordinates were whispering to each other and didn't dare to move forward. They were only carnate stage cultivators. Now that the true essence of the 3 forces hadn't been used, they didn't dare to move either. At this moment, they could only wait and see. Not only were the 3 profligate sons being barbecued in front of so many people, he even humiliated them. This caused Li Hua and the other 2's faces to turn ugly. However, they did not say anything, but instead glanced at Zi Chen, waiting to see what tricks he was up to. Now that the food is settled, it's your turn. Zi Chen nodded in satisfaction as he watched the 3 carefully grilling the meat. After receiving some pointers, they had become much more proficient in their cooking. Then, he turned his gaze to the people from the 3 major powers. At this moment, they had more than a dozen people with them. All of them were in the true essence realm and had true essence around them. Their strength was around the 1st or 2nd level. There were 9 heavens of veritable essence realm. Each step was like ascending to heaven. There was a huge difference between each heavens. It had been a few months since the trip to the ruins. Kang He and Li Hua had also taken true essence pills and broken through to the true essence realm. Kid, what do you mean by this? You killed our beasts and beat up the 3 young masters. We haven't settled the score with you yet, and you're the first to speak. The 3 leaders didn't speak, but one of the true essence realm experts spoke. The beasts are almost cooked. I wonder how you plan to settle the score. Zi Chen glanced at the crowd. In the distance, everyone held their breath. They could see that this was a sign that he was going to challenge the 3 forces. A great battle was about to take place. Very well. Cut off your limbs and kneel down to admit your mistakes. Maybe our young master will forgive you. The one who spoke was a first Sky True Essence Realm expert from the Li family. Slap yourself. Slap yourself 100 times, then cut off your limbs and kneel down to beg for mercy. The Kang family said. Slap yourself until your teeth fall out. Slap yourself until your face is swollen, just like the young master of the Zhao family. Then cut off your limbs. This was what the martial ancestor said. Their faces were full of ridicule. Zi Chen was strong, but they had more people. Hehe, you guys are good at scheming. Zi Chen's eyes were full of ridicule. He smiled and said, what if I don't agree? Are you guys willing to slap yourselves, or are you guys willing to slap your young master's face? Kid, you're courting death. How dare you insult our young master? Go to hell. These words enraged the 3 factions. With 3 loud shouts, 3 First Firmament Shen Essence Realm experts charged at Zi Chen. Zi Chen's previous words were to provoke them, but they also wanted to join forces to kill Zi Chen. After all, someone who could easily kill 3 Peak True Essence Realm experts was definitely not someone a First Sky True Essence Realm expert could deal with. The 3 of them turned into 3 streaks of light and rushed towards Zi Chen, displaying their fierce killing intent. 3 battle skills were displayed, aiming straight for Zi Chen's vital points. Good timing. Zi Chen sneered. His eyes were full of killing intent. He moved his feet and appeared in front of a true Essence Realm expert like a bolt of lightning. Then, he punched out. This was a punch that had fused with the Green Peak seal. It contained a terrifying power, like a mountain. The true Essence Realm expert felt like he had entered a quagmire. His movements became sluggish. Peng! The fused punch landed on the opponent's chest. With a loud explosion, the latter's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. His chest had suffered a powerful blow, and it had caved in. His life force had already dissipated when he was sent flying. A first Sky True Essence Realm expert had died in one blow. Boom. Chen punched out again. A bright fist light appeared and rushed towards the saber light. The saber light was shattered, and a True Essence Realm expert was sent flying. Boom. Chapter 225. Boom. Chen's punch was like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart of the martial ancestor. Another first Sky of True Essence expert fell to the ground, his vitality dissipating. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had been killed. Such strength shocked everyone. The True Essence expert from the martial ancestor's face changed dramatically, fear appearing in his eyes. He turned around and retreated quickly. However, he was not as fast as the 9 lightning strikes. A golden light flashed by. Chen was like a golden bolt of lightning as he swept past the Wu Zong True Essence expert. Gulp. A terrified head fell to the ground and rolled far away. As for the headless corpse that was spurting out blood, it ran a few meters forward before falling down stiffly. 3 attacks had killed 3 True Energy Realm experts. This kind of battle prowess made everyone gasp in fear, and the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. The onlookers were even more horrified. They had thought that they would see a fierce battle, but they had never imagined that they would only see a massacre. Behind Chen, the 3 debauchees who were barbecuing meat were almost scared to death. Their hands trembled and they almost broke the barbecue rack. Oh my God, this is a madman, a demon. Seeing the 3 dead True Essence experts, the young master of the Zhao family couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, he would be a fool if he still couldn't tell that this ordinary-looking young man was here for the 3 major forces. I thought that he was here to rob us. Oh my God, I never thought that he was here to kill us. If only I had been a bit more aggressive. The young master of the Zhao family didn't dare to think further. He glanced at his 2 friends and saw that they were even worse than him. They were so scared that they almost peed in their pants. He felt somewhat relieved. So this is the power of the 3 major powers. Is this all they amount to? After easily killing 3 first Sky of True Essence experts, Chen glanced at the 3 leaders and sneered. Who the hell are you? The 3 of them were no longer calm. Li Hua frowned and asked. I'm the one who's going to kill you, Chen said coldly. In the past few months, the 3 forces had almost forced him to his death. That life of running for his life was unbearable. Chen hated the 3 factions to the core and swore that he would take revenge. Since he had coincidentally encountered them today, his revenge would begin today. Brother, I wonder if you've misunderstood. What grudge do we have with you? Kang He stepped forward and asked gently. Brother, you'd better put away that act of yours. It's disgusting. Chen swept a glance at Kang He, his eyes flashing with disdain. Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you behave so atrociously here? See if I don't kill you. Wu Xing shouted loudly. This was his first time representing his sect, so he naturally couldn't embarrass himself. In the past, it had always been Wu Xiong, not him. Fortunately, Wu Xiong was dead. He was killed by a guy called Chen. Which side are you on? Chen swept a glance at Wu Xing. Bastard, how dare you speak to our young master Wu Xing like that? A True Energy Boundary expert shouted from the side. However, after Chen's display of strength, they were much more cautious. They only dared to shout from afar, but didn't dare to step forward. Wu Xing, Chen frowned and asked, who is that Wu Xiong to you? Wu Xiong is my elder brother, Wu Xing said proudly. Wu Xing was indeed his elder brother, but not by blood. However, Wu Xing's rise was largely due to Wu Xiong's contributions. Hence, he subconsciously spoke. Very well, I'll send you on your way today. Chen nodded, expressing his agreement. Then, he turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Wu Xing. Oh my God, he's crazy. He actually dares to attack the martial ancestors experts alone. Damn, he's too fierce. He wants to fight just like that. This is the martial ancestor, the famous martial ancestor. All the onlookers were speechless. This young man was too fierce. He dashed forward as soon as he finished speaking. Kill, Chen. Show your strength. Back in the day, the geniuses of our Wuji sect all fought against those above their level. Moreover, The more they fought, the braver they became. Mo shouted from the Taiji diagram. Geniuses grow in battles. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen felt the blood in his body boiling. Geniuses grow in battles. Since that's the case, let's fight. Swoosh. Lightning flashed, representing the fastest speed in the world. Zichen turned into a ray of light and rushed into the martial ancestors group. Buzz. Blood chi surged in his body, providing Zichen with endless energy. He clenched his fists and attacked fiercely. Dong. With a loud sound, the world trembled. Zichen strode forward and rushed to the front of a martial ancestor's true essence powerhouse. He punched like two hammers, and the true essence powerhouse's life force was shattered. Kill. Kill. Kill this arrogant guy. The rest of the martial ancestors' experts shouted and rushed toward Zichen. They didn't believe that one person could be stronger than a group of people. Slap. Zichen's figure flashed to arrive before a true essence expert, then he raised his hand and struck out with a slap that was swift and resounding. This was the guy who had suggested that Zichen beat his teeth out. Slap. Xiao Chen flipped his hand and struck again. The speed of the 9 lightning fleeting lightning was inconceivably fast. Phut, the cultivator coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His mouth was full of teeth, and he kept spitting out blood. Didn't you ask me to beat your teeth out? Zichen shouted coldly as he exerted more strength in his hand. Popping sounds rang out one after another like a cheerful rhythm that was filled with a sense of rhythm. This was the rhythm of violence evolving into art. Zichen was careless and once again displayed it. Slap. He didn't use his strength until he reacted. He slapped the true essence realm cultivator away. The latter flew up and fell to the ground, never to get up again. He was slapped to death. Oh my God, who the hell is he? Is he Wang Shan of the Red Cloud City? It is said that this person loves to knock out people's teeth. That's right. Everyone was tongue-tied and their minds were shaken. This young man was young, but his strength was a mess. He rushed into the group of true essence realm cultivators as if he was in an unstoppable state. Bang! Another person was hit by Zichen. His body suddenly retreated, and his organs shook. He spat out blood, but he didn't die. Second sky of true essence. Zichen's eyes flashed with surprise. Indeed, the difference in strength between the true essence realm and the true essence realm was huge. He could kill a true essence first sky warrior with a single punch, but he could not kill a second sky warrior. Clang. While Zichen was lost in thought, a gigantic blade light chopped down on Zichen's back. He had imagined that the young man's skin would be lacerated, or that the blade light would cut him in two, but that didn't happen. That powerful attack hadn't broken his defense. What? The expression of the quintessence expert who had struck out changed drastically. He was overwhelmed with shock. He had never seen such a powerful physique before. Dong. Zichen turned around and punched out. Heaven and earth shook as the long saber shattered. The cultivator fell to the ground. Puff. 2 fingers formed a sword, and a sharp sword chi appeared, piercing the forehead of a true essence realm cultivator. A bloody hole appeared, and blood gushed out. The latter's body fell to the ground. Kai Zichen's attacks were extremely sharp. He dodged left and right, and another true essence realm cultivator was pierced by the sword chi. In a short moment, 8 true essence realm cultivators had fallen to the ground, and 2 second sky true essence realm cultivators were seriously injured. Go die. Zichen glanced at the last 2 and flashed forward. Rumble. At this moment, the sky shook, and a huge palm print appeared. It emitted a terrifying chi, and pressed down on Zichen's head. Shattering palm. This move again. Zichen raised his head, and endless hatred appeared in his eyes. In the past 2 months, this move had made him suffer. He hated this move, and hated the person who used it. Dong. Zichen clenched his fists and rushed towards the palm print. With a boom, the palm print exploded. Young master, leave quickly. Young master, leave quickly. The 2 true essence realm cultivators shouted. They had already seen that this mysterious young man was very powerful, and they couldn't kill him. Unless a 3rd or 4th sky true essence realm cultivator came. Shua. Wu Xing's face paled. The young man's power was too terrifying. Up until now, he hadn't seen him use true essence. He had only used true qi. Obviously, he was still hiding his strength. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the sky. At the same time, a sharp and sonorous flute sound was heard. It was calling for the rocks. The rocks were circling in the air. When they heard the flute music, they swooped down and flapped their wings continuously, creating gusts of wind. The battle below had frightened these Yantian rocks, and they did not dare to descend too much. Shua. However, even in the sky, it wasn't safe at all. A dazzling golden light appeared, bringing with it a burning hot qi. Puff. The golden light flashed, and blood rained down. The rocks in the sky were split in half, and the two halves of their bodies fell from the sky. Splash. Blood fell like a rain of blood, dyeing the ground red. Ang. The other two rocks saw this and let out a mournful cry. They turned around and left. Slash. Zichen leaped into the air and roared. In the next moment, an extremely cold golden light appeared. It was like a sharp blade that could split the heavens as it charged towards one of the rocks. Puff. The speed of the blade was far faster than the rocks. With a light sound, the rocks in the sky were split in half, and their bodies fell from the sky. Today, I'll treat everyone to roast rocks. You guys, if you don't want your young master to die, then roast the rocks. Blood rained down on Zichen's body. The latter was like a demon that had just been sent out from hell. Go quickly. Go quickly. Hearing this, the three foppish lords' hearts trembled. They hurriedly shouted at their subordinates. This young master wanted to kill Wu Xing. If he wasn't crazy, then he must be crazy. They couldn't afford to offend him at this moment. The monstrous killing intent covered the sky. It was unbearable for everyone, and they all retreated. However, at this moment, Zichen attacked again. The last rocks let out an unwilling and desperate cry. Its huge body fell from the sky. Its head was pierced through by the sword qi. Dead, all three rocks are dead. I'm afraid Wu Xing is finished. Chapter 226. With the three rocks dead, Wu Xing had lost his means of escape. He kept retreating, trying to escape from the ground. Wu Xing, where do you think you're going? Zichen shouted. He stepped on the nine thunders and chased after Wu Xing's swoosh. A silhouette appeared with a terrifying killing intent and rushed towards Zichen. It was one of the 2-second sky of true elemental realm warriors who had blocked Zichen's path. Get lost. Zichen shouted. Golden light flickered around his body, making him look like a golden-armored god of war. He slammed his fist into his opponent's body, and with a loud bang, the latter was sent flying while coughing up blood. He was knocked back, but he was not dead. The vitality of a second sky of true essence warrior was much higher than that of a first sky. Whoosh! A huge sword slashed down towards Zichen's head. Another person had attacked. At that moment, there were only 2 strong cultivators left from Wu Xing's group. Dong! Zichen punched out, shattering the sword blade. At the same time, he rushed towards the second sky of true Yuan. Both of his fists were clenched tightly, as if they were heavy hammers. The dazzling golden light made people unable to open their eyes. Boom! When the fist landed, it exploded with a loud bang. A dazzling golden light exploded, and the second sky of true essence expert was sent flying like a cannonball. This time, Zichen had used his full strength and destroyed the second sky of true essence expert in one blow. This is too terrifying. This is simply a massacre. So far, he's only used the power of a Xiantian warrior. If a Xiantian warrior can do this, could he be another monster? In the midst of the crowd's discussion, Zichen killed the last second firmament true essence master. At this moment, the 10 warriors that Wu Xing had brought were all dead. Even the 3 rocks had been plucked and cleaned, ready to be roasted. You guys, if you don't want to die, then roast them well. If the roasted meat is not edible, then I'll eat you, Zichen said coldly. Yes, of course, of course. The 3 rich kids nodded like chickens eating rice. Their expressions were respectful, and there was not a trace of dissatisfaction. They did not care about being yelled at like dogs. Zichen turned around and gave the order. Then, he chased after Wu Xing. The crowd was speechless. What kind of person was this? Did he kill or eat? Was he really stupid, or did he not put the martial ancestor in his eyes at all? Li Hua, Kang He, save me. I'll thank you. Wu Xing did not run away, but rushed towards Li Hua and Kang He. This young man had extreme speed. He could not escape. He could only ask the two for help, because he knew that they had forbidden weapons. A forbidden weapon was like a taboo. Once it was used, the world would change color. No one could stop it. Oh, you know you can run. His face and body were covered in blood. Zichen grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. He looked very sinister as he walked towards Li Hua step by step. Corpses were lying on the ground with blood gushing out. What should we do? Zichen walked over with a faint smile. Li Hua felt a lot of pressure. He looked at Kang He. Kang He frowned. He could not see through this young man's background, and he could not figure out his goal. Just the martial ancestor, and there were three forces. Of course, in Kang He's mind, there was a high possibility that the young man's goal was only the martial ancestor. No one in the world was stupid enough to provoke three forces. Moreover, the martial ancestor was used to being arrogant and domineering. If it's Zichen, then there's a possibility that he could provoke three forces at the same time, Kang He thought. But he quickly ruled out this possibility. Zichen was in the north and was being surrounded. It was impossible for him to suddenly come to the south. Although this young man had been displaying Xiantianjin Qi, Kang He had already sensed his will. Therefore, he believed that the young man was hiding his true strength. You too, you must save me. The martial ancestor will definitely thank you in the future, Wu Xing pleaded. Even if he was a genius, he did not think that he could kill the young man. Moreover, he had fought with the young man before, and the young man had easily resolved his attack. This kind of person would have been a piece of trash in the Wuji sect in the past. How dare he call himself a genius and a monster? Where did that come from? A genius is a genius. Monster sounds so unpleasant. Amo expressed his dissatisfaction. According to him, if Wu Xing could be called a genius, then the old everlasting sect was full of geniuses. Kill. As Zichen walked over, Kang He also felt the pressure. As a member of a large family, he naturally couldn't lose face for his family. Losing his composure once was enough. If he lost his composure in front of everyone again, the face of a large power would be lost. Ants can kill an elephant. No matter how strong he is, he can't kill so many people, Kang He said coldly. Good. Kill. Li Hua nodded. Around him, a group of true essence experts had already rushed out. Thank you. Wu Xing was very grateful. The two of them chose to attack at this moment. On one hand, they wanted to help Wu Xing, but on the other hand, they cared more about the face of their family. In the trial ground, the two of them were already in a sorry state. At this moment, they naturally could not lose face again. Moreover, both of them had forbidden weapons. If it was a life and death battle, they naturally would not be afraid of this strange young man. Swoosh. 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 Under Li Hua and Kang He's cold shout, a group of true essence experts rushed towards Zichen. Although they were not death warriors, at this moment, they were not afraid of death. Because if they did not listen to the two's order, they would die sooner or later. Moreover, there were many people at this moment, so there was still a chance for survival. Boom. Facing more than 10 people, Zichen also felt the pressure. He did not hide his strength anymore. Golden light surged around his body, and his blood qi surged. Half of the sky was dyed golden. Puff. A punch was thrown out, bringing along a large golden light. A true essence expert's chest caved in, and his internal organs were shattered. He fell to the ground and died. Boom. The punch was like a beating drum, causing the world to shake. The fist was like a golden hammer falling down, and another person fell into a pool of blood. Clang. A sword swept out, blocking Zichen's killing blow. Then, several sharp swords pierced towards Zichen. However, under the perfect body, the number of people who could break through Zichen's defense could be counted with 5 fingers. Peng. A punch was thrown out, and the soldiers were destroyed. Zichen's body was shining with golden light. His attacks were cold and ruthless, but his eyes were very calm. In his eyes, there was only killing. Green peak cut. A huge sword swept out, and with a sharp attack, a true essence expert's head was chopped off. Facing a group of Zhenyuan masters, Zichen seemed to have entered an unstoppable zone. He swept through a large area, and wherever he passed, corpses would fall. This was a massacre, and numbers were not enough to solve the problem, because many people were unable to break through Zichen's defense. Green peak cut. Zichen shouted in his heart. His hand formed a seal, and a golden blade appeared. It was like a divine weapon, cutting through everything. Zichen's strength had broken through to the carnate full circle. His combat strength had increased again, and the lightning true qi in his body was extremely rich. At the same time, the perfect body made Zichen even more terrifying. Each of his attacks was incomparably powerful. They were all the killing techniques of the large sects. Ordinary true energy realm cultivators would not be able to block them at all. Boom! The world shook, and a huge palm print fell. It was the destruction palm. Wu Xing had attacked again. Boom! Zichen swung his fist and hit the destruction palm, causing the world to tremble. Then, the palm print was shattered. Die! Flames appeared around Li Hua's body, and a true essence aura spread out. He slapped at Zichen. The golden light around Zichen's body was even more intense. His eyes were also golden. He also slapped forward, and the golden palm print collided with the red palm print. Boom! The collision caused a violent tremor. Boundless energy raged. Cracks appeared on the ground, and endless smoke and dust splashed. Suddenly, a sharp blade appeared silently. It pierced through the smoke and dust and went straight for Zichen's throat. It was very sharp. This was an attack from a second firmament true essence expert. Before the blade arrived, there was a chill. Extreme yang. Surrounded by smoke and dust, Zichen simply closed his eyes. His mind spread out like tentacles. He formed a seal with his hand and struck out with extreme yang. Boom! Surging golden light surged out with a blazing feeling. It was like the ultimate energy in the world, and it hit the incoming sword light. Crack! As the golden light rushed past, cracks appeared on the blade of the sword, spreading out like a spider web. Finally, with a peng sound, the sword shattered into pieces. Boom! After shattering the sharp blade, the golden light rushed to the second firmament expert and slammed into his body. With a loud bang, the second firmament expert's body scattered like a blade. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew away the smoke and dust in the sky. Everyone's vision was clear again. Then, they saw some broken flesh scattered around. Moreover, there were 2 corpses lying at Zichen's feet. The smell of barbecued meat filled the air, but what made people feel cold was that this place was hell on earth. Corpses were everywhere. There were only less than 10 true essence realm experts left. They stood around Zichen, and although they had the advantage in numbers, their eyes were filled with fear. Kang He, Wu Xing, and Li Hua were fighting side by side. They were all on guard. Too terrifying. When did such a powerful existence appear in the world? Killing a second firmament true essence expert like killing a chicken. This battle strength is heaven-defying. Monster, he's definitely a monster. Amidst the exclamations, another round of battle began. This time, it was not the 3 forces that attacked, but the strange youth. He took the initiative to attack. Bang! Blood splashed everywhere. A true essence realm expert fell to the ground. Another massacre continued. Dong! The world rumbled like a hammer. Large amounts of golden light scattered and pierced through a person's body like a sharp blade. Kang He, Li Hua, and Wu Xing had already rushed forward, but they could not change the situation. Kai. 2 fingers formed a sword, and a sword chi shot out from between his fingers, piercing through a true essence expert's forehead. At this point, all true essence was destroyed. Dozens of corpses were lying on the ground. Blood almost formed a river. Boom! Wu Xing flew over and was sent flying by Zichen's punch. He vomited blood. Swoosh! The sky was filled with flames, and Zichen was enveloped by Li Hua. Li Hua had made his move, but in the next moment, a surge of energy surged out from Zichen's body and dispersed the flames in the sky. Dong! Kang, his aura surged like a giant. He attacked Zichen fiercely, causing the world to shake. Zichen's battle strength was unparalleled. He displayed his perfect body, and his power was unparalleled. Kang He was directly sent flying. Chapter 227. Zichen's body was covered in blood, and corpses were laid out beside him. His entire being was like a killing machine. His battle prowess was unparalleled, and he was able to kill dozens of true energy boundary warriors. It could not be called killing, but more like a massacre. The onlookers in the distance gasped. They had already thought of Zichen as a ferocious person. This was not just a matter of combat strength. There were many people with powerful combat strength in this world, and the number of experts was not small. However, there was only one person who dared to make a move against three forces at the same time and kill them without any scruples. The three rich lords were so frightened that they couldn't even roast the meat properly. Fortunately, their subordinates had rushed over and replaced them. "Roast the meat well. Be careful," the three of them ordered. They were afraid that something would go wrong, so they stood on the side and watched. The subordinates stood beside the fire and roasted the meat, but they were still drenched in cold sweat. They couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth. True energy realm experts were killed one after another. It was too terrifying, too bloody, too violent, and of course, too ferocious. Moreover, this person's battle strength was unparalleled. The three young lords couldn't even defeat him. Dong! Zichen took a step forward, and the ground shook. He rushed towards the three of them with killing intent in his eyes. They were people he had to kill. Kang He, Li Hua, Wu Xing, none of them could escape. Boom! Zichen's battle strength was unparalleled. Golden light filled the sky as he threw out a powerful attack. The three of them were pushed back, and Wu Xing coughed out a mouthful of blood. "I said, even now, you still don't want to use your trump cards." Wu Xing shouted unhappily. He thought that these two were really stingy. They were about to die, but they still didn't want to use their forbidden weapons. It was understandable that they didn't use their forbidden weapons when their subordinates died, but what was the point of hiding them when they were about to die? This was the first time he represented the martial ancestor. He didn't give out any forbidden weapons because they were too precious. Not every direct descendant could have one. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the three of them were pushed back again. "Damn it, I'm going to kill him." Li Hua was an impatient person. At this moment, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, and he felt his face burning. His brain heated up, and he couldn't care about anything else. With a flip of his hand, a palm-sized bell appeared. It emanated a bronze glow, and there were cracks all over its body. A terrifying aura emanated from the bell. Temph Li Hua coldly snorted. He viciously glanced at Kang He, who still remained calm and composed, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. After which, he raised the bell in his hand. "This is a forbidden artifact." Heavens! Li Hua actually took out a forbidden artifact. This is a battle to the death. Once a forbidden artifact appears, who can contend against it? I actually saw a forbidden artifact. In the distance, the onlookers cried out in alarm. The bell was emitting a terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This was a forbidden weapon. The moment it appeared, it caused a commotion. However, at this moment, facing the unparalleled combat power of the young man, only a forbidden weapon could suppress him. Die! Li Hua glanced at Zichen and gritted his teeth. With a thought, the forbidden artifact flew into the air and emitted a brilliant light. He was going to deal a devastating blow. Buzz! The bell trembled slightly, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. Everyone held their breaths as they stared fixedly at the bell. They wanted to see the true might of a forbidden weapon. As for who would live and who would die, they didn't care. They just wanted to see an exciting battle. Then, they would have something to brag about when they drink in the future. As soon as the forbidden artifact appeared, a terrifying aura surged. Kang He and Wu Xing quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected by the forbidden artifact. A forbidden artifact? Seeing the bell in Li Hua's hand again, Zichen's eyes lit up. This was a forbidden artifact. Even if it could only be used once, it was still a forbidden artifact that could injure an existence like evil good monk. Moreover, Zichen urgently needed such a thing as a trump card. Go to hell! Li Hua roared. He activated his thought again, wanting to fully display the power of the forbidden artifact. Li Hua's strength had broken through, and his cultivation had gained the will. When Li Hua used the forbidden artifact again, its power had increased exponentially. I don't think so. The blazing light in Zichen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. At the same time, he flipped his hand and a fist-sized stone appeared. The stone emitted a faint golden light as Zichen held it in his hand. Could it be a forbidden artifact too? No, that's a diamond. Why is he taking out a diamond? Everyone noticed Zichen's strange behavior and exclaimed in surprise. That's a diamond, you're. Seeing the familiar diamond, Li Hua's expression changed. The forbidden artifact also slowed down as he exclaimed. Buzz. However, at this moment, the diamond shone brightly, emitting a dazzling golden light as it flew forward. True Energy Realm warriors had cultivated their will and could control spirit weapons, killing people without leaving a trace. Although Zichen did not have a spirit weapon, he could refine a spirit weapon from a diamond. It was even the main material of a master-level weapon, comparable to a treasure among treasures. Zichen could completely control it with his will. Of course, this was what Amo said. Zichen didn't know at all. Under his thought, the diamond emitted a dazzling light and turned into a golden lightning bolt, rushing towards the bell. The diamond was very fast, and Li Hua's reaction was a little slower. You're courting death. Li Hua shouted and activated the bell again, but it was too late. The diamond had already reached Li Hua's head and smashed towards the bell. Dang! The diamond hit the bell, causing a loud sound. Sound waves spread out, shaking Li Hua's mind. Even the thought that had just been sent out was shaken. Li Hua's expression changed. He wanted to control the forbidden artifact to attack, but his thought was shaken, and he couldn't guide the destructive aura in it. Dang! Dang! At the same time, the diamond turned into lightning and fell on the bell again, causing a loud sound. Ah! Li Hua shouted. His thought swarmed out again, rushing towards the forbidden artifact. This was a battle of wills. Zichen almost died when he was in the late Xiantian realm. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang had mutated, and he was lucky to obtain a thought. It was a mutated thought, and it was much stronger than an ordinary first sky of true essence. Moreover, his strength had broken through to the Great Perfection realm, and his thought had become even stronger. At this moment, controlling the diamond was very easy. He commanded the diamond to attack the bell again and again, shaking Li Hua's thought so that the latter couldn't activate the forbidden artifact normally. Dang! 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 The diamond kept hitting the bell, causing a series of sounds. The bell on Li Hua's head was knocked back bit by bit. Finally, with a bang, it broke away from Li Hua's thought and flew into the distance. Furthermore, Li Hua's will had been injured by Diamond's final strike through the attack bell. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Li Hua's face turned pale. His thought was injured. You're Zichen. After the bell was knocked away, Li Hua was still in shock. He finally said the following words. Zichen. His Zichen. Li Hua's exclamation caused an uproar in the crowd. Who was Zichen? He was a fierce person who had brought about miracles. When he was in the True Energy Realm, he had killed a True Energy Realm martial artist. Not only did he not die, but his strength had also increased. In the trial ground, he had caught a forbidden artifact with his bare hands, causing several major forces to lose face. In the end, he had obtained the strongest inheritance. Now, he was still being chased. However, wasn't Zichen's escape route to the north? How did he end up here? Swoosh. After repelling the bell, the diamond turned into a ray of light and returned. Zichen laughed and put away the diamond. His bones crackled as he returned to his original appearance. It was Zichen. It's really you. Li Hua's face changed dramatically. In the distance, Kang his face was incomparably pale. As for Wu Xing, Although he hadn't seen Zichen before, his brother had been killed by Zichen. He had even caught a forbidden weapon with his bare hands. This made his face incomparably ugly. Who else could it be? Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. In this world, other than me, who else can hate shameless families like you? You. Li Hua retreated with fear in his eyes. Zichen's battle strength was too terrifying. Even if he was only in the peak Xiantian realm, he was still no match for him. Today, I will kill you and pay the price for what you have done. Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent as he rushed towards Li Hua. That day, Li Hua and Kang He were arrogant and annoying. No. Li Hua exclaimed. He had already seen how powerful Zichen was. If he had known that this young man was Zichen, he would not have participated in the battle and would have immediately fled. Of course, he might have activated the forbidden artifact to attack. Swoosh. In Zichen's hand, an ancient weapon appeared. It was a long spear, shining with silver light. It was the ancient weapon he had obtained in the trial ground. Zichen stabbed at Li Hua with the ancient weapon in his hand. Boundless killing intent surged. Bang! With a loud sound, Li Hua was sent flying. A light shield appeared around his body, blocking the attack for him. It's this tortoise shell again. The source of the light shield was Li Hua's jade pendant. He had seen it before in the trial ground. Bang! Zichen turned into a flash of lightning and attacked again. The tip of the spear pointed at Li Hua's chest, and the latter was sent flying again. At the same time, the jade pendant in front of Li Hua's chest shattered. Kang He, save me! Li Hua cried for help as he was sent flying. It's too late to ask for help now. Zichen's body turned into a flash of lightning and appeared in front of Li Hua once again. This time, he used his full strength. His silver spear emitted a golden light. At this moment, he had become one with his spear. Zichen unleashed an unparalleled attack. Bang! The golden spear fell. This time, it did not send Li Hua flying. Instead, it shattered the light shield. At the same time, the sharp spear pierced towards Li Hua's heart. Puff! With a flash of golden light, the spear pierced through Li Hua's chest. Li Hua's face was filled with shock and fear. Ooh! Li Hua grabbed the spear with both hands. However, he still could not believe that the spear would stab him. He was the young master of the Li clan. His elder brother was Li Hao, a true monstrous genius. Although he wasn't a monstrous genius, he was still a genius. His future was limitless. However, he had never thought that everything would come to an end today. Chapter 228. No. The long spear pierced through Li Hua's body. The latter let out a final roar of unwillingness before his death. His voice was mournful and filled with the desire to live. But it was too late. His vitality was fading away. The ancient weapon entered his heart and came out from his back, piercing through his heart. There was dead silence all around. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared in horror at the young man who had appeared out of nowhere, who was filled with a legendary aura. Swoosh! Zichen raised the long spear and lifted Li Hua up. The latter's eyes were completely dazed. He's dead. He's really dead. Li Hua from the Li family died just like that. Zichen is really fierce. He killed Li Hua just like that. The shocked crowd did not know what to say at this moment. They all felt that their throats were dry and could not say a word. In the distance, several true energy boundary experts had already rushed to the side of the forbidden artifact. However, when they saw the Li fire being ignited, they all froze on the spot, not daring to move at all. As for the forbidden weapon that they were jealous of before, it was extremely dazzling at this moment. It was like a red-hot iron that could not be looked at directly. The three foppish young masters were so scared that they almost peed in their pants. Li Hua, the young master of the Li family, was killed just like that. It was like killing a chicken. It was clean and neat. The three of them swallowed their saliva with difficulty and then looked at each other. They saw a touch of relief and fear. If they felt a little embarrassed before, then all of their faces were gone after seeing Li Hua being lifted up in the air by the long spear. Only relief lingered in their hearts. Suddenly, the young master of the Zhao family found a golden barbecue that had not been turned for a long time. His face suddenly changed and he screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Are you King looking for death? Hurry up and barbecue the meat. The young master of the Zhao family shouted and then reached out his hand. He did not care about the dancing flames and just started to turn the meat. Oh. The guard reacted. It turned out that he was scared out of his wits. Zichen, how dare you kill the young master of the Li family? You've completely offended the Li clan by killing Li Hua. From today onwards, there'll be no place for you to hide in this entire world. Wu Xing and Kang He both shouted. However, their complexions were deathly pale. It was obvious that they were greatly frightened. The Li family has always been at odds with me, Zichen said calmly. Suddenly, a golden light emerged from the silver spear, passing through the spear and into Li Hua's body. Peng! Li Hua's body instantly exploded into pieces. His corpse was nowhere to be seen. Ding! At the same time, a red ring fell from the sky and was caught by Zichen. Spatial spirit ring. This could be considered a precious treasure. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zichen killed and robbed. He took the spatial spirit ring, then glanced at the two. Of course, you and I will not rest until one of us is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen turned into a blur and rushed towards Wu Xing. His whole body was bathed in blood. He looked like a demon that hadn't run into the world. He bared his sharp fangs at Wu Xing. Zichen, don't mess around. You only have a grudge with Wu Xiong. You've already killed him. This is the first time we've met. There's no grudge between us. Wu Xing shouted and retreated. Wrong. I have a grudge with every martial ancestor. I swear that I will destroy your martial ancestor. Zichen held his spear and approached with lightning speed. Saying that he would destroy the martial ancestor was simply a shameless boast. If it was before, there would naturally be people who would laugh at him. However, at this moment, after seeing Zichen's monstrous battle strength and hearing such words, everyone felt an endless chill in their hearts. Boom! In order to survive, Wu Xing unleashed his full power. It could be said that each attack was stronger than the last. At this moment, the martial ancestor's powerful battle skills were fully displayed by him. Although he couldn't suppress Zichen, he could delay his own death. Zichen held his long spear and destroyed Wu Xing's attacks one after another. The latter kept retreating while Zichen kept advancing. Kang He, save me! Wu Xing screamed. He was terrified. At this moment, Kang He's expression kept changing. He was hesitating, not knowing whether to run or attack. Pooh! Right at this moment, a bloody light flashed. Wu Xing dodged the spear light's killing blow, but his arm was chopped off. Blood splashed everywhere as his remaining arm fell down. Ah! Kang He, save me! Wu Xing screamed for help as he kept retreating. Kang He was still hesitating, but he took out a forbidden item. Waves of horrifying aura spread out. Save me, Kang He! Wu Xing screamed and turned around to run towards Kang He. He needed to borrow the power of the forbidden item first. Pooh! The spear light swept out again. Blood splashed as Wu Xing lost another arm. Save me! With both arms chopped off, Wu Xing almost fainted. He had lost too much blood, and his cries for help became weak. Peng! Right at this moment, a golden light flashed under Wu Xing's body. Both his legs were chopped off. Wu Xing's 4 limbs were chopped off. It was a fate worse than death. Pooh! The spear light swept out and pierced through Wu Xing's heart. Wu Xing was dead. Everything happened so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Wu Xing's 4 limbs were chopped off. No one could even react. Especially Kang He. He didn't expect Wu Xing to die so quickly. Go to hell. With both of them dead, Kang He was the only one left. He didn't hesitate anymore. His eyes flashed coldly. The folding fan in his hand flew up into the air. His mind penetrated through his body and moved towards the folding fan. With the previous example, Kang He naturally didn't dare to be careless. He quickly activated the forbidden item. Zichen couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Wang! The folding fan trembled, emitting a horrifying aura. Then, it shone brightly and fanned towards Zichen. Boom! The sound of wind and thunder resounded. An unparalleled gust of wind swept up and whistled. A horrifying aura rushed towards Zichen. The forbidden item's attack was extremely powerful. Who could compete with it? At this moment, the forbidden item was a true forbidden item. Its power was several times stronger than when it was at the innate stage. Boom! The sound of wind and thunder swept across the sky. The terrifying attack rushed towards Zichen. It was determined to kill him. Zichen's eyes were unprecedentedly serious. He held the spear in his left hand and the diamond in his right. He was ready to block the forbidden item's attack. On the diamond, golden light shone like a dazzling sun, emitting boundless golden light. On the ancient weapon, silver light danced, forming a silver circle, like a silver shield, blocking in front of Zichen. Boom! The forbidden item's attack arrived in an instant. There was a loud explosion. Victory or defeat would be decided at this moment. On the ground, a huge crack spread and extended to everyone's feet. The entire ground sank by more than 3 meters. Endless smoke and dust floated. The horrifying energy completely swallowed Zichen. At this moment, everyone stopped. Those who were barbecuing stopped. Those who were fighting for the forbidden item also stopped. Everyone was looking at the center of the battlefield, where the smoke and dust swept across. They wanted to see if Zichen could create another legend and block the forbidden item's attack. The surging energy was raging. No one dared to step forward. They could only wait for the energy to dissipate and the dust to settle. Whoosh! Just as the energy dissipated, a gust of wind blew away the smoke and dust in the sky. In the battlefield, a deep pit with a radius of several meters was revealed. Deep pit. Everyone was stunned. They could only see the deep pit but no one. They didn't know if Zichen was dead or alive. Peng! At this moment, the forbidden item above Kang his head shattered and consumed all its energy. Everyone was shocked. Some who were about to go up to the pit to investigate even stopped involuntarily. Peng! However, just as everyone stopped, another loud sound was heard. This time, it came from the direction of the deep pit. A figure flew out quickly. It was Zichen. At this moment, his tattered clothes were covered in blood. No one knew if it was his own or someone else's. A pair of black and bright eyes were emitting endless murderous intent. The diamond had disappeared. Only the long spear in his hand was emitting cold light. Kang He, today is the day you die, Zichen said coldly. He was full of energy. What? He's still alive. He's at the middle stage. He's not injured. Everyone's expression changed. They were extremely shocked. He was just an inborn expert. Did he block the forbidden item's attack again? This was too terrifying. He didn't die after taking a blow from the forbidden item. As everyone looked over, the experts who were snatching the forbidden item felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, they didn't dare to expect anything. They abandoned the forbidden item and turned to leave. They were afraid that Zichen would kill them in the next moment. This is impossible. Kang his expression changed. He exclaimed and turned to run. Swoosh. But how could his speed be compared to Zichen's? In the blink of an eye, Zichen was in front of Kang He. Peng. The spear light swept across and Kang He was directly pushed back. A light shield appeared around him, blocking the shortkill attack. Golden light flickered. Zichen arrived in front of Kang He and raised his palm. Pa. The palm fell with a loud sound. The entire light shield trembled. On the palm, golden light flickered. It contained unparalleled energy and fell again. Peng. The light shield shook even more violently. The energy in it was quickly depleted. Zichen attacked as fast as lightning. Every strike was full of energy. In the loud sound, the light shield finally exhausted all its energy. With a bang, it exploded. Kang He appeared in front of Zichen. Zichen, I'm from the Kang family. If you kill me, you will completely offend the Kang family. Kang He was terrified. His voice began to tremble. Pa. Zichen didn't speak. He raised his palm and fell again, slapping Kang He's face. The sound was crisp and clear, spreading throughout the audience. Kang He was actually slapped. Am I seeing things? The young master of the Kang family is being slapped in the face by Zi Chen. In front of so many people, is he slapping the Kang family's face? Before, there was a light shield, so the crowd didn't feel anything. But now, the crisp and clear sound rang. Everyone clearly felt that this was a slap in the face. This was no longer a slap in the face, but a slap in the face of the Kang family. Because at this moment, Kang he was already a dead man. A dead man had no face. Pa. The slap fell. Kang he spat out a mouthful of blood and a white tooth. Pa. The second slap fell. Another mouthful of blood accompanied by 2 white teeth. Zi Chen showed his skills to the world again. He wanted to warn the Kang family through the mouths of the people. Or perhaps, it was purely to humiliate the Kang family. Chapter 229. The invincible face-slapping art was a move that Zi Chen had comprehended himself. Although it did not have a world-destroying aura, nor did it have the power to move mountains and rivers, it was still a kind of art. Slap. Slap. The sound was crisp and resounding, and there was a rhythm within. This was an art that evolved completely from violence, and was close to perfection. Even if the crowd was frightened at this moment, knowing that this person was a murderous demon, they could not help but admire the scene before them. It was a true art. Zi Chen was probably the only one in the world who could create such a rhythm with a simple slap to the face. If one were to ask what secret there was, the answer would be none. Everything depended on comprehension. Slap. Amidst the crisp sound, Kang he spat out the same amount of blood. As for the teeth, the number increased bit by bit until the last tooth was spat out. All right, I'll send you on your way, Zi Chen said indifferently. Then, his palm fell again, and an even louder sound rang out. It was like the last note of the melody, and it stopped abruptly. Slap. A crisp and even somewhat sharp sound rang out, forming the last stroke of the melody. Kang he was directly slapped to death. At the same time, Zi Chen was also warning Kang family, showing off his power. Li Hua from Li family had his heart pierced through, and his body shattered with a long spear. Martial ancestor Wu Xing had his 4 limbs chopped off, and the last spear pierced through his heart, dying a violent death. Kang he from Kang family had his teeth knocked out, and his face turned into a pig's head. In the end, he was whipped to death. The 3 died in different ways, but they were all extremely miserable. Geniuses from the 3 big powers, Fortunately, there are older generation figures here. Otherwise, I would have killed so many of these trash that my hands would go numb. Looking at the 3 corpses, Zi Chen said coldly. His voice spread out, shocking everyone. He was declaring war on the young generation of the 3 big powers through their mouths. No wonder the older generation figures made their moves so many times. So, the young generation is all trash. Zi Chen bent down and took away Kang his spatial spirit ring with an extremely disdainful expression. Everyone was dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. This was a challenge to all the young people of the 3 forces, including the monstrous geniuses. One had to know that the 3 forces all had monstrous geniuses. Mother ***. What a poor bastard. What a martial ancestor. He doesn't even have a single spatial spirit ring. After failing to find a space spirit ring on Wu Xing, Zi Chen cursed. His voice made everyone speechless again. This is too ferocious. Zi Chen turned around, looked at the 3 silk pants, and asked, "Is the meat ready?" "It's done, it's done." The 3 of them nodded and bowed with smiles on their faces. It was as if they had seen their own grandfather and treated Zi Chen as if he was their grandfather. "All right, since it's done, let's cut it open and give a piece to everyone here. My hands are sore from all the fighting. I'm sure they've had a hard time watching." Zi Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand. He didn't care at all and didn't realize what kind of big deal he had provoked. This is a slap to the faces of the 3 forces. It's over. There will be endless days of being hunted down in the future. It's not worth it to face the encirclement of all the geniuses just for a moment of pleasure. Some people shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Zi Chen was too impulsive today. Only Zi Chen himself knew that this was his only way out. Zi Chen smiled faintly as if nothing had happened. He walked up and took away Li Hua's forbidden item. It was a bell that could still be used once. Just now, many people had fought over it, and there were still 2 corpses on the ground. However, after Chen killed Li Hua with his absolute power, all the rogue cultivators retreated and no longer dared to have any thoughts about the forbidden item. After putting away the forbidden item, Chen walked to the bonfire and tore off a large piece of meat. He then ate it with big mouthfuls, not caring about the bleeding wounds on his body. After that, the 3 debauchees distributed the barbecued meat to the people present while trembling with fear. Too ferocious. Ferocious beyond belief. The aroma of the barbecued meat filled the air, but there was an even stronger smell of blood. It was already good enough that no one vomited. How could they still eat? Only Chen ate heartily. This is a strange beast. It's very nutritious. It'll be a loss if you don't eat it. Chen waved the golden beast leg in his hand, indicating that everyone should start eating. Everyone was speechless. They thought that he was really heartless. After that, he took out a pot of wine and ate the meat in big mouthfuls and drank small mouthfuls because Chen couldn't hold his liquor. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chen stood up. Everyone was looking at him, and no one left. Everyone, since you've eaten my food, help me do something. Everyone looked at him, waiting for Chen to speak. Everyone, spread the news of what happened today. Don't leave out a single word. Also, tell me a few words. Those who want to kill me, Chen, if they have the ability, send out the younger generation. If there is one, I'll kill one. If there is a pair, I'll kill a pair. I won't refuse anyone. Of course, if you don't want Face and treat Face as a butt, you can also send people from the older generation. Sect Master Yukong can come with his butt. I will also accept it. If I luckily don't die, then in the future, I will definitely vividly publicize the buttocks of you big forces. Chen's words were very vulgar, but the reason was very simple. If they send out the younger generation, I'll accompany them. If they send Yukong to kill me, then the big sect's face will be their butt. It was a simple principle that was easy to understand. As soon as he finished speaking, while everyone was still in a daze, Chen walked off into the distance. He couldn't stay here any longer. Tsangli City, Li family. Bastard, Chen, I'll kill you. When Li Hao heard the cause of his brother's death, he smashed countless tables. The house was in a mess, and many precious jade objects were shattered. I'll kill you, you damned thing. Li Hao roared. This monstrous existence was thoroughly enraged. He really said that. After everything in the room was smashed, Li Hao took a deep breath and looked coldly at the servant standing outside the door. The news said that Chen said that the younger generation of the big sects can come. If one comes, I'll kill one. If 2 come, I'll kill a pair. Come. The servant replied respectfully. Fine, fine, fine. I only asked you if that's what he said. I didn't ask you to repeat it. Li Hao's suppressed anger was ignited again. Previously, he was smashing things, but now, he wanted to kill. Yes, yes. The servant was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and replied in horror. Get lost. Li Hao breathed heavily and glanced at the servant. The latter felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly retreated. He was afraid that he would be killed by Li Hao if he was a step slower. Chen, you little thing. How dare you challenge my Li family with a mere Xiantian realm? I'll kill you. I'll kill you personally. Li Hao gritted his teeth, his heart burning with anger. He had never put Chen in his eyes, but this time, Chen had slapped the Li family's face hard. He had slapped Li Hao's face. How A dignified voice sounded, and a middle-aged man in purple clothes walked over. He was the Li family's patriarch, Li Hao and Li Hua's father. Father. Li Hao's mood was not good. I've heard about Hua's matter. This time, the experts in the north are returning. Some of them have already gone south. This time, they will definitely kill Chen. The Li family's patriarch said. Father, I want to do this myself. I want to avenge my brother personally. I must kill Chen with my own hands. Li Hao's eyes emitted an endless cold light. Nonsense. Chen's matter is of great importance. It involves several precious treasures. How can you let your emotions affect your decisions? The Li family's patriarch glared at him and said, "This time, I'm here to tell you not to be impulsive. This matter will be handled by the experts in the family. Everything is for the family. For the sake of these groundless treasures, are we going to disregard our Li family's face? Are we going to let the world laugh at our Li family? So what if they kill Zi Chen? Our Li family will still be another laughingstock." Li Hao shouted, his emotions somewhat out of control. "You don't understand. If we get the inheritance and the treasures in Zi Chen's hands, our Li family will become stronger. Maybe we will become the Wuji sect 10,000 years ago. At that time, no one will dare to laugh at us." The Li family's patriarch patted Li Hao's shoulder. "When will that happen? Thousands of years later. Do we have to rely on Zi Chen to become stronger? Do we have to ask the elders to do it? Zi Chen is just a puny Xiantian expert. I can kill him. The shame of the family doesn't need to be washed away by experts. I can do it. If I'm not wrong, the Kang family and the martial ancestor will definitely send out monsters this time. Is our Li family going to become a laughingstock? Even if the elders kill Zi Chen in the end, it still won't bring glory to the family. It will only bring shame and ridicule." Li Hao's voice was very loud. He said word by word, "Therefore, the shame of the Li family this time can only be washed away with Zi Chen's blood." The Li family's patriarch hesitated and fell into deep thought. After a while, he sighed and said, "Fine. Be careful. Go get a forbidden weapon. No need. Using a forbidden weapon to kill him is still a disgrace." Li Hao waved his hand arrogantly. On that day, the Li family announced that Li Hao would fight Zi Chen. Li Hao was the Li family's monster. His battle strength was unparalleled. When he was in the early Xiantian realm, he had already killed the late Xiantian realm genius of the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion. After that, he had been undefeated. Even when he fought with the evil good monk, there was no clear winner. "Zi Chen, wait for me to kill you." On the day he received the news, Li Hao walked out of the family, accompanied by several true energy boundary guards. Li Hao's appearance made the hesitant Kang family and the martial ancestor make up their minds. On that day, the two forces made a strong statement. "Zi Chen, I, Kang Meng, will kill you." A tall young man walked out of the Kang family. It was the Kang family's monster, Kang Meng. He was a monster nurtured by the Kang family. He was comparable to Li Hao. Although he had not fought with the evil good monk, they were not far from each other. The monstrous genius of the martial arts sect had also appeared on that day. He had appeared in a domineering and high-profile manner and had declared that he would kill Zi Chen. The three forces have sent out their monsters. They are going to kill Zi Chen completely. Zi Chen is finished. Without Yukong to hunt him down, and now with the monsters, his chances of survival are slim. The appearance of the three monsters shook the world. Many cultivators were ready to watch this battle. Moreover, the three monsters' goal was clear. They were all going south, as if they knew Zi Chen's whereabouts. This kid made such a big commotion to prevent Yukong from attacking. Does he have the confidence to deal with Li Hao and the others? A bald man appeared in the forest.